Chapter 1633, Intermediate Ability. Chapter 1633, Intermediate Ability. Have you found out anything new about Starmoon Kingdom's Evil God's Temple? Shifeng could not help but ask as he watched Aqua Rose on the screen. Even he did not have any practical methods to deal with Heaven's Burial's monster army. However, he was not particularly worried about the army either. The situation in Starmoon Kingdom had changed since their last confrontation. NPC armies constantly patrolled the kingdom right now, and if these NPCs encountered any evil beasts or demons, they'd quickly exterminate these monsters. Hence, Heaven's Burial couldn't dispatch an army of evil beasts and evil demons en masse into the kingdom right now. Otherwise, the enemy guild would have done it already, rather than send a video and try to threaten them. Although the monster army couldn't march into the kingdom, it could dispatch small contingents of high-tiered evil demons to ambush players. Hence, Heaven's Burial's monsters were still quite a problem. If Zero Wing wanted to squash this problem thoroughly, it had to destroy the Evil God's Temple in Starmoon Kingdom. They've hidden it quite well. Even now, we haven't found any clues leading to the kingdom's Evil God's Temple yet, Aqua Rose said, shaking her head. She continued, moreover, even if Heaven's Burial doesn't mobilize its monster army, at the rate it's growing, it's only a matter of time before the guild overwhelms and crushes us. Based on our most recent information, Blackwater has recently hired another batch of Refinement Realm experts to help hunt our members. It's taking everything we've got just to defend ourselves. If more Refinement Realm experts join the fight, I'm afraid that we won't last very long. In addition, our financial state is particularly concerning. We've already used all of our available funds, and we don't have the support of any major corporation. We're entirely reliant on Zero Wing City, Stone Forest Town, and the Candlelight Trading Firm's profit to keep the guild running. If something unexpected happens that require those funds, we'll be ruined. She was also aware that Heaven's Burial had merely sent the video to scare them. However, nothing changed the fact that Heaven's Burial and Blackwater's aggression was increasing. Furthermore, Blackwater had recruited plenty of Refinement Realm experts to help in this war using its expansive connections. Initially, Blackwater had sent over 20 Refinement Realm experts to aid Heaven's Burial, and now it was sending an additional 30+ experts. Although the total count was still far less than the Conqueror parties, these Refinement Realm experts would be more than capable of keeping the Conqueror parties busy. With the Conqueror parties distracted, Heaven's Burial's other experts could attack without worry. Because of this, Zero Wing suffered severe casualties. The remuneration the guild paid out every day was astronomical. If any other guild had to pay such a price, it would have long since gone bankrupt. I understand. I'll have everyone return immediately, so your team should get ready to receive them. Also, notify Melancholic and tell her to host an auction in the Zero Wing auction house in 6 hours. We'll sell Zero Wing City's private houses and shops, Shifeng said after giving the matter some thought. Right now, he needed to deal with the guild's financial problems. Although he had tried to think of a way to increase Zero Wing's income, these revenue sources weren't enough to compete with Heaven's Burial and Blackwater. We're selling Zero Wing City's private houses and shops? But, with the current situation, I'm afraid that we'll have trouble selling them for a high price. Aqua Rose understood Shifeng's intentions. In fact, she had considered the same option. However, only a fool wouldn't see the situation of Heaven's Burial and Zero Wing's war. With that in mind, no one would willingly spend a large amount of money to purchase Zero Wing City's private houses and shops. Players might not be interested in these properties at all. If a guild town or city changed hands, any agreements with the previous owner would be null and void. Knowing this, who would possibly want to purchase land in an unstable city? Relax. Even if our situation is uncertain, what must be sold will be, Shifeng said, chuckling. He did not bother to explain further. Aqua Rose was speechless. Although what Shifeng had said was true, selling such valuable properties at a discount wasn't worthwhile. Following which, Shifeng disconnected the call and had his team use a return scroll to teleport back to White River City. Meanwhile, Aqua Rose did as she had been told. Immediately, news of Zero Wing auctioning off its city's private houses and shops spread like wildfire throughout Star Moon Kingdom. Even the neighboring kingdoms and empires' major powers heard of the upcoming auction. So, Zero Wing is finally selling its city's private houses and shops? It seems that Zero Wing really can't hold on much longer. Zero Wing's selling their real estate now? Does Zero Wing take us for fools? When the various major powers saw Zero Wing's announcement, they laughed, ridiculing Zero Wing for falling so low. Zero Wing has finally hit its limit? Singular Burial could not help but laugh when he read the report from a subordinate. Unfortunately, it is too late. They might have found buyers had they chosen to sell the properties a few days ago, but now that Zero Wing's position in this war has become more uncertain, who would be foolish enough to buy the deeds? Notify our subordinates and have them increase their offensive against Zero Wing's members immediately. Also, spread a lie to the public, stating that we intend to attack Zero Wing City. I want to see just who actually attends Zero Wing's auction. Understood. Daybreak Fog nodded before leaving the guild leader's office. Although the various major powers understood that Zero Wing was approaching its end, many would be interested in attending the guild's auction. Aside from Zero Wing's in-house products, items were available from other players in Zero Wing's auctions. There was also the convenient option of bartering. Meanwhile, after exiting White River City's teleportation hall, Shifeng made his way to the library. Although he had already bound the Purple Thunder Flame to himself, he needed the help of a special magic array to fuse it with the Soul Fire, and only Charlene was capable of conjuring this magic array. At the same time, Shifeng sent his team to deliver the mana and Eternium or they collected to the Candlelight trading firm before getting some rest. Aside from the massive amount of EXP they had earned while grinding demonic creatures in the Lost Town, they had gained a plentiful harvest of ores. Moreover, the closer they had gotten to the mysterious pit in the town center, the more ores they had obtained. In total, they had collected over 15,000 pieces of mana ore and over 1,000 pieces of Eternium Oregon. When Melancholic Smile received the haul, she was dumbfounded. Due to the high demand for mana ore, prices for the ore continued to increase. Before Shifeng had left for the Boneless Land, mana ore had sold for 1 gold, 20 silver per piece. Now, prices had risen to 1 gold, 50 silver per piece. However, even at such a price, very few people were willing to sell their mana Oregon. Even a large guild like Zero Wing would be fortunate to purchase a few dozen pieces each day. Yet, Shifeng had returned with over 15,000 pieces of mana Oregon. Even if one robbed a super guild's warehouse, they wouldn't obtain such a bounty. Even if Zero Wing used all of the mana or to craft mana charms, it would make a massive fortune. Meanwhile, Shifeng's request was simple: use 5,000 pieces of mana or to forge mana charms and sell them. Not only would the mana charms fetch a high price, but there was also a solid market for them. With the money the guild earned, it could construct the mana tower in Zero Wing City. The largest problem when constructing a mana tower was the required materials. It required over 5,000 pieces of mana ore alone, in addition to plenty of other precious materials. Fortunately, the construction cost itself was relatively cheap, only 5,000 gold. Meanwhile, on the top floor of White River City's library, with Charlene's help, Shifeng attempted to merge the Purple Thunder Flame and the Soul Fire. It was far more difficult to merge the Tier 3 Purple Thunder Flame with the Soul Fire than it had been to merge the Tier 2 Ice Blue Devil Flame, since the former was more powerful. He needed more accurate control to wrap the Soul Fire around the Purple Thunder Flame. 2 attempts. 3 attempts. With each subsequent attempt, Shifeng grew increasingly adept with the fusion process, so much so that he had improved his control over his own body and his environment. Shifeng was somewhat surprised at this. He had never thought that he could become stronger while trying to fuse the mysterious flames. He had thought that he had reached his limit and would have to break through to the domain realm to improve further. As Shifeng attempted his 26th fusion, the sound of a system notification reached his ears. System, congratulations. You have gained rough control over the Soul Fire. You may now utilize the Soul Fire's intermediate abilities. Chapter 1634, Soul Fire's New Abilities. Chapter 1634, Soul Fire's New Abilities. Not even a Tier 3 Mysterious Flame is enough for me to gain full control of the Soul Fire? Shi Feng was slightly surprised when he saw the system notification. Tier 3 Mysterious Flames were exceedingly rare in God's domain. As far as Shi Feng knew, there should only be one Tier 3 Mysterious Flame in Star Moon Kingdom. When this mysterious flame had appeared in his previous life, practically every large guild in the kingdom had fought over it. Yet, despite fusing such a rare mysterious flame, he still didn't have full control of the Soul Fire. At this point, Shi Feng began to wonder if there was a high chance that the Soul Fire was actually a Tier 4 mysterious flame. Shi Feng had only ever heard of Tier 4 mysterious flames in God's domain's legends. The power of such a flame alone would be more than enough to injure a Tier 4 existence severely. With the Soul Fire's unique ability to burn a target's soul to nothing, it would be a terrifying weapon against both monsters and players. This was especially true for players. The immortal soul was the root of players' existence in God's domain. In NPC's eyes, players were only able to resurrect after death due to their immortal souls. If a player's immortal soul were extinguished, that player would be finished. However, it was extremely difficult to destroy a player's immortal soul. Hence, the Soul Fire should only be capable of damaging a player's immortal soul. Even so, it would be more than enough to prevent the target from logging into God's domain for some time. It would be a nightmare for any expert player. After all, in God's domain, one either improved or regressed. The game had countless players, and not being able to log in for several days would cause one to fall behind their rivals. Not bad. You've actually fused the Purple Thunder Flame so quickly. With your current control over the Soul Fire, you can weaken the Soul Chain's corrosion further. Locating that mysterious individual should become much easier, Charlene said, chuckling at Shi Feng. However, you must still be careful. Although you've extended your time limit to 108 days after fusing with a Tier 3 mysterious flame, God's domain is very large. It might seem like a lot of time, but in reality, it isn't. It is best if you locate a few more Tier 3 mysterious flames during this time. That way, you'll gain better control over the Soul Fire. I only have 108 days? Shi Feng was dumbfounded when he heard Charlene's warning. He had hoped to extend his time limit by a year or so after absorbing a Tier 3 mysterious flame, yet the system had only given him a small extension. And just as Charlene had said, locating that mysterious Tier 5 NPC would not be an easy task. He had no clues leading to the NPC either. He could only rely on the Soul Chain. Moreover, this was a legendary quest. In general, quests of this rank couldn't be completed within a short period. After pondering the situation for a moment, Shi Feng calmed down. After all was said and done, the Purple Thunder Flame had delayed his deadline by quite a bit. At the very least, he would have more time to deal with his own matters. Following which, Shi Feng tested the Soul Fire's power. Immediately, Shi Feng's dark pupils were consumed by silver fire. His aura also changed abruptly. If others had felt relaxed around him before, he would now feel like an icy hell. Death and cold dominated his aura. Amazing! I only have a rough control over the Soul Fire now, yet it is already so powerful? When Shi Feng examined his surroundings, he found that his environment had changed. Not only could he see the Soul Chain now, but he could also see Soul's wavelength. If he focused, he could even slow his perception of time. Shi Feng was at a loss for words. Being able to view soul wavelengths allowed him to determine his target's strength. The stronger a creature was, the stronger its soul would be. In addition, neither players nor monsters could hide their soul wavelengths. Regardless of whether or not a player wore a black cloak or hid behind an obstacle, he could inspect and locate them easily. However, being able to detect soul wavelengths paled in comparison to the ability to slow one's perception of time. Now, he could see fast-moving objects far more clearly as long as he focused. Although this ability couldn't compare to a boost to one's physique, which allowed players to keep up with fast-moving objects and react far more quickly. Improving one's physique was easier said than done. Just being able to slow his perception of time was astounding and would doubtlessly improve his combat power. I wonder what the Soul Fire will be capable of once I gain full control? After experiencing the Soul Fire's new abilities, Shi Feng anticipated the day he could control it completely. He only had rough control of the Soul Fire, but it already offered such powerful abilities. If he had full control of the Soul Fire, the improvements the mysterious flame would offer would be even more impressive. Moreover, he'd be able to manifest the Soul Fire outside of his body as he could with the Ice Blue Devil Flame and Purple Thunder Flame, increasing his combat power further. After dealing with the Soul Fire, Shi Feng made his way to the candlelight trading firm and entered his personal special forging room. Although Aqua Rose had collected plenty of level 50 mysterious iron and secret silver equipment, Yu Zipping and the others would only become as strong as the guild's ordinary experts once they equipped the items. It would be very difficult for them to change the war's overall situation. In fact, Shi Feng had never hoped for anything game-changing by having Aqua Rose collect the level 50 equipment. He had only wanted to ensure that Yu Zipping and the others wouldn't lag behind their peers regarding equipment once they caught up in levels. Even before leaving for the Boneless Land, he had tasked Melancholic Smile to purchase a large number of emeralds from Emerald City in preparation for forging the Magic Light sets. The Magic Light set wasn't like the Conqueror's armor, which required plenty of rare materials that weren't often available on the market. Emeralds were the main material required for forging the Magic Light set. Although emeralds were also a rare material, there was plenty available on the market. At this point, Zero Wing already possessed a huge stockpile of emeralds. As for the Mana Stone, another of the Magic Light set's core materials, Zero Wing had no lack of the stones. They could be produced indefinitely as long as the guild had enough magic crystals. Hence, producing the Magic Light set was much easier than the Conqueror's armor. Only, the cost was somewhat high, with each attempt costing 300 gold, 6 times the cost of forging the Conqueror's armor. Because of this, Shi Feng had only dared to produce a few sets for Zero Wing's main force members. However, things had changed. Not only did he now have the dark gold ranked black steel insignia, but he also had the tier 3 purple thunder flame. His success rate for forging the fine gold ranked Magic Light set had risen to 55%, but that wasn't the most important factor. During his trip to the Boneless Land, he had acquired a large amount of Eternium which he could use to make Magisteel ingots. Aside from increasing forging success rate, Magisteel ingots could increase fine gold weapons and equipment's basic attributes. After reaching his special forging room, Shi Feng began to refine Eternium with the Purple Thunder Flame, transforming the ore into Magisteel ingots. The Purple Thunder Flame increased the Magisteel ingot's purity far more than an ordinary flame could. As a result, the Magisteel ingots he created offered a much greater boost to forging success rates. Originally, the Magisteel ingot only increased forging success rate by 5%, but the ingots Shi Feng had created could increase his forging success rate by 7%. Very quickly, Shi Feng smelted the 1,000+ pieces of Eternium into 1,000+ Magisteel ingots. Shi Feng then rapidly refined the materials he needed to forge the Magic Light set equipment. Now that his control had improved and he had the help of the Purple Thunder Flame, his refining and forging speed had visibly increased. An hour later, a complete Magic Light set glistened before Shi Feng's eyes, radiating a mesmerizing glow. This should be a success, right? Shi Feng wondered as he gazed at the immaculate Magic Light set before him. He then clicked to inspect the set's attribute panel. Chapter 1635, Mana Tower Constructed. Chapter 1635, Mana Tower Constructed. Each attempt to forge the Magic Light set cost 300 gold, which meant that each failure also cost 300 gold. Not even super guilds would play around with so much money. If not for his considerably high success rate, Shi Feng wouldn't have dared to attempt the set's mass production. When Shi Feng clicked to inspect the Magic Light set's attribute panel, a system notification appeared. System, Magic Light Set has been successfully forged. Forging proficiency increased by 15 points. Obtained 6 million EXP. Its attributes sure have improved considerably. Shi Feng was delighted when he saw the set's attributes. Level 50 Fine Gold set equipment was best players could hope for at this stage of the game, since level 50 Dark Gold equipment only dropped from super large-scale team dungeons. Moreover, the drop rate wasn't 100%. With the inclusion of the Magisteel Ingot, the Fine Gold ranked Magic Light set's basic attributes had received a 10% boost. Although it didn't seem like much, level 50 Fine Gold equipment generally offered over 100 points to each attribute. A 10% increase meant at least 10 more points. Meanwhile, the Magic Light set was a 6-piece set, offering 60 bonus points to each attribute. Furthermore, the Magisteel Ingot improved every basic attribute. Overall, the 10% improvement was the equivalent of an additional piece of level 50 Secret Silver equipment. Aside from epic equipment and above, no equipment could rival the Magic Light set at this stage of the game. Unfortunately, epic items were extremely rare, and not even Guild's peak experts were guaranteed to wield one. If he let Zero Wings experts equip the Magic Light set, they'd definitely have an overwhelming advantage over other Guild's experts in basic attributes. Although the Magic Light set did not boost the wearer's combat standards, it offered far more destructive power than the Conqueror's armor's basic strength battle array. Rather than rely on superior combat standards to whittle down their enemies, Zero Wings experts could trample over their opponents by relying on the Magic Light set. Thinking up to this point, Shi Feng began to forge the next Magic Light set. Very quickly, Shi Feng finished 3 more forging attempts. Among them, 1 was a complete failure, while 2 had succeeded. Shi Feng's success rate even surprised him. As Shi Feng was about to continue, Melancholic Smile contacted him. Guild leader, the mana tower you've requested has been built in Zero Wing City, but it needs too many magic crystals to operate every day. Should we activate it now? Melancholic Smile asked worriedly. Not only had they spent 5,000 gold to construct the mana tower, but they had also spent 5,000 pieces of mana Oregon. She had assumed that the mana tower would bring in additional income for Zero Wing City, but once it had been constructed, she had discovered that activating it cost 3,000 magic crystals, and its continued operation would cost 1,500 magic crystals per day. This was a significant expenditure to any guild, especially Zero Wing. Although the 4 Towers of Elements' teleportation function and Zero Wing's battle arenas had earned the guild some magic crystals, they couldn't afford to squander what they had. It's fine. Activate it, Shi Feng said, chuckling. The Mana Tower was the symbol of a guild city. Zero Wing City could only be called a true guild city once it had a Mana Tower of its own. The Mana Tower increased the mana density in a city significantly. The 5 magic towers' increased mana density wasn't even the equivalent to 1/3 of the increase a single mana tower provided. Moreover, more NPCs would only reside in a guild city once it had a mana tower. This was especially true for high-tiered NPCs since they had such strict mana density requirements. Right, once you've activated the mana tower, notify Aqua and have her raise the entrance fee to 60 copper. Increase the prices for the battle arena services by 30% as well, Shi Feng instructed. Naturally, they needed to increase prices in various aspects with the increased mana density. After all, the rise would offer players more benefits. This, Melancholic Smile was stunned. It had not been easy to increase Zero Wing City's player population to 2 million. It might not be an issue if they increased the prices of the city services a little, but players would definitely refuse such massive leaps. Zero Wing City's player traffic would doubtlessly decrease. Relax. Once the Mana Tower is active, Zero Wing City will be worth the price, Shi Feng explained briefly. Of course, he understood Melancholic Smile's concerns. However, Melancholic Smile still had her doubts, but she still sent a subordinate to activate the Mana Tower. Following which, she notified Aqua Rose about the city's price increases. When Aqua Rose received the message, she even wondered if Shi Feng were joking. Their 30 copper entrance fee had already elicited quite a few complaints, yet Phone wanted to double it. At this stage of the game, ordinary players only earned several silver coins per day after deducting repair fees. Including the expensive teleportation fee to travel to Zero Wing City, ordinary players would likely struggle to justify paying a 60 copper entrance fee. Furthermore, Zero Wing City wasn't located anywhere close to level 50 high resource maps. Hence, the city's double EXP buff held little attraction to ordinary players. However, as Aqua Rose considered such issues, she felt the city's mana density rise rapidly. Even players who weren't sensitive to mana could clearly feel the increase. Naturally, they gained more mental clarity as well. What's going on? Why do I feel so refreshed? Why has the city's mana density suddenly increased? What? The city's mana density has at least doubled. What did Zero Wing do? Quick look. The mana density isn't the only thing that has increased. The accumulation rate for the double EXP buff has also risen. Now, we can accumulate 20% of the double EXP buff just by standing on the street for 24 hours. The players resting in Zero Wing City quickly discovered the new changes, and they all fell into heated discussions about them. Naturally, some of them published the changes to the official forums. At the same time, Zero Wing announced that it had increased Zero Wing City's entrance fee to 60 copper, which caused a huge commotion across Star Moon Kingdom. Crap, is Zero Wing that desperate for money? They're charging 60 copper just to enter the city each time. That is daylight robbery. You can't put it like that. Right now, you can accumulate 20% of the double EXP buff just by standing on Zero Wing City streets for 24 hours. That's just as effective as resting in a guild residence's 1-star private rooms. Do you know how much it costs to rent a private room in a guild? 60 copper is definitely cheap. Indeed. I just checked into a hotel in Zero Wing City, and the new benefits are simply amazing. Not only can I accumulate 30% of the double EXP buff in 24 hours, but I also got an energized buff that increases my maximum stamina by 10% for 4 hours. Moreover, the buff only takes effect after I leave the city. A 10% increase to maximum stamina for 4 hours? That's basically a free stamina potion. I've decided. I'm going to Zero Wing City to rest from now on. That's not the only thing that's changed. I've heard that Zero Wing City's teleportation function can cover a larger distance now. Now, you can teleport into the Orc Empire from Zero Wing City. At first, everyone had been disgruntled about the increased prices for Zero Wing City services, but after learning about the new benefits the city offered, the number of players willing to rest in Zero Wing City skyrocketed. This was especially true for the adventurer teams that planned to explore the Orc Empire. While ordinary players might consider the teleportation function expensive, the fee was no problem for adventurer teams. To them, time was more important. With the amount of time they saved, they could defeat more bosses, complete more quests, and earn more contribution points. They could easily earn back their teleportation fees and more. In the end, Zero Wing City's player population shot from 2 million to 3 million in less than an hour after the guild implemented the new changes. At this point, the city even felt a little crowded. Chapter 1636, Zero Wing City's Rise. Chapter 1636, Zero Wing City's Rise. The rapid increase in Zero Wing City's player population had surprised Aqua Rose, who had assumed that it would decrease. Not only did the sudden addition of 1 million players bring in another 6,000 gold in entrance fees to Zero Wing City, but plenty of players also rushed to use the city's teleportation function. To save on teleportation fees, the various adventurer teams visiting Zero Wing City had also bought memberships for the teleportation services, each earning Zero Wing 20 magic crystals. In one short hour since the guild implemented the new changes to the city, over 4,000 players had bought a membership, bringing in over 80,000 magic crystals. There were even more players interested in teleporting to the Orc Empire. Due to the increased teleportation distance, non-members had to pay 30 silver for each maximum range teleportation. Even after deducting the teleportation cost, Zero Wings still earned 18 silver from each traveling player. During the past hour, over 6,000 non-members had teleported to the Orc Empire, handing over 1,000 gold to Zero Wing. Aqua Rose and Melancholic Smile were stupefied. Previously, Melancholic Smile had worried that they wouldn't be able to earn back the cost of the Mana Tower, but the city's teleportation function alone had raked in over 1,000 gold. The function alone made money faster than the candlelight trading firm as a whole, not to mention the amount of magic crystals the service raked in. Moreover, the number of players using the teleportation function and registering for membership continued to increase. Guild leader, where did you obtain this Mana Tower? It is simply amazing. Aqua Rose said excitedly. With its profit speed, we can easily cover our daily expenditures. We won't have anything to fear, even if we continue to duke it out with Heaven's Burial for another 2 weeks. She had agonized over Zero Wing's lack of funds. The increased bounty had skyrocketed the guild's daily expenditures, but now, she didn't need to worry about the issue. This is only the beginning. Later, I'll store the weapons and equipment I've recently acquired in the guild warehouse. Everyone can trade for the items. Since our guild members have suffered so greatly, give our members in Starmoon Kingdom some bonus GCPs. Normal members get 50 points, elite members get 200 points, and core members get 500 points, Shi Feng said, laughing. With the Mana Tower and the 4 Towers of Elements, Zero Wing City should have no problem reaching a player population of 5 million in the near future. At that time, the city should easily earn 30,000 gold off of entrance fees alone. Furthermore, there would be profit from the shop rentals, hotel fees, battle arena, and other revenue sources. Guild leader, won't it be a little much to give out so many GCPs at once? Aqua Rose could not help but gasp when Shi Feng told her to award so many GCPs to their guild members. Although the value of Zero Wing's GCPs had recently decreased, each point was still worth nearly 20 copper. Giving normal members 50 GCPs would be the equivalent of handing them 10 silver each. Elite members would receive 40 silver, and core members would receive 1 gold. Although this didn't seem like much, Zero Wing had a lot of members in Starmoon Kingdom. The total cost would easily reach more than 100,000 gold. Although players couldn't exchange these points for coins, there weren't many weapons and pieces of equipment in the guild warehouse available for purchase. It's fine. Our members have worked hard lately. Moreover, who says our guild doesn't have any weapons and equipment? Shi Feng said, chuckling. However, he did not bother to explain further. Instead, he sent Yu Zipping a message, instructing him and the others to deposit the weapons and equipment they had obtained during their visit to the Boneless Land into the guild warehouse after disconnecting the call with Aqua Rose. They had obtained over 6,000 level 55 plus pieces of equipment from all of the demonic creatures they had slain in the Boneless Land. Although the majority of the items were bronze rank, there were several hundred pieces of mysterious iron equipment and dozens of pieces of secret silver equipment. Meanwhile, Shi Feng's statement has confused Aqua Rose. She had no idea what Shi Feng planned to do about this situation. However, she followed his instructions and published the announcement on the guild's notice board. Very quickly, this announcement caused a commotion in the guild chat. Vice Guild Leader, is this true? The guild is actually awarding us so many GCPs? Doesn't the guild lack funds right now? If the guild gives us so many points, what will it do about coins? Many of the guild members were surprised by Shi Feng's generosity. Although each player only received a small reward, the total cost of giving all of them bonus GCPs, with how many members the guild had, would be massive. In reality, the guild didn't need to reward its members. Many were already satisfied with the benefits the new residents in Zero Wing City offered after the Mana Tower had been constructed. Now, due to the increased mana density in the city, members could accumulate 25% of the double EXP buff after resting for 20 hours in the guild hall, 35% if they rented a private room. Moreover, players would even accumulate the buff while they were offline. This sudden improvement had skyrocketed the guild members' morale. Their confidence in Zero Wing's future had not only returned, but increased. The biggest problem players faced in God's domain was leveling up. Unfortunately, the constant fighting with Heaven's Burial had severely affected Zero Wing members' leveling speeds. In fact, some members were losing levels faster than they could recover them. However, now that they could accumulate the double EXP buff so quickly, regaining their lost levels would be much easier. In contrast, Heaven's Burial's members didn't enjoy such a benefit. If this war continued, Zero Wing's members would definitely surpass Heaven's Burial's members in levels. No need to worry. This is a direct command from the guild leader. Moreover, the guild leader has said that since everyone is still willing to believe in Zero Wing will not mistreat any of you. Aqua Rose explained in the guild chat. Inwardly, though, she had no confidence in her words in the least. All hail the guild leader. All hail Zero Wing. Hearing Aqua Rose's words, Zero Wing's members cheered. After everyone received their bonus points, many players ran to the guild warehouse to purchase items. When they saw the available items, however, they were stupefied. All sorts of weapons and equipment had been put up for purchase in the guild warehouse. All of the items were at least level 55. There were even level 65 items available. There were easily over 6,000 items in total. Currently, even level 50 equipment was incredibly difficult to obtain, not to mention level 55 plus weapons and equipment. Although none of them could use these level 55 plus weapons and equipment at present, at the very least, they wouldn't have to worry about weapons or equipment once they reached level 55. This was especially true for the guild's normal and elite members. Level 50 plus equipment were extremely difficult to obtain, and being able to purchase a set of up-to-date bronze and mysterious iron equipment as soon as they reached the appropriate level would be a dream for these players. Meanwhile, news that Zero Wing was giving away a ton of bonus GCPs and had thousands of level 55 plus weapons and pieces of equipment spread to Starmoon Kingdom's various large guilds. The various guilds had assumed that Zero Wing had reached its limits and was close to crumbling. They had expected the guild to play such a hand so suddenly. There was also Zero Wing City's recent rise to fame. No matter how they looked at the situation, Zero Wing did not seem like a guild that was nearing its end. In fact, Zero Wing grew stronger by the minute. When Singular Burial received news of this, he was stupefied. Chapter 1637, Astronomical Auction. Chapter 1637, Astronomical Auction. Heaven's Burial wasn't the only guild caught off guard by Zero Wing's sudden transformation. All of the various large guilds were astonished. They hadn't realized that Zero Wing had such a solid foundation. This was especially true regarding the Mana Tower in Zero Wing City. The construction had skyrocketed the mana density in the city, making the already attractive city even more popular among players. Now, the various powers and players that had originally believed Zero Wing's downfall had been inevitable began to see a little hope for the guild. Who would have thought Zero Wing could still make such a move? Now, thanks to the Mana Tower, Zero Wing City's player population has gone through the ceiling. With this, the city's income will drastically increase. It seems that Heaven's Burial won't be able to wear Zero Wing down in a short amount of time. That's definitely true. Based on what I've heard, over 5,000 additional players have secured teleportation memberships in Zero Wing City since the guild implemented the new changes. Indeed, the number of orcs guarding the Orc Empire's borders continues to increase, and the borders are becoming even more difficult to cross. The distance is a huge problem as well. By teleporting straight into the Orc Empire's outer region from Zero Wing City, players can save over 10 hours of travel time. They won't have to worry about orc patrol squads ambushing them either. The only problem is the expensive teleportation fee. It's not affordable for ordinary players like us. When discussing Zero Wing City's enhanced teleportation function, whether they were members of the various major powers or independent players, they all wore hungry expressions. At this point, the Orc Empire had become a gathering point for multiple kingdoms and 2 empires. However, the journey there was still a problem that plagued all of the players who wanted to visit the Orc Empire. Unlike Heaven's Burial's members, who could teleport to Ancient Rock City directly, Other players had to travel for a minimum of 10 hours just to get from their respective countries to the Orc Empire's outer region. To make matters worse, they could only grind in the area for a limited time before they had to return to a city or town to rest due to the Empire's poor environment. Although there were guild towns and a guild city within the Orc Empire, these places had a limited number of hotels. There wasn't nearly enough accommodation for every player adventuring in the Orc Empire. This meant that the majority of the players visiting the Orc Empire were forced to return to their country's NPC cities to rest, spending another 10 or so hours to travel back to the Orc Empire. However, Zero Wing City had changed everything. Not only could players save precious time while traveling across the Orc Empire's borders, but they could also circle around the powerful Orc patrol squads and mutated orcs. Because of this, the number of players who gathered in Zero Wing City continued to increase. The only problem these players had to face was the money they'd have to spend to get to the Empire. There was also the matter of traveling to Zero Wing City. Although players could teleport to Zero Wing City via Evernight City, they still had to cross quite a distance to get from Starmoon City to Evernight City. Fortunately, this problem was practically negligible compared to the potential benefits of saving so much time during their travels. As a result, the various major powers and adventurer teams that hadn't initially been interested in Zero Wing's latest auction rushed to Stone Forest Town's Zero Wing auction house. Currently, despite there still being over an hour before the auction officially began, players already crowded into the spacious advanced auction house, many of which were members of the various large guilds. There were also plenty of well-known adventurer teams from the multiple kingdoms and 2 empires that neighbored the Orc Empire. Big Sis Aqua, more than 50,000 players have already arrived to participate in the auction. At this rate, we might even have 70,000 participants by the time the auction starts, Yaya said excitedly as she read the statistics report in her hands. Although Zero Wing was about to host its auction, not just anyone could take part. They had to fulfill certain conditions first. If one wished to enter the auction venue, they needed a minimum of 100 gold in their bags. If one wished to use the VIP rooms, then they had to have a minimum of 10,000 gold. The advanced auction house was even larger than the Candlelight trading firm in White River City. Not only could the largest auction hall house 100,000 people, but it also had 100 VIP rooms. Even so, all of the VIP rooms had been claimed. When Aqua Rose saw the statistics, she, too, was shocked. Even Super Guild's auctions had trouble attracting such a colossal crowd. Aqua Rose finally understood why Shifeng had said that this was only the beginning. With so many people contesting for Zero Wing City's private houses and shops, it would be strange if these properties did not fetch a high price. Following which, time passed quickly. Under Aqua Rose's guidance, Zero Wing's auction began smoothly. Although this was an impromptu auction, the available items were still of considerable quality, all of which were quite valuable to guilds and players. In fact, Zero Wing even intended to offer plenty of level 45 dark gold and level 50 secret silver equipment. Next up is our auction's first finale item, Zero Wing City's private houses. The first private house is located behind Zero Wing City's battle arena. The starting bid will be 1,500 gold, with each increment being no less than 50 gold. As Aqua Rose, the auction's host, finished speaking, the crowd stirred. The players in the VIP rooms, in particular, who had, thus far, shown no interest in the items for auction, stared longingly at the image on the large display above the stage. Crap. Zero Wing actually dares to ask for such a price. Even the private houses in major NPC cities don't cost 1,500 gold. Is Zero Wing that desperate for money? Many of the players present were shocked by the minimum bid Aqua Rose had stated. The private houses in NPC cities with player populations in the millions only sold for around 1,000 gold. A few of the private houses in strategic locations only sold for a little more than that. Meanwhile, players didn't have to worry about attacks or sieges in NPC cities, but it was a different story for a guild city. There was no telling when another major power would attempt to take the city for itself. Zero Wing was simply insane for trying to sell an unstable private house for such a high price. Honestly, even Aqua Rose considered the price somewhat high, but Shifeng had determined the minimum bid, 500 gold and not a coin lower. Hence, she had no choice but to go along with his wishes. However, after the auction's guests discussed the private houses in hushed tones, voices began to echo throughout the auction hall one after another as they began to place their bids. 1,600 gold. 1,700 gold. 1,800 gold. The rapidly increasing prices flabbergasted everyone. After a short moment, the price had risen to 2,200 gold. The bids only slowed after reaching this point. In the end, Remnant Cloud, the commander of the Fire Cloud Fox Adventurer team, won the first private house for 2,550 gold. Because of the winning bid, the spectating major powers envied Zero Wing. A single private house barely took up any of a city's land, yet Zero Wing had earned so much money from a single private house. At the same time, many of them pitted Remnant Cloud for his foolish decision. Although Zero Wing's situation had improved significantly, its chances of defeating Heaven's Burial were still slim. Purchasing a private house for so much money was foolish. However, as the various large guilds' upper echelons entertained such thoughts, the second private house sold for 2,700 gold. In total, Zero Wing had sold 15 private houses. Every one of them had sold, with the cheapest going for 2,450 gold and the most expensive earning 2,800 gold. The price could already rival that of high-potential lands in NPC cities. As for Zero Wing City shops, the minimum bid was a frightening 5,000 gold, with each increment being no less than 100 gold. In the end, of the 5 shops that had sold, the cheapest sold for 7,800 gold, while the most expensive one had gone for 8,500 gold. During this single auction, Zero Wing had gained a net profit of more than 120,000 gold. When Aqua Rose saw the final numbers, she even wondered if she were dreaming. Guild leader, with this much money, we can purchase a large amount of level 45 equipment and replenish our warehouse. We can definitely help our guild members recover their full strength. Aqua Rose's eyes glistened when she saw the profits the auction had raked in. It had been a long time since she had seen so much money. No. Set the guild warehouse's replenishment aside for now. First, prioritize the NPC shop's construction, Shifeng said, shaking his head. He had never intended to sell Zero Wing's precious lands just to help the guild's members recover their lost weapons and equipment. Although the guild members' items were quite important, they paled in comparison to the NPC merchants' shops. NPC shops were the lifeblood of a guild city. Only after gaining NPC shops could a guild city start its endless cycle of development. I understand. I'll get to it immediately. Hearing Shifeng's words, Aqua Rose recalled the NPC merchants that had visited Zero Wing City to discuss business. Due to the guild's lack of funds, they had delayed the NPC shop's construction, but now that the guild had money to spare, it was indeed time to address the issue. Chapter 1638, 3-Star NPC Shop. Chapter 1638, 3-Star NPC Shop. Star Moon Kingdom, Zero Wing City. Since there was no need for players to construct NPC shops personally, tall buildings began to rise in Zero Wing City as soon as Aqua Rose made the necessary payments. The shop's 2-star NPC merchants required usually only had 2 or 3 floors, costing between 500 and 1,000 gold to construct. As for the shops for the 2 3-star NPC merchants, one had 5 floors, while the other had 6 floors. Each had cost over 2,000 gold to construct. 15 minutes after Aqua Rose made the payments, the NPC shops were complete. The added buildings made Zero Wing City look far more prosperous. The 2 3-star NPC merchants' shops, which were both located in the heart of Zero Wing City, were particularly eye-catching. The architecture of these shops was even more gorgeous than the candlelight trading firm. One could tell that these 2 shops were extraordinary at a glance. Meanwhile, one of the shops functioned as a grocery store, while the other focused on magic. When did these two NPC shops get here? These buildings are so extravagant. Quick, let's go in and take a look. Many passers-by quickly took notice of the two NPC shops in Zero Wing City's central district, and they couldn't help but take a closer look. When these players entered the shops, they were stunned by what they saw. Each of the two shops offered all kinds of items, some of which couldn't even be found in Kingdom's capital cities. Moreover, many items, which they had never seen before, were on display in crystal cabinets. Isn't this a complete set of basic magic array scrolls? You can actually find something like this in a shop? Crap, this is a Tier 1 AoE attack magic scroll. Amazing! This is a bronze pickaxe. If I had, my mining efficiency would increase like crazy. What? This shop even has basic traps. Everyone's eyes nearly fell from their sockets when they saw the items on display in the dozens of crystal cabinets in the magic store's first-floor hall. Basic magic arrays were rare on the market, mostly because it was extremely difficult to collect a complete set. Normally, only the various large guilds were capable of collecting a complete set. To independent players and adventurer teams, basic magic arrays were treasures that they could only gaze at longingly. The Tier 1 magic scrolls were also extremely rare and could save players' lives during critical moments. The basic traps were also considerably effective against both players and monsters. Every one of these items was incredibly scarce on the market, yet they were actually for sale in these NPC shops. Moreover, the items' prices were slightly lower than market price. Quick, notify the commander. We must get this basic magic array no matter what. Hello, guild leader? I just found some bronze tools in a grocery store in Zero Wing City. For a time, the players visiting the 2 3-star NPC merchants' shops busily contacted their companions or superiors, reporting the shop's available items. What? Zero Wing City actually has such shops. I'll have someone bring the money immediately. Keep an eye on those items. The various major powers' upper echelons were wrought with desire over the new NPC shops in Zero Wing City. They promptly issued commands to acquire these items, no matter the cost. In less than 10 minutes, the two NPC shops were overcrowded with players, becoming even more popular than the candlelight trading firm. News of these NPC shops quickly spread throughout Starmoon Kingdom. Many players might not regard the double EXP buff as important or have any interest in the Orc Empire, but every player was interested in obtaining rare items. This was especially true for tools that could help players defeat powerful monsters, such as Tier 1 magic scrolls and basic magic arrays. Usually, only guilds had the opportunity to use such items. They couldn't simply be purchased with enough money. After acquiring these tools, players could take down powerful monsters they previously had to avoid. Guild leader, now that every NPC merchant has begun their shop's operation, shouldn't we purchase some of their products for ourselves? Although Aqua Rose had known about the NPC shop's products, she couldn't ignore the temptation now that they were available for purchase. Some of the rare items in these shops were even rare in capital cities' auction houses. If they purchased these items and sold them in Zero Wing's auction house, they'd make a huge profit. No need. Rather than trying to make a profit through resale, attracting more players to Zero Wing City is more important, Shi Feng said, chuckling. He could sympathize with Aqua Rose's desire, but doing so would be penny-wise and pound-foolish. NPC shops were a guild city's lifeblood because they sold rare items every day, which attracted a constant stream of players to the city, increasing its popularity. The increased popularity would then help boost the city's various revenue sources. The resulting additional entry fees alone would outstrip the profits they could earn from reselling the NPC shop's items. After giving the matter some thought, Aqua Rose saw the reasoning in Shi Feng's decision. Less than half an hour after the NPC shop's grand opening, they had attracted over 300,000 more players to Zero Wing City. That was more than 1,800 gold in entrance fees. As time passed, even more players would visit Zero Wing City, and at this rate, there was no need to resell items. Right? pull out some funds to purchase these materials. Buy as many of them as you can as long as the prices aren't more than 10% higher than market value. Once you have them, send all of the materials to me, Shi Feng instructed after examining the materials he had left to forge the magic light set. Although he had Melancholic Smile gradually collect the necessary materials, the cost was simply too high. Overall, Melancholic Smile had only managed to purchase around 100 sets of materials for him. Now that Zero Wing had funds to spare, he needed as many materials as possible. Alright, I'll send someone to purchase them immediately. When Aqua Rose saw the list of materials Shi Feng required, she was slightly astonished. However, now that Zero Wing City's income soared, she was confident in acquiring a large stock. Orc Empire, Ancient Rock City. The atmosphere in the guild leader's office in Heaven's Burial's residence was extraordinarily tense. What is going on with Zero Wing? Is some major corporation supporting it in secret? Singular Burial grumbled, greatly displeased with the latest status report on the rival guild. At the same time, he felt an immense pressure bear down on him. Not long ago, it had been obvious that Zero Wing was about to crumble. Yet it was now full of vim and vigor. In fact, the guild was doing so well that it had even awarded over 100,000 gold in bonus GCPs. The large number of NPC shops that had recently risen in Zero Wing City was even more impressive. Singular Burial couldn't help but wonder if Zero Wing were somehow growing richer as the guild fought Heaven's Burial. Guild leader, our people are keeping a constant eye on this matter, but we haven't discovered any major corporation supporting Zero Wing from the shadows. Blackwater has also confirmed this, Daybreak Fog said, shaking her head as she answered Singular Burial with absolute certainty. We are sure that Zero Wing's recent income stems from Zero Wing City. Zero Wing City? Singular Burial's expression darkened when he read the statistics report on the guild city. Although he hated to acknowledge it, Zero Wing City had far more potential than he had expected. He had never thought that a guild city could develop so quickly, nearly surpassing Ancient Rock City. This is interesting. It would seem that Zero Wing's foundations are much sturdier than we imagined, Lei Jingyang, who currently sat nearby, commented, laughing. However, this is all they can accomplish. Since they refuse to surrender, can we now take action? Indeed. Young Master Lei, you can use the evil demon army to obliterate Zero Wing. Singular Burial nodded. Sneering, he continued, it's about time we show them how frightening our evil demon army truly is. Chapter 1639, Start of the War. Chapter 1639, Start of the War. Star Moon Kingdom, White River City. Due to Zero Wing City's sudden rise in fame, many independent players from the neighboring kingdoms had gathered before Zero Wing's residence in White River City, hoping to join the guild. Although Zero Wing didn't fare so well against Heaven's Burial right now, it was only a matter of time before Zero Wing City surpassed Heaven's Burial's Ancient Rock City at the rate it was developing. Zero Wing City's teleportation function and numerous NPC shops were so attractive that even independent players and well-known adventurer teams considered settling down, long-term, in the city. Currently, many adventurer teams and guilds deeply regretted not participating in the auction for Zero Wing City's private houses. Some adventurer teams and guilds had even offered to purchase Zero Wing City's private houses for a much higher price. But unfortunately, no one was willing to hand over the private houses they had won in the auction. While Zero Wing gained more momentum, Shi Feng continued to forge magic light sets. The magic light set was a 6-piece, level 50 fine gold set equipment. Its forging procedures were extremely complex and difficult to accomplish. However, as Shi Feng completed more sets, he became increasingly familiar with the forging process. With the help of the purple thunder flame, he needed even less time to complete each set. Normally, a master forger would need nearly an hour to complete one attempt. Shi Feng, on the other hand, only needed around 40 minutes now. Moreover, his practical success rate had risen to 60%. He could successfully forge 6 sets out of 10 attempts. Due to Shi Feng's familiarity with the forging process, Most of the remaining 40% only had a few minor defects, coming out as either secret silver or mysterious iron rank. Only 10% of the failures were unusable. While the secret silver and mysterious iron sets were considered failures, the pieces were still valuable to level 50 expert players. Furthermore, the failures still retained their set effects, which made them half a rank stronger than ordinary equipment of the same rank. Since Shi Feng had no intention of keeping the magic light sets a secret, he dropped the failures in the guild warehouse and only kept the successful sets on him. As Shi Feng prepared for his 27th attempt, Aqua Rose contacted him. Guild leader, Heaven's Burial has made a move. Currently, Heaven's Burial's Lei Jingyang is leading a massive number of evil beasts and expert players to attack our members in the 4 high-resource maps. We're too outnumbered. We simply can't hold them back. We've already lost a lot of expert members. Although I've already ordered a temporary retreat, it seems that Heaven's Burial had prepared for that. Our members won't be able to get out easily, Aqua Rose anxiously reported as she sent Shi Feng a few videos. Each of the recordings displayed Heaven's Burial's expert teams leading 20 to 30 Lord-ranked and above evil demons. Although the evil demons did not have as much HP as evil beasts of the same rank, they possessed superior intellect. A single level 70 Lord-ranked evil demon was more than capable of cornering a 20-man team of ordinary experts, let alone 30 of them. Any of Zero Wing's 100-man expert teams would be basically annihilated if they came across these evil demons. Only 1,000-man teams might have some hope of resistance. At this point, only the 100-man teams under the Conqueror Party's leadership or those led by the guild's Tier 2 experts could defeat Heaven's Burial's expert teams. However, Heaven's Burial had sent over 5,000 evil demons to hunt down Zero Wing's members. The Conqueror Parties and Tier 2 experts weren't enough to keep the enemy teams in check. In the half an hour since the attacks had begun, Zero Wing had suffered over 5,000 casualties. Heaven's Burial really is cautious. Shi Feng could not help his frown. If Star Moon Kingdom's armies discovered the evil gods' temple's forces in their territory, they'd immediately move to destroy them. Due to the Orc Empire's invasion, Star Moon Kingdom's armies were spread across the kingdom. It'd be very easy to take advantage of the kingdom's power to deal with Heaven's Burial. However, Heaven's Burial had only sent their high-mobility evil demons to attack. Moreover, these evil demons had spread out. Even if the kingdom's armies reached them in time, they'd only be able to kill a few before the rest of the evil demons escaped. It was practically impossible to deal a heavy blow to this evil demon army. Moreover, the evil demon army was particularly skilled in guerrilla warfare. Players had no hope against them, let alone a single guild. This was also why the Evil God's Temple had very nearly wiped out an entire empire in Shi Feng's previous life. When Zero Wing had clashed with the evil demon and beast armies previously, the guild had held the terrain advantage. It had also had the help of defensive magic arrays, defense turrets, NPC guards and soldiers, and other such tools, but now, Zero Wing had none of that. As long as the evil demon army continued to hunt players in the fields, Zero Wing's members wouldn't be able to grind and level up. Ha! Boss Lei, these evil demons are amazing. Not even Zero Wing's expert teams can hold a candle to these monsters. A burly ranger exclaimed, laughing as he watched the evil demons crush a 100-man expert team from Zero Wing a short distance away. With just 40 evil demons, they had forced a Conqueror Party-led expert team to retreat. He had never thought the situation would be possible. Keep a close eye on them. Make sure none of them escape, Lei Jingyang said, laughing. He, on the other hand, wasn't surprised in the least. He had personally fought a great Lord-ranked evil demon before. Without a berserk skill, he was no match for the evil demon, barely able to defend himself. If a group of evil demons ganged up on him, even an expert of his caliber would quickly fall. Although Zero Wing had stood toe-to-toe with Heaven's Burial in this war of attrition thus far, the outcome had been determined long ago. Zero Wing never had a chance of victory. Meanwhile, news that Heaven's Burial had dispatched an evil demon army against Zero Wing quickly reached the major powers. Seeing the numerous evil demons spread across the high-resource maps Zero Wing's members occupied, even Super Guild's upper echelons couldn't help but frown. It seems that Heaven's Burial has gathered a powerful evil demon army. Even with Zero Wing City's rise in popularity, Zero Wing's legacy will soon end. Yuan Tianxin could not help his rueful sigh as he read the latest report on the war between Zero Wing and Heaven's Burial. According to the report, Heaven's Burial had dispatched 20 Grand Lord-ranked evil demons to Star Moon Kingdom. Every one of these Grand Lords was an absolute nightmare for players. The guild had also dispatched 500 Great Lords and thousands of Lord-ranked evil demons. This army would be invincible in the fields. Star Moon Kingdom's NPC armies were the only hope of exterminating these monsters now. Unfortunately, by the time the kingdom's armies arrived, the evil demons would have likely escaped. Had Zero Wing agreed to the secret pavilion's conditions, there might be a solution to this problem, but the guild had lost any possibility of escaping this predicament. As Zero Wing's members retreated from the various high-resource maps, Heaven's Burial published a post on Star Moon Kingdom's official forums. Zero Wing, do you dare face us in a final stand? This sentence instantly caused an uproar in Star Moon Kingdom. It seems that Zero Wing really isn't much after all. It's even afraid of putting up a good fight. Zero Wing members, do you guys dare to come out and fight? Or are you going to continue to hide in your city? Heaven's Burial's members clamored on the forums, provoking Zero Wing's members to a fight in the fields. Naturally, Zero Wing's members were incredibly frustrated. Although they wanted to fight, they'd be surrounded by evil demons if they ventured into the fields. If that happened, they'd never survive, yet if they didn't fight, everyone in the game would look down on them. Guild leader, many of our members are voicing their desire to face Heaven's Burial's members due to the recent announcement. But if we let them, Aqua Rose trailed off helplessly. Is there really no way to deal with those evil demons? She found Heaven's Burial's actions truly disgusting, but if they didn't find a solution quickly, not only would Zero Wing's reputation plummet, but the guild's morale would also crumble. Does Heaven's Burial really think that Zero Wing is some helpless sheep? Since they want to fight, I'll give them a fight. Shi Feng sneered. Chapter 1640. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Chapter 1640. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. We're going to fight them? Anticipation filled Aqua Rose when she heard Shi Feng's growl. Guild leader, do you really have a way to deal with those evil demons? She was very familiar with Zero Wing's foundations. With the guild's current combat power, they had no chance of victory against Heaven's Burial in the open fields. If they wanted to win, they needed some special strategy or a miracle. Nope, Shi Feng said, shaking his head. Then how are we supposed to fight Heaven's Burial? Shi Feng's simple response dumbfounded Aqua Rose. Who says we're going to fight them head-on? Shi Feng asked, revealing a faint smile. A guild war is a competition of wealth. If we cut off their income, how long do you think they'll last? Both guilds had already set bounties on each other's members and incurred massive expenditures each day because of it. If one side suddenly lacked the funds to pay for the massive number of bounty claims and couldn't compensate its guild members, that guild would crumble under the pressure. Cut off their income? Aqua Rose gave her guild leader a confused look. Heaven's Burial's financial ability was frightening. Not only was it backed by the Blackwater Corporation, but it could also lean on the Orc Empire's ancient rock city for funds. If it were possible to cut off these sources, Heaven's Burial would suffer a devastating blow to its finances. However, no matter how Aqua Rose considered the situation, she couldn't find a way to do so. Ancient Rock City was located in the Orc Empire's inner region. Not only was it protected by Heaven's Burial's members, but the guild also continued to strengthen the city's static defenses. Every one of God's domain's various superpowers eyed the city, hoping for a chance to capture it. The guild had also stationed NPC soldiers within the city walls. Although Ancient Rock City only had around 6,000 NPC soldiers, everyone was level 100. The majority of them was also Tier 1 soldiers, with a minority of Tier 2 NPCs and a few Tier 3 commanders. Level 100 was the second major turning point in God's domain. Had these NPCs been present when Heaven's Burial had tried to capture the city, it would have failed even if it had employed thousands of level 70 evil beasts. Unfortunately, cutting off the income from the Blackwater Corporation was even less possible. Blackwater had already taken control of the Iron Empire, and with Zero Wing's current strength, attacking the guild in its own empire would be suicidal. In any case, have someone send me 60,000 magic crystals. I intend to visit Ancient Rock City and try to cut off Heaven's Burial's income from it. Also, inform our guild members to stay indoors for now. If they have to level up, they can do so in the maps around Zero Wing City. Have Flying Shadow, Shadow Sword, and the others offer reinforcement if our members come under attack, Shi Feng instructed after nodding to Aqua Rose's question. None of the others had the power to deal with Ancient Rock City. Unfortunately for Heaven's Burial, he had obtained the Demon King's Horn, an epic consumable, during his trip to the World Summit. Even Zero Wing City's defensive magic array would shatter against a full-powered attack from a Tier 5 Demon King, not to mention Ancient Rock Cities. The Demon King's Horn's only flaw was its maddening requirement of magic crystals. Previously, Zero Wing hadn't even had 10,000 magic crystals in its warehouse, and Shi Feng couldn't have afforded to use the Demon King's Horn. But things had changed for the guild. Zero Wing City alone earned more than 100,000 magic crystals through its teleportation services and battle arena, and the number continued to climb by the minute. Hence, taking 60,000 magic crystals would not harm Zero Wing's daily operations too much. Since Heaven's Burial dared pull such a stunt, Shi Feng had to return the favor. As the saying went, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. When Aqua Rose heard that Shi Feng planned to head to Ancient Rock City by himself, she panicked. Hurriedly, she argued, "Guild leader, it is too dangerous for you to go alone. There are level 100 Tier 3 NPCs guarding Ancient Rock City. Heaven's Burial has long since set Zero Wing as an enemy. The moment you approach the city, the NPCs will annihilate you." Every NPC soldier in Ancient Rock City was more than capable of slaughtering current players. Going there alone was suicidal. "Relax. I know what I'm doing. If I really can't pull it off, I won't force the issue," Shi Feng said, chuckling. He did not bother to explain further. "Then you must be careful. I will have Yaya deliver the magic crystals right away," Aqua Rose repeatedly implored. Despite Shi Feng telling her to relax, she could not help but worry. Following which, Aqua Rose had Yaya deliver 60,000 magic crystals to White River City's candlelight trading firm while she dealt with the guild members, instructing everyone to avoid going out as much as possible. Once Shi Feng obtained the 60,000 magic crystals, he retrieved 2 Tier 3 defensive magic scrolls, which the guild's main force had acquired, from the guild warehouse before hurrying to Ancient Rock City. Orc Empire, Ancient Rock City. Due to the Primordial Divine Ruin's appearance, high-level quests and powerful bosses had begun to spawn around the ruin. Because of this, many players had gathered in the area to compete for these resources. This also increased Ancient Rock City's player population. Though, the population increase was not as dramatic as that of Zero Wing City. Some of the new arrivals to Ancient Rock City were in awe of the city's numerous large buildings. Ancient Rock City contained various hotels, smithies, bars, and restaurants, and the shortest of these buildings included 3 floors, while the tallest even had 6 or 7. Ancient Rock City's prosperity could already rival major NPC cities. Moreover, the city's defenses were incredibly powerful. The city already had 28 defense turrets and dozens of arrow towers. The center of the city even housed 3 basic mana pulse cannons, which Heaven's Burial had purchased from Blackwing City. Even if an orc army attempted to siege the city, no one would expect the city to fall for even a second. When the various superpowers saw the city, they were forced to abandon the idea of capturing it. Ancient Rock City is truly an impenetrable fortress. With this city, it is only a matter of time before Heaven's Burial becomes a super first-rate guild. That's right. With the constant supply of funds from Ancient Rock City and the support from major corporations, many experts will likely attempt to join the guild. All Heaven's Burial needs now is time to develop. I know, right? I've heard that the evil demon army attacking Zero Wing right now also belongs to Heaven's Burial. You guys should see how powerful those evil demons are for yourselves. Ordinary experts are nothing before those Lord-ranked evil demons. Just one of them can easily wipe out a 20-man expert team, and the great Lord-ranked evil demons' combat standards can even rival ordinary experts. Even the various superpowers are afraid of Heaven's Burial now. If not for the other kingdoms and empires hunting down the evil demons, Zero Wing would have been annihilated already. Zero Wing sure is unlucky to have Heaven's Burial as an enemy. With this evil demon army against them, Zero Wing is finished. Although Zero Wing is not a weak guild by any means, it has crap luck to have crossed Heaven's Burial. I've heard that Heaven's Burial plans to recruit more members soon. Why don't we join Heaven's Burial after our meal? If we're late, it might become even more difficult to join the guild later. I guess you're right. Count me in. As the players in Ancient Rock City discussed Heaven's Burial, many expressed their admiration and envy. Heaven's Burial had both money and strength. It was only a matter of time before it took control of the several kingdoms neighboring the Orc Empire. Not even super guilds could stop the guild's growth now. Meanwhile, in Heaven's Burial's residence in Ancient Rock City, Singular Burial wore a delighted expression as he sat in his office. When he read the latest report, an indescribable joy filled his heart. So what if your city earns a lot of money, Black Flame? In the face of absolute power, what can you possibly do? Singular Burial laughed maniacally. After a series of battles, Heaven's Burial had killed over 15,000 Zero Wing members. Although most of them were normal members, it had been a significant blow to Zero Wing. At the moment, Zero Wing's members hid in towns and cities, most not daring to leave the safety to grind. Heaven's Burial immediately sent a team to kill any that did the moment they were discovered. Although some players had snuck past Heaven's Burial, they couldn't affect the overall situation. If this persisted, it wouldn't be long before Zero Wing's members began to withdraw from the guild. Once that happened, Zero Wing would truly be finished. As Singular Burial prepared to meet with his guild's upper echelons to discuss their next moves, Shifeng secretly snuck across Ancient Rock City's walls. Although Heaven's Burial had already set Zero Wing's members as enemies, Shifeng had the Nightwalker's cape equipped. If he wished to escape detection, not even Tier 3 NPCs would find him. The only problem was that he still wasn't allowed to enter the city. Fortunately, he didn't need to. As expected of one of the Orc Empire's cities. It's certainly more prosperous than Zero Wing City, Shifeng muttered to himself, smiling as he observed Ancient Rock City through its gates. It seems that Heaven's Burial has improved the city's defenses quite a bit. I wonder if it can withstand a Tier 5 large-scale destruction spell? As Shifeng muttered, he activated Gale Domain and flew above Ancient Rock City. Chapter 1641, Demon King's Descent. Chapter 1641, Demon King's Descent. 20-meter-tall walls surrounded Ancient Rock City, strengthened by magic runes. Even powerful players would not be able to scale these walls. Furthermore, a defensive magic array protected Ancient Rock City, so even if players managed to climb the walls, the magic array would stop them in their tracks. Normally, players could only enter Ancient Rock City through its main entrance. If players with nefarious intentions couldn't even break past these two defenses, they'd have no hope of getting past the NPCs patrolling the city, and their attempts would be for naught. Due to the Orc Empire's unique environment, players consumed stamina and concentration more quickly in the area. The only way they could recover their lost stamina and concentration was to enter a magic array-enclosed town or city. Currently, a long line of players waited patiently outside of Ancient Rock City's main entrance. They would only be permitted entry after they had been inspected by the city's NPC soldiers. This inspection is really annoying. Heaven's Burial actually refuses to let cloaked players into the city and is adamant that we reveal our identities. They're likely afraid of players from enemy factions sneaking into the city. There are so many superpowers keeping an eye on Ancient Rock City, and if they decided to take action within the city's walls, Heaven's Burial's losses will be no laughing matter. They're overly worried. Causing trouble in Ancient Rock City is easier said than done. Plenty of NPC soldiers and players constantly patrol the city. If anyone does anything odd, they'll likely die before they can do any actual damage. Indeed, Heaven's Burial is just being too careful. With such powerful defenses, not even the super guilds can do anything to the city. As the players in line discussed Ancient Rock City's strict security, they all agreed that Heaven's Burial was being too sensitive. Ancient Rock City wasn't even under players' full control, and as a result, formidable NPCs guarded the city. Even if players wanted to attack the city, there was nothing they could do at this stage of the game. Guys, look, someone's up there. Crap, who is that? He's actually flying. What's he trying to do? He isn't trying to attack the city, is he? Attack the city? Are you kidding me? Ancient Rock City's defensive magic array isn't just for show. Current players can't go up against it. He must be trying to get a better look at the city's situation. Who is that guy? He sure has guts. Isn't he afraid that Heaven's Burial will try to kill him? When the crowd queued up to enter Ancient Rock City saw the figure in the sky, they couldn't help their growing curiosity. The players outside of Ancient Rock City weren't the only ones to notice Shurfong. The players within the city's walls noticed him as well, and his appearance instantly caused a commotion. Meanwhile, in Heaven's Burial's residence, guild leader, someone has suddenly appeared above the city. By the looks of it, he seems to be a player, a level 49 ranger announced after entering the guild leader's office. Should we send the patrol squads to eliminate him? Normally, they didn't bother with players as long as they didn't try to cause any trouble. However, this unknown player dared to look down on Ancient Rock City from above. This was a blatant insult to Heaven's Burial. If they did not teach this player a lesson, it could impact the guild's prestige. Someone's looking down on the city from above? The Rangers report surprised Singular Burial slightly. Do you know who it is? This was the first time they had encountered such an arrogant player since Heaven's Burial had taken control of Ancient Rock City. We've tried to investigate, but he's wearing a black cloak, so we can't see the player's identity, the ranger said, shaking his head. Interesting. This person must be tired of life to act so wildly in Heaven's Burial's territory. Although I don't know what they intend to do, I don't want to see them leave this place alive. Notify our subordinates immediately and have them display the guild's strength, Singular Burial said, sneering as he looked at the cloaked image of Shurfong. Understood. The ranger left to notify the NPC and player patrol squads to take action. Normally, NPC soldiers wouldn't take long to deal with an intruder when an enemy appeared in a city, but since this mysterious individual had hidden his identity and hadn't done anything just yet, they'd only be prevented from entering Ancient Rock City. The NPCs would not attempt to remove the player. However, these NPCs would launch an attack if they received a direct command. Current players were little more than flies to level 100 NPCs. Shortly after Singular Burial issued the command, the NPCs on the city walls set their sights on Shurfong as he hovered above the city. One of the Tier 3 commanders immediately launched a Tier 3 spell, while the Tier 1 soldiers beside him pulled out their bows and fired at Shurfong. It seems that Heaven's Burial is really angry. They actually commanded the NPCs to attack. That person is in for a beating. I know, right? It really makes you wonder what is going through that person's mind. Does he really think Ancient Rock City's NPC soldiers there for decoration? As everyone watched the Tier 3 spell and hundreds of arrows soar towards the hovering intruder, Shurfong finished his preparations. He then unfurled the Tier 3 defensive scroll in his hands and activated it. Immediately, dark blue streams of air danced around Shifeng, encasing him. Not only did the air streams strike the incoming arrows down, but they also blocked the Tier 3 spell. In the end, Shifeng emerged from the volley unscathed. What? He's still alive. Everyone was stunned when they saw Shifeng unharmed. Against a level 100, Tier 3 NPC's Tier 3 spell, even a player of the same rank and level would take significant damage. The other NPCs had also fired hundreds of arrows at Shifeng. Yet, despite such a domineering assault, Shifeng hadn't taken any damage. Contrary to expectations, Shifeng didn't try to escape after the NPC's first volley ended. Rather, he pulled an item from his bag. The instant he revealed this item, the surrounding mana surged towards Shifeng. As he began to chant an incantation, the mana around him concentrated into liquid. In seconds, a pitch-black magic array, covering a 2,000-yard radius, appeared above ancient Rock City. The phantom of a demon king then appeared beneath the magic array, radiating a terrifying aura that every player in ancient Rock City could feel. What a powerful spell! What is that person trying to do? He couldn't really be trying to siege the city, right? This is insane. That person is definitely crazy. This is ancient Rock City we're talking about. What can one player like him possibly do to the city's defensive magic array? Ancient Rock City's players didn't panic in the least as they watched the pitch-black magic array above the city. Rather, they were confused. If this player had used this spell to attack within the city, it would decimate ancient Rock City, but since it was outside of the city's defenses, it couldn't damage the city in the slightest. At most, it would expend some of the defensive magic array's energy. As everyone questioned Shifeng's sanity, the black magic array in the sky completed its formation. At the same time, the Demon King released a furious bellow and summoned numerous flaming meteors, raining them down on ancient Rock City. Tier 5 spell, Hell Meteor. The instant the hill-sized meteors met the city's defensive magic array, a deafening boom echoed throughout the city. As one meteor after another crashed down, cracks began to snake across the magic barrier around ancient Rock City. As the cracks continuously spread, the defensive magic array protecting the city eventually shattered and disappeared. Chapter 1642, Shocking All Sides. Chapter 1642, Shocking All Sides. As the players within the city watched the defensive magic array around ancient Rock City transform into particles of light and disappear, their expressions froze. How is this possible? What's going on here? Ancient Rock City's defensive magic array was destroyed. For a time, everyone struggled to process and accept the fact that the defensive magic array had actually broken. Although they were not particularly familiar with the strength of a city's defensive magic array, they knew that normal spells would be utterly useless against it. Even Tier 4 spells would barely have an effect. When Heaven's Burial had tried to capture ancient Rock City, the guild had spent many hours bombarding the city's defensive magic array. It had even employed Tier 4 mythic-ranked evil beasts to assault the barrier. Yet this same, peerless magic array had crumbled under a single attack. It felt like some kind of joke. What did that person do? Is he some kind of high-tiered NPC? Curiosity filled ancient Rock City's players as they watched Shifeng's cloaked figure. Meanwhile, the eyes of the various players from visiting superpowers within the city glowed as they watched the defensive magic array fall. A chance. This is our change. Quick, notify the guild leader. Thus far, the superpowers hadn't given up on securing ancient Rock City for themselves. Its daily income was so astronomical that not even super guilds could ignore the temptation. However, nobody had been able to do anything against the city. Its defenses were simply too powerful. Aside from the city's level 100 NPCs, the city's defensive magic array was impossible for these superpowers to overcome. They'd also have to contend with the defensive magic array protecting the city lord's mansion. Now, however, ancient Rock City's defensive magic array was gone. City's defensive magic arrays weren't like the defensive arrays players could summon with magic array scrolls. Once shattered, the protective barrier would need a long time to reform. Depending on the mana supply, forming another magic array could take anywhere from 24 to 48 hours. During this time, Ancient Rock City would be without the protection of a defensive magic array. Aside from the city's defensive structures, the various superpowers only had to overcome the NPCs defending the city. It was entirely possible to steal Ancient Rock City out from under Heaven's Burial. The various superpowers members who rested in Ancient Rock City immediately contacted their supervisors to report the city's situation. In almost no time, everyone had heard the news of Ancient Rock City's defensive magic array shattering, causing quite a commotion among the various major powers in the Orc Empire. What? Someone has broken Ancient Rock City's defensive magic array? How did they do it? Hurry up and look into it. We must know that person's identity. This is a good opportunity. Heaven's Burial has been relying on Ancient Rock City to suppress us in the Orc Empire. Now that the city has lost its defensive magic array, we definitely have a chance of taking Heaven's Burial's place. Mobilize all of our members in the Orc Empire and tell them to gather in Ancient Rock City. Call in all of our elite members grinding elsewhere, too. We can't let the other guilds get ahead of us. For a time, the various superpowers developing in the Orc Empire began to gather their forces in Ancient Rock City. 24 hours was more than enough for their forces to make it to Ancient Rock City. Without the defensive magic array in their path, they just needed to distract the NPC soldiers and destroy the City Lord's tablet, which was inside the City Lord's mansion. Once that was complete, the city would become ownerless, and a city order would appear. If they could get their hands on that city order, they would claim Ancient Rock City for themselves. Meanwhile, silence dominated the guild leader's office in Heaven's Burial's residence. When Singular Burial had initially looked out his office window and noticed the absence of the city's defensive magic array, he had been stunned for a long moment. Once he recovered from the shock, his expression turned somber as he radiated a chilling aura that even decreased the room's temperature. Everyone in the room shuddered as this aura overwhelmed them. Kill him. I don't care who he is. I want him dead. The Singular Burial bellowed as he glared at Shifeng's figure hovering over the city. Ancient Rock City was Heaven's Burial's foundation. The guild had sacrificed too much to obtain it. Now that the city's defensive magic array had fallen, the various superpowers, which had eyed Ancient Rock City for a while, wouldn't miss this opportunity. They would launch fervent assaults against the city, and although Singular Burial was confident that his guild could repel these usurpers, Heaven's Burial would suffer immeasurable losses in the upcoming battle. It might even cripple the guild's development. Understood. Finally, everyone reacted and rushed out of the office. At first, they had assumed that they were dealing with some insignificant lunatic, but that lunatic had actually shattered Ancient Rock City's defensive magic array and threatened Heaven's Burial's foundation. After Singular Burial issued the command, every NPC in Ancient Rock City dashed towards Shifeng, hurling all kinds of ranged attacks. At the same time, the city's defense turrets and arrow towers began to bombard the flying swordsmen. But despite such powerful attacks flying at him from different directions, Shifeng didn't try to evade them. Instead, he flew straight towards the City Lord's mansion. With Gale Domain active, Shifeng's movement speed was ridiculously high, and as a result, very few attacks managed to reach him. When an attack did reach him, the streams of dark blue air revolving around Shifeng struck it down before it could deal any real damage. What's that person trying to do? Is he not going to flee? He seems to be heading towards the City Lord's mansion. He couldn't be. When the city's players realized where Shifeng was heading, they considered a possibility. Although they thought that the chance of such an occurrence was minuscule and the action was utterly suicidal, they couldn't help but shudder at the thought. Sieging the City Lord's mansion. No matter how they thought about it, no single player could achieve this feat. The City Lord's mansion had its own defensive magic array. Only, it didn't require as much energy as the barrier that protected the entire city. Even so, Tier 3 or 4 attacks couldn't easily bring it down. Could he be capable of using that spell again? Everyone gulped in trepidation at the thought. The spell Shifeng had used was absurdly powerful. The fact that he had already used it once was impressive enough. It would simply be unfair if he could use it again. No, he definitely can't use that kind of spell a second time. He must be bluffing. Singular Burial's eyes were bloodshot as he watched Shifeng soar closer to the City Lord's mansion, refusing to believe that such a thing was possible. It wasn't long before Shifeng stopped above the City Lord's mansion. With his lips curing into a smile, he raised the Demon King's horn once more and sacrificed another 30,000 magic crystals to the item. Suddenly, the same gigantic, pitch-black magic array appeared enveloped the City Lord's mansion. A Demon King's phantom then materialized beneath the array. No, this is impossible. Madness struck Singular Burial as he watched the Demon King cast Hell Meteor again. Quick, kill him. Don't let him finish the spell. At this point, everyone from Heaven's Burial realized the severity of their situation. Without hesitation, they tried to tear Shifeng from the sky with Tier 3 magic scrolls. Some even used Tier 4 magic scrolls, hoping to kill this intruder as quickly as possible. It's too late. Shifeng smiled at the defensive magic array around the City Lord's mansion. Lightly, he swung the Demon King's horn down, gesturing at the mansion. Chapter 1643, Destroying a City Alone. Chapter 1643, Destroying a City Alone. As Shifeng swung down the Demon King's horn from his position above Ancient Rock City's City Lord's mansion, the pitch-black magic array looming over the building released a blinding light. In response, hill-sized meteors began to emerge from the array and rain down on the City Lord's mansion. Unlike the previous attack, the players outside of the mansion weren't protected by a magic array. They could clearly feel the heat waves from the blazing meteors. One meteor after another crashed into the defensive magic array protecting the City Lord's mansion, causing the barrier to crack. Although the array had a constant supply of energy, its recovery rate couldn't keep up with the damage it received. As a result, more cracks began to spread across the barrier. The defensive magic array around the City Lord's mansion is slightly stronger than the one that protected the city. It's definitely going to endure the attack. Singular Burial silently prayed as he watched the powerful bombardment. The City Lord's mansion was the heart of the city. Hence, the defensive magic array constructed to protect it was even stronger than the one that had protected the city. This was also why he was so confident that Ancient Rock City would never fall into the various superpowers' hands. But as hope rekindled in Singular Burial's heart, reality gave him a tight slap to the face. Under Hell Meteor's continuous bombardment, the defensive magic array around the City Lord's mansion eventually collapsed, and the semi-translucent barrier shattered like a mirror. Is this a joke? Who is that guy? He actually destroyed 2 defensive magic arrays in a row. How is this possible? That's the City Lord's mansion's defensive magic array that we're talking about. Even several mythic monsters would need to attack it for a long time to destroy it. What kind of spell did he just use? The crowd in Ancient Rock City was stupefied as they watched the spectacle before them. Even Heaven's Burial's members had forgotten to attack the intruder as they stared at the now unprotected City Lord's mansion with dumbfounded expressions. Nobody could believe their eyes. Not even the City Lord's mansion's defensive magic array could stop Shifeng's attack. What these players didn't know was that the attack Shifeng had executed with the Demon King's horn contained a Demon King's full power. The attack ranked at the peak of Tier 5. A normal city's defensive magic array would have no trouble blocking Tier 3 attacks. It could even withstand Tier 4 attacks, which would only exhaust a, albeit considerable, portion of the array's energy reserves. However, the Demon King's horn's attack far exceeded the threshold of any city's defensive magic array. The item could even break through Zero Wing City's defensive magic array, which had a special power source. Once an attack exceeded a defensive magic array's threshold, its energy depletion would increase by multiple times. It wouldn't be unusual if the array stopped functioning entirely. This was also why the various guilds had held massive celebrations whenever they gained a Tier 5 player in Shifeng's previous life. Tier 5 players weren't just capable of defending a city by themselves, they could also shatter an ordinary city's defensive magic array without help, making it far easier for their guild to capture a city. Even after the defensive magic array around the City Lord's mansion fell, Hell Meteor's duration hadn't ended. The brilliant meteors bombarded the mansion itself, and although the building had been reinforced with divine runes, it was no match for the incredible attack. In just a few short seconds, the City Lord's mansion was in shambles. As expected of a Tier 5 peak existence's large-scale destruction spell. Its power really is amazing. Shifeng was astonished as he stared at the tattered City Lord's mansion. He had thought that the Demon King's horn would only be able to break through the defensive magic array, but looking at it now, it would seem that he had still underestimated the item's power. Unfortunately, he could only use the Demon King's horn twice. Once the attack ended, the Demon King's horn gradually disintegrated, becoming no more than dust particles before it disappeared. He must die. I want him removed from God's domain entirely. Singular Burial glared at Shifeng with bloodshot eyes. If the man stood before him now, Singular Burial would eat Shifeng alive. Heaven's Burial could have relied on the City Lord's mansion's defensive magic array to withstand the various superpowers' assaults, but now that that array had shattered, Ancient Rock City had lost its last line of defense. Now, however, with said magic array shattered, this meant that Ancient Rock City's last line of defense had also disappeared. As Singular Burial barked out commands like a madman, Daybreak Fog and Heaven's Burial's other members worked with the NPC soldiers to eliminate Shifeng. In truth, though, they knew that their actions were futile. Even if they killed Shifeng, Ancient Rock City's 2 defensive magic arrays were gone, and they would need a long time to recover. Meanwhile, facing attacks from all sides, Shifeng unhurriedly retrieved a Tier 3 defensive magic scroll and activated it, blocking every incoming attack. Damn it! Just who the hell is he? What kind of feud does he have with our guild? Find out. Use whatever means it takes to discover that person's identity. Seeing that Shifeng was unfazed despite so many players' attacks, both Heaven's Burial's members and the players from the various superpowers wondered about the man's identity. Even super guilds were helpless against Ancient Rock City, yet Shifeng had destroyed 2 of the city's defensive magic arrays by himself. It was utterly unbelievable, but with the facts before them, they had no choice but to admit it had happened. As players ran off to investigate this flying intruder, Shifeng took the initiative to remove his black cloak, revealing his black flame appearance. Heaven's Burial! Didn't you guys ask for a fight? I'm here! Shifeng shouted as he looked down on Heaven's Burial's members. The moment Shifeng revealed his identity, a moment of silence descended on the city. What? It's Black Flame? Impossible! Black Flame actually came to Ancient Rock City. And he destroyed 2 of the city's defensive magic arrays. Amazing! Truly amazing! The players in Ancient Rock City were thunderstruck when they learned Shifeng's identity. They had never thought that Zero Wing's Black Flame would actually accomplish such an unbelievable feat. Black Flame? He's actually Black Flame? How is that possible? Singular Burial was dazed when he saw Shifeng, struggling to think properly. When he had sent the evil demon army after Zero Wing, he had taken into account that the enemy guild might launch some kind of counterattack, but he had never imagined that Zero Wing's guild leader would be so bold as to attack Heaven's Burial's headquarters by himself. Meanwhile, Daybreak Fog, who commanded the battle outside the City Lord's mansion, took a deep breath and ordered, "Kill him. We outnumber him. We cannot let Black Flame enter the City Lord's mansion." The guild's members only reacted and remembered to attack Shifeng after they heard Daybreak Fog's voice ring out. Now that the City Lord's mansion had lost its defensive magic array, there was nothing to protect the City Lord's tablet. If they allowed Shifeng to destroy the tablet and obtain the city order that would then appear, Heaven's Burial would suffer unimaginable consequences. There was no way that Shifeng, who hovered above them all, would emerge unscathed with so many attacks from both players and NPCs. However, Shifeng had no intention of entering the City Lord's mansion. Instead, he swiped his right hand across the empty air before him. In response, a spatial tear appeared in front of him, blocking the incoming attacks. Before every player's eyes in Ancient Rock City, Shifeng entered the spatial tear and vanished. Chapter 1644, Reversal. He's gone. He must have teleported. Amazing! He's too strong. So, that was the Sword King? Everyone was dumbfounded yet again as they watched the tear in space gradually mend. Shifeng had certainly given them a shocking show. First, he had attacked Heaven's Burial's main headquarters by himself and destroyed 2 of Ancient Rock City's defensive magic arrays. Then, despite the fact that he had been surrounded by Heaven's Burial's members and Ancient Rock City's NPC soldiers, he had left without taking a single point of damage. Meanwhile, Heaven's Burial's members had been utterly powerless during all of this. They had only been able to watch as it had all happened. Not even super guilds could impact Ancient Rock City, yet Zero Wing's Black Flame had flipped the city upside down on his own. The man's capabilities were simply terrifying. Damn it! He escaped. Broken Flow ground his teeth in frustration as he watched Shifeng disappear. Shifeng had safely left Ancient Rock City as everyone had watched. If news of this spread, Heaven's Burial's reputation would be in ruins. Black Flame. Daybreak Fog's expression darkened. She had thought that Zero Wing had run out of options and was on the path to destruction. She had never thought that the guild would actually make such a move. Compared to what Shifeng had just achieved, Heaven's Burial's recent success in killing over 15,000 Zero Wing members wasn't even worth mentioning. Now that both of Ancient Rock City's defensive magic arrays had been destroyed, the various superpowers would attack the city with renewed fervor. Meanwhile, Singular Burial seethed with rage in Heaven's Burial's residence. His eyes were bloodshot as he continuously smashed the desk before him to pieces. Black Flame will never. Singular Burial bellowed from within his office, and everyone in the guild residence could hear his declaration. He had lost too much this time. Without the 2 defensive magic arrays, the various superpowers' armies could charge into Ancient Rock City without trouble. Ancient Rock City had just begun to take shape. The guild hadn't even fully fortified the city yet. If the various superpowers attacked now, the city would sustain heavy damages and would be out of commission for some time even if Heaven's Burial managed to hold on to it. Guild leader, what should we do now? Daybreak Fog asked Singular Burial through a private call. Recall everyone. Notify young Master Lei and the others and have them return to help defend the city. We cannot allow the other superpowers to get anywhere near the City Lord's mansion. Singular Burial instructed once he had calmed slightly. Although he wanted nothing more than to hunt Shifeng down and decimate Zero Wing City, fending off the superpowers' armies was far more important right now. Zero Wing, just you wait. Sooner or later, I will have my revenge. After Singular Burial finished issuing his commands, he took another look at the video before him. It replayed Shifeng's reign of destruction as he eliminated the defensive magic array around the City Lord's mansion. Shifeng's latest actions had caused Heaven's Burial plenty of trouble. It would also delay Zero Wing's destruction by quite a while. However, it didn't change Heaven's Burial's overwhelming advantage over Zero Wing. After Shifeng had destroyed the 2 defensive magic arrays in Ancient Rock City, news of his feat quickly spread throughout the several kingdoms and 2 empires neighboring the Orc Empire. Amazing! He actually made such a mess of Ancient Rock City by himself. Galaxy Past could not help but laugh when he read the urgent report his subordinate had sent. The various superpowers' armies will have a greater chance of securing the city now. So, this is the rumored Sword King? He really is something, Cuttlefish from the Crimson Emperor Guild muttered, chuckling as he watched the battle video. This has definitely created an opportunity for Crimson Emperor. Meanwhile, in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's residence on Thunder Island, Blue Phoenix, who wore a set of elegant, dark purple mage robes, burst into the guild leader's office, wearing an excited expression. Big Sis Rain, big news? Black Flame has single-handedly destroyed Heaven's Burial's ancient rock city. Heaven's Burial is in turmoil, Blue Phoenix reported as she grinned at the beauty in a black, silken dress, who currently sat behind an office table as she shifted through paperwork. How is that possible? Ancient Rock City's defensive magic array can easily withstand Tier 4 attacks. Phoenix Rain paused, looking up from her work to give Blue Phoenix a skeptical look. It's true. Black Flame used some kind of tool to destroy Ancient Rock City's defensive magic arrays in a single hit, Blue Phoenix said. She then sent Phoenix Rain a battle video. In the video, Shifeng attacked Ancient Rock City's defensive magic array, casting Hell Meteor repeatedly and shattering both defensive magic arrays in minutes. Just how many secrets does Zero Wing have? Phoenix Rain's eyes widened in shock as she watched Shifeng use the same devastating attack twice in a row. With such a powerful attack and Shifeng's ability to move about freely, no guild town or city could hope to stop him. Even super guilds would fear the swordsman. However, what Phoenix Rain didn't know was that Shifeng could only use the Demon King's horn twice. Once he expended those uses, it would disappear. He'd have to rely on his luck to obtain another such item. After all, tools that allowed players to cast Tier 5 spells were as rare as a phoenix's feather in God's domain. Elsewhere, Shifeng arrived in a deserted mountain range after using space movement. He then took out a return scroll and teleported back to White River City. As he strolled down the city streets, he could hear countless players discussing Ancient Rock City. Because of the latest events, Zero Wing's reputation had reached an all-time high. It seems my plan has been quite effective. Seeing that Zero Wing's reputation had soared among the masses, Shifeng was considerably satisfied with his latest operation. Although he had exhausted the Demon King's horn and spent 60,000 magic crystals, he had put Heaven's Burial at risk. Even if the guild defended their hold on Ancient Rock City, it wouldn't see any more of the city's profits for some time. To make matters worse, both Heaven's Burial and Zero Wing still incurred massive expenditures every day due to the ongoing war. If Heaven's Burial wasn't careful, the guild might disintegrate in the next few days. As Shifeng was about to return to the candlelight trading firm to resume forging magic light sets, Aqua Rose contacted him. "Guild leader, you're too ruthless," Aqua Rose said, clearly excited as she addressed Shifeng. Heaven's Burial is definitely in trouble. According to our latest reports, over 10 superpowers are marching their armies towards Ancient Rock City as we speak. They have a combined force of around 700,000 elite players. Heaven's Burial is going to have its hands full trying to defend Ancient Rock City, let alone deal with us. Heaven's Burial isn't our only enemy. We still have to worry about the Blackwater Corporation. Have we seen any movement from Blackwater recently? Shifeng asked. Nodding her agreement with Shifeng's statement, Aqua Rose calmed herself and answered, "It seems that Blackwater has turned its focus to raiding the Primordial Divine Ruin. It has even reduced the number of experts hunting our members to send more players to explore the ruin." The Primordial Divine Ruin? Shifeng fell into deep thought for a moment. The Primordial Divine Ruin was an excellent location to obtain combat techniques native to God's domain. If one collected enough of them, the result from learning them all could even rival the advanced combat rooms in Stone Forest Town's battle arena. While Shifeng considered the situation, the sound of a system notification attracted his attention. System announcement. Someone has successfully triggered the new expansion pack, Primordial Trial. The Primordial Divine Ruin within the Orc Empire will undergo further activation. In 10 hours, the Primordial City's gates will open on the Primordial Divine Ruin's 5th floor. Please prepare. Chapter 1645, Primordial City. Chapter 1645, Primordial City. Shi Feng wasn't the only player to receive the system notification. Players in the Orc Empire and those in the neighboring kingdoms and empires were also notified. A new expansion pack. Someone triggered an expansion pack related to the Primordial Divine Ruin? How lucky! What's going on? What's this Primordial City? The system notification stirred players in the various kingdoms and empires into an uproar. Although the new expansion pack this time did not require players to log off, every new expansion pack meant new opportunities. Every time a new expansion pack launched, the status quo in God's domain would change. Some guilds and players would rise, while others would fall. Meanwhile, this expansion pack was connected to the highly popular Primordial Divine Ruin, which even the various superpowers struggled to monopolize. It was clear that this expansion pack would be extraordinary. If one took advantage of this expansion pack properly, they could even experience a meteoric rise, becoming famous throughout God's domain. After all, the same thing had already happened multiple times thus far. Everyone immediately looked into this primordial city the system announcement had mentioned. As soon as they had, though, they were stunned by what they had found. According to God's domain's historical records, Primordial City had been a legendary city before the Great Destruction. Nobody knew exactly what kind of place this city was. They only knew that players had to travel through a specific teleportation gate to reach the Primordial City. This teleportation gate could be found throughout the continent of God's domain. According to the legends, the Primordial City was even grander than Blackwing City. In fact, it offered even more benefits than the Holy City of Titan. Countless opportunities awaited players, including hidden classes and combination skills that had been lost in time. After learning more about Primordial City, the potential benefits tempted many top adventurer teams. They began to partner with other teams to explore the Primordial Divine Ruin. Since the various large guilds had monopolized the ruin since it had appeared, adventurer teams and independent players hadn't dared to consider exploring it. The risks far outweighed the gains. Although it was possible to obtain combat techniques within the Primordial Divine Ruin, doing so was incredibly difficult. At the very least, no lone adventurer team had any hope of survival in the ruin. It would need the strength of multiple adventurer teams. Unfortunately, even if multiple teams worked together, they'd have to address the problem of loot. No one wanted to take a loss, and because of this, it was unlikely that multiple adventurer teams would cooperate. Most importantly, a single adventurer team's strength was insignificant in the eyes of the various superpowers. Not even first-rate guilds would take top adventurer teams seriously. However, the situation had changed, and their only goal now was entry into the Primordial City. In that case, it was definitely possible that the various top adventurer teams could work together without incident. As for how many players each team got into the Primordial City, that would depend on them. The various superpowers were now focused on Heaven's Burial's ancient rock city, and even if they were interested in the Primordial City, they'd only be able to spare a portion of their forces to raid the ruin. This gave the top adventurer teams a greater chance of entering the Primordial Divine Ruin and proceeding towards the Primordial City. Guild Leader, the Primordial City is amazing. Aqua Rose was astonished when she read the report on the new city. Not only was the Primordial City's foundations stronger than those of the Holy City of Titan, but it was also a holy ground for players who wanted to grow stronger. If players could enter the Primordial City, they would grow significantly stronger very quickly. Primordial City? Shi Feng was just as surprised by the system announcement. He had never expected the opportunity to enter the Primordial City to arrive so soon. In the past, the Primordial City had made its appearance in God's domain after mainstream players had reached level 70. Everyone had known the city's importance, and it had caused a major struggle between the game's major powers. Even so, they had all underestimated how beneficial the Primordial City would become for players. Though they eventually learned the truth. Aside from the ability to obtain hidden classes, combat techniques, skills, and spells in the Primordial City, the city's most valued aspect was its ability to help players complete their class promotions much faster. It was common knowledge that class promotions became more difficult as players reached higher tiers. In fact, some players might never even reach Tier 2. Meanwhile, Primordial City offered a special product called a Primordial Soul. When used, it provided a buff that improved players' physiques for a certain amount of time. With an improved physique, players would have a much easier time completing their promotion quests. As for using the Primordial Soul for PvP, that was not possible. This was because the Primordial Soul's buff would vanish the moment any other players were within 1,000 yards of the user. Hence, players could only use the Primordial Soul when they soloed monsters or quests. Even so, the Primordial Soul had become highly sought after in God's domain. Unfortunately, it wasn't easy to obtain a Primordial Soul since the city only sold a limited number each day. Once they were bought out, the item would only restock the next day. It was a limitation the system had set to avoid too many players completing their promotion quests too easily. Although Zero Wing had plenty of level 50+ players, only a small number had actually reached Tier 2 thus far. It was safe to say that, aside from Shifeng, no one knew about the Primordial Souls yet. If he could enter the Primordial City and monopolize the Primordial Souls sold, Zero Wing could gain a new batch of Tier 2 experts in a short amount of time. If Zero Wing could form a large enough team of Tier 2 experts, defeating mythic monsters of the same level would be possible even without powerful tools. Tier 2 experts were also the foundation to challenge super large-scale Hell Mode team dungeons. Aqua, notify Fire and Blackie and have them gather the main force and Dark God's Legion immediately. It's about time we make a trip to the Primordial Divine Ruin, Shifeng said after giving the matter some thought. Wonderful. I've been waiting for you to say that, Guild Leader. Aqua Rose was ecstatic when she heard Shifeng's command. However, she quickly realized a problem, saying worriedly, Guild Leader, the various superpowers are paying close attention to the Primordial Divine Ruin right now. Moreover, it's in Heaven's Burial's territory. If we head to the ruin, even with the Dark God's Legion, I'm afraid that. The Primordial Divine Ruin was near the boundary between the Orc Empire's inner and outer regions. It was not far-fetched to consider the area part of Heaven's Burial's territory. The location was also one of the reasons that Heaven's Burial had always secured around 1/10 of the available entry slots into the ruin despite so many powerful competitors. Now that Shifeng had destroyed Ancient Rock City's defensive magic arrays, Heaven's Burial would give them a piece of its mind if they dispatched forces to the Primordial Divine Ruin. Even if they dispatched both Zero Wing's main force and the Dark God's Legion, they would only have 1,000+ players. If they tried to face the superpowers elites and experts, they'd likely have a very difficult time securing enough slots. Relax. You Zipping and the others will join us as well, Shifeng said, chuckling. While we're on the topic, how is the equipment collection coming along? We've collected the necessary weapons and equipment. I'll have someone send them over in a moment. But even if we include you Zipping and his team, our members are still, Aqua Rose said worriedly. Even if they included Zero Wing's internal members and White Tiger Dojo's disciples, they'd still have less than 2,000 players. Compared to the tens of thousands of elites and experts the superpowers had dispatched, such a small force wasn't worth mentioning. However, Shifeng remained firm on his decision. In God's domain, quantity wasn't the most important. Rather, quality meant everything. Chapter 1646, Team Strengthens. Chapter 1646, Team Strengthens. After receiving Aqua Rose's answer, Shifeng disconnected the call and focused on forging magic light sets. He only had 10 hours before the Primordial City's gates opened, which coincided with the Primordial Divine Ruin's activation time. It would not be easy to put together a powerful team in so little time, so he needed to make use of every second. Meanwhile, Aqua Rose contacted Zero Wing's members. She also sent someone with the level 50 weapons and equipment to White River City, instructing them to hand the items over to you Zipping and the others. With this, Zero Wing instantly gained nearly 700 powerful experts. This development, more or less, brightened Aqua Rose's mood. Normally, large guilds nurtured expert players very slowly, producing 200 or 300 experts per month. Some guilds' development was even slower, losing experts rather than gaining them. More players joined God's domain each day, after all, and as players became more familiar with the game's combat styles, the standards for expert players rose to greater heights. With the addition of Zipping and the others, Zero Wing's expert count increased drastically. If the public knew of this, countless players would be shocked. 700 expert players might not be a match for a 10,000-strong elite army on a battlefield, but when it came to guerrilla warfare, the experts would dominate. Moreover, expert players could adapt to far more easily than elite players. Now that Heaven's Burial had its hands full, it and Blackwater would suffer if Zero Wing suddenly introduced another 700 expert players to their war. It was a pity that Zipping and the others were forced to make their debut in the Primordial Divine Ruin. It would allow Heaven's Burial and Blackwater to see to preemptive measures to cope. Candlelight Trading Firm, Special Forging Room. Controlling the purple thunder flame, Shi Feng carefully smelted and combined the necessary materials to forge the magic light set. Once he included the magisteel ingot, he began to shape the molten alloy. He had completed the entire process as smoothly and naturally as flowing water, with every one of his movements nearly, if not exactly, perfect. At the end of the day, however, his forging success rate was only 60% even if he followed the procedures perfectly. After successfully forging another 4 magic light sets and increasing his total to 30, Shi Feng stopped crafting. Instead, he retrieved the Advanced Book of Magic from his bag and began to forge Advanced Mana Armor Kits. The Advanced Mana Armor Kits didn't provide as much of a boost as the Magic Light set, but if every player equipped 3 of these kits, their basic attributes would increase by at least 10%. This was a substantial increase for level 50 players. The strengthened Magic Light sets could rival Dark Gold equipment of the same level in basic attributes, but after including the Advanced Mana Armor Kits, the set equipment would be on par with level 50 Dark Gold set equipment. The various superpowers currently treated level 50 Fine Gold equipment like precious treasure, not to mention level 50 Dark Gold equipment or set equipment. Thankfully, I made it in time. Shi Feng revealed a satisfied smile as he gazed at the Advanced Mana Armor Kits on the table before him. Due to the purple thunder flame, his production speed with these kits had improved significantly. After working for 5 hours straight, he had successfully forged 90 armor kits, enough to equip 30 players. He had also gained an incredible amount of EXP and was now only 19% away from level 65. Following which, Shi Feng contacted Zipping and had the youth lead 29 other plate armor players to his special forging room. It wasn't long before Zipping and his companions arrived in Shi Feng's room. They all wore a mix of level 50 mysterious iron and secret silver equipment. When Zipping and the others entered the special forging room, they were dumbfounded by what they saw. Numerous pieces of dazzling equipment littered the room. It was clear that the equipment was extraordinary at a glance. Moreover, based on the piece's design, they obviously belonged to a single set. However, what stunned Zipping and his companions the most was the unique glow of fine gold items radiating from the pieces. And the room actually held 30 full sets. The sight was blinding. Level 45 fine gold set equipment? Everyone inwardly guessed the set equipment's rank as shock overwhelmed them. Guild leader, I've brought the players you've requested. 15 shield warriors and guardian knights, and 15 berserkers and swordsmen, Zipping respectfully announced as he walked up to Shi Feng. After seeing the sight before him, his admiration for the swordsmen had solidified. It was obvious that Shi Feng had personally handcrafted fine gold sets in the room. At this stage of the game, countless experts dreamed of equipping level 45 fine gold set equipment. Even the various major powers would have to invest a lot of time, manpower, and resources to acquire one set, yet Shi Feng could actually forge such equipment. If the various superpowers knew about this, they'd likely curse Zero Wing for cheating. With the ability to produce level 45 fine gold set equipment, Zero Wing would almost certainly grow stronger. Alright, I want every one of you to pick a set and equip it, Shifeng said as he gestured the magic light sets in the room. We're supposed to equip them? The 30 players couldn't help their confusion. They currently wore level 50 Mysterious Iron and Secret Silver equipment, which was only slightly weaker than level 45 Fine Gold set equipment in terms of basic attributes. On the other hand, level 50 Mysterious Iron and Secret Silver equipment offered higher defense than level 45 Fine Gold set equipment. It'd be better to let the other experts, who lacked equipment, to use these pieces rather than equip the sets themselves. But since their guild leader had given them an order, they had no choice but to obey. This is... As Yu Zipping and the others picked up the magic light sets and prepared to equip them, they realized something that left them dazed. How is this possible? This is level 50 Fine Gold set equipment. I'm not dreaming, am I? Everyone's eyes nearly fell from their sockets when they inspected the magic light set's attribute panels. They were already impressed that Shifeng had crafted level 45 Fine Gold set equipment, but they had never even heard of a player obtaining level 50 Fine Gold set equipment. And yet their guild was giving each of them one of these sets. For a moment, their minds even failed to process the situation. Wait, there's a strengthened label on this set. These pieces' basic attributes should be even higher than those of level 50 Fine Gold set equipment, a player with a keen eye suddenly exclaimed. The player's declaration immediately caught everyone's attention. Crap, it's true. The basic attributes on this set are even higher than the level 50 Fine Gold equipment I've seen before. Yu Zipping and the other players were at a loss for words as they held the magic light set pieces, shuddering involuntarily. Each piece of a Fine Gold set equipment was half a rank stronger than Fine Gold equipment of the same level, but after the enhancement, it was clear that the magic light set pieces were on par with level 50 Dark Gold equipment. A set of level 50 Dark Gold equipment. If news of this matter spread, it would definitely cause a sensation throughout God's domain. Before Yu Zipping and his fellow players could digest this information, Shifeng gestured to the advanced mana armor kits atop a stone table in the corner of the room and instructed, once you've equipped the magic light sets, I want each of you to take 3 armor kits and equip them as well. Take a look at the final effects. Chapter 1647, Zero Wing appears. Chapter 1647, Zero Wing appears. When Shifeng finished speaking, Yu Zipping and the others turned towards the advanced mana armor kits, their eyes bulging and bloodshot. Although they weren't the guild's frontline members, they knew how valuable the advanced mana armor kits were. After all, only Shifeng was capable of crafting these armor kits. There was an extremely limited number available, and even guild members struggled to purchase them with GCPs. Not only did guild members have to spend an exorbitant amount, but they also needed to be elite members or higher to purchase the advanced mana armor kits. In addition, each player was limited to 3 armor kits. Even now, the various major powers offered extraordinary prices to purchase advanced mana armor kits. Yet, these players had the chance to equip these armor kits. This was simply a dream. However, when they thought about how each of them had just received a magic light set, they quickly recovered their senses. Amazing! These basic attributes are incredibly high. That's right. My basic attributes have risen by over 30% with everything equipped. I'm pretty sure that I can even put up a fight against a peak expert now. Once they had equipped the magic light sets and advanced mana armor kits, these players felt transformed. An indescribable sense of power filled their bodies. They couldn't help the rising desire to spar with other experts to get a good feel for their new prowess. With a 30% increase to their basic attributes, their overall combat power should have, at the very least, doubled. It seems the enhanced magic light sets are quite effective. Satisfaction filled Shifeng as he examined everyone's attributes. Yu Zipping and his companions' basic attributes could now rival Superpower's peak experts, who wielded multiple epic items. Overall, they should be even more powerful than the Conqueror Party's members with their battle arrays active. Even a Tier 1 metric ton could tank Grand Lord of the same level by himself in the magic light set. Every one of the 15 MTs in the room had over 50,000 HP, and if they worked together, they'd easily form an impenetrable wall. Suddenly, Aqua Rose contacted Shifeng and reported, "Guild leader, everyone has gathered. We can move out at any moment." "Alright, it's about time that we head out," Shifeng said after glancing at the time. There was not much time left before the Primordial Divine Ruin reopened. Orc Empire, Primordial Divine Ruin. Due to the new expansion pack, the ancient tower atop a gravel hill had improved. Restaurants and hotels could now be found both within and around the tower. Now, not only could players enjoy unique dishes, but they could also recover their stamina and concentration by resting in the hotels. One could say that the Primordial Divine Ruin had become one of the few footholds players had in the Orc Empire. The only downside was the tower's fraudulent prices. The price for food was somewhat acceptable, only costing around 2 to 3 times than in other NPC cities, but the hotel accommodation fees were a different story. Renting a room in the Primordial Divine Ruins hotels cost 40 silver per day. Even expert players had trouble justifying such a high price, much less elite players. Even so, plenty of players had gathered in the tower. As some players who planned to rest in the Primordial Divine Ruin were about to enter the massive tower, an intense aura washed over them, halting their steps. When these players warily searched for the cause of such a powerful aura, they discovered a crowd of other players within the tower. The atmosphere resembled that of Imperial Capital's teleportation halls, but unlike those halls, every one of the players within radiated an intense killing intent as they watched each other cautiously. It seemed as if they were all enemies. The players in the tower were members of multiple groups. The smaller groups only had around 5,000 or 6,000 members, while the larger ones had over 10,000. The lowest level player in the tower was level 47, but most were level 48 or 49. Their equipment was also impressive, with most of them wearing at least level 45 secret silver equipment. Meanwhile, as time passed, more teams began to gather in the tower. As one team after another entered the tower, the scene caused a commotion among the independent teams. "Quick look, that team is wearing Crimson Emperor's guild emblem. What? Even Crimson Emperor is trying to get in on the action? Crimson Emperor is nothing. Had you been here a moment ago, you would have seen members from the Sacred Temple arrive. The Sacred Temple's team is even led by Vice Temple Master, Quiet Melody for this operation. That team was ridiculously strong. All 5,000 members were experts, and they all wore level 45 fine gold or better equipment. Quiet Melody herself even has 3 pieces of epic equipment on her." The independent players in the tower couldn't help but gawk at the various superpowers teams as they rested. The fact that they could survive and make a living in the Orc Empire proved that they were on par with God's Domain's elite players. Needless to say, they were stronger and higher leveled than ordinary players. However, these guild players were leaps and bounds ahead of them in terms of levels and equipment. In addition, a large number of top adventurer teams had banded together to form a massive force. It seemed that these top adventurer teams were adamant about contending with the various superpowers. While one top adventurer team would struggle to gather 1,000 experts, they could form a force of 6,000 to 7,000 expert players if they worked together, and not even the various superpowers should underestimate such a force. What a naive bunch. Do they really think that Crimson Emperor and Sacred Temple are the only superpowers participating in this struggle? Purple Jade, who stood a short distance away from several conversing independent players, expressed her disdain as she overheard the conversations. After the release of the new expansion pack, far more powers had become interested in the Primordial Divine Ruin. Even the dark forces had begun to poke their noses into the matter, and among these dark forces, even Raven, an emerging dark guild that developed rapidly recently, intended to participate. Although Raven had only dispatched 8,000 members to the Primordial Divine Ruin, every one of these members was an expert. Moreover, they radiated intense killing intent. They were clearly murderous experts that had long since grown comfortable with fighting other players. Even Purple Jade felt threatened by Bloodsucker, the leader of Raven's team. Judging by the man's aura, his combat standards should be no weaker than Yuan Tiexin's, who held a commander-level position in the secret pavilion. A lot of powers have definitely gathered here, but when the competition for the entry slots begins, we should avoid provoking Blackwater and Heaven's Burial's members as much as possible. Do you understand? Yuan Tiexin warned Purple Jade seriously. Don't provoke them? Is it because they have the home ground advantage? Purple Jade asked. As many as 3 super guilds had gathered in the tower, including Pantheon, King's Return, and the Sacred Temple. None of these super guilds could be underestimated, yet rather than taking note of these organizations, Yuan Tiexin warned her to take care around Heaven's Burial and Blackwater. She was truly surprised. That's not the case. Heaven's Burial and Blackwater are still no match for super guilds in terms of quality and quantity of experts, but don't forget that they still command evil beasts and demons. It is best if we avoid them, Yuan Tiexin said as he glanced at Falling Fire and Lei Jingyang, who commanded Blackwater and Heaven's Burial's teams. Although the destruction of Ancient Rock City's defensive magic arrays has forced Heaven's Burial to station most of its evil beasts and evil demons in the city's defense, it is best if we use caution around them. Purple Jade nodded. As the various powers in the tower prepared for the upcoming struggle, a team of players arrived outside of the Primordial Divine Ruin. The team was pitifully small compared to the various guild teams, with not even 2,000 players in total. However, when this team entered the tower, silence fell. What? Zero Wing? That shouldn't be possible, right? Zero Wing just destroyed Ancient Rock City. Are they trying to get themselves killed by showing up in Heaven's Burial's territory? Or do they really not consider Heaven's Burial a threat? Chapter 1648, Surge of Experts. Chapter 1648, Surge of Experts. As Zero Wing entered the Primordial Divine Ruin, every player in the tower turned towards its entrance. The culprit for the destruction of Ancient Rock City's defensive magic arrays was none other than Zero Wing. One could say that Heaven's Burials hated the guild to their very core. If the guilds hadn't needed to station most of its evil beasts and evil demons in Ancient Rock City to defend against the various superpowers invading armies, it likely would have launched a frenzied counterattack on Zero Wing by now. Yet, Zero Wing's members dared to show up in the Orc Empire, Heaven's Burial's territory. The guild had even gone so far as to travel all the way to the Primordial Divine Ruin. Just how bold are Zero Wing's members? Don't they know that Heaven's Burial could mobilize thousands of elite members to surround the Primordial Divine Ruin if it wanted to? Maybe they think Heaven's Burial can't touch them now that the guild is busy fending off the superpowers' armies. Even so, isn't Zero Wing underestimating the fight for access to the Primordial Divine Ruin? It sent less than 2,000 players. Does it really think that it can achieve anything with so few members? I wonder how Heaven's Burial's members will react? With how few players Zero Wing sent, the force Heaven's Burial dispatched should be more than enough to take them out. Everyone spoke in hushed whispers as they watched Zero Wing's members approach the tower. Uncle Yuan, what do you think is going through Black Flame's mind? This is the Primordial Divine Ruin. Even if Heaven's Burial can't use its full force right now, it still has command of the evil beasts and demons. Even a small force of those monsters will be enough to put Zero Wing's team through hell. Purple Jade wondered as she watched Shifeng, who led Zero Wing's team, with a confused look. One of the reasons that the various superpowers dared to invade Ancient Rock City was their significant numbers. Combined, their armies included over 700,000 players. Even if Heaven's Burial controlled evil beasts and evil demons, how many players could those monsters possibly hold back? As long as they wished it, the various superpowers could send their forces to circle the defending evil beasts and evil demons while they charged for the City Lord's mansion. With the evil beasts and demons' massive forms, they couldn't enter the mansion itself. Once the various superpowers got their members inside, not even an infinite number of evil beasts and demons could stop them. Heaven's Burial would have to rely on players and NPCs to hold the City Lord's tablet. Moreover, it was very difficult to protect a city with evil beasts and evil demons. At the end of the day, The human race was the evil god's temple's mortal enemy. If human NPCs encountered anything connected to the evil god's temple, they'd move to exterminate it immediately. In fact, there was a very high chance that ancient Rock City's NPC soldiers would disregard the invading players and attack the evil beasts and demons instead, accomplishing the opposite effect. This was also why the various superpowers dared to attack ancient Rock City. However, it was a different story in the fields and the Primordial Divine Ruin. Players weren't prohibited from attacking each other in the ruin, and Heaven's Burial didn't have anything to protect here, so its evil beasts and evil demons could focus on the slaughter. Even if the monsters only killed half of Zero Wing's experts, it would deal a massive blow. I don't know, but the Primordial Divine Ruin is incredibly important to every guild. It is not strange that Zero Wing is willing to take such a risk, Yuan Tiexin said, shaking his head. As Zero Wing's force moved closer to the tower, the players from the various superpowers and adventurer teams, who anticipated an interesting show, revealed dumbfounded expressions. Is this a joke? Those players are actually all level 50 or higher. Crap, didn't someone say that Zero Wing didn't have much equipment left? How are so many of those players wearing fine gold set equipment? What level are those fine gold sets? I can feel so much pressure coming off of them. Who are those players in the lead? I don't think I've ever seen them before. When did Zero Wing gain another batch of experts? For this operation, Shi Feng did not have his team members wear black cloaks. Hence, both their levels and equipment were exposed for all to see. At this stage of the game, only an extremely small number of players had managed to reach level 50. First-rate guilds only had around 30 to 40 level 50 players, and the various superpowers only had 300 to 500. Yet, every player in the team of nearly 2,000 that Zero Wing had dispatched to the ruin was level 50 or higher. Some were even level 52. This was simply unbelievable. Moreover, Zero Wing's members wore dazzling equipment. The 30 unfamiliar players at the lead even wore the same fine gold set equipment. The aura they radiated was akin to a ferocious beast that had just been released from its cage. Wearing the magic light sets, which were even stronger than level 50 dark gold equipment, Yu-Zipping and the others' basic attributes were even higher than a Lord-ranked monster of the same level. A Lord-ranked monster might not be a tough opponent for the players in the Primordial Divine Ruin, but it was a different story if it were a player with the attributes of such a monster. Such a player could easily solo an elite party. Even the superpowers commander-level individuals felt an immense pressure wafting from Yu-Zipping's group. Although their equipment was considered top-notch in God's domain, their basic attributes were nowhere near a level 50 lords. Suddenly, the various superpowers members saw Zero Wing's players in a new light. They were all powerhouses, and they knew what this aura and pressure represented. Although these factors couldn't be used to determine a player's strength, they did hint at a player's general combat standards. Just how much strength has Zero Wing hidden? It already introduced another 100 refinement realm experts, and now it's revealed so many experts with such intense auras. Could some superpower really be supporting Zero Wing in secret? Purple Jade's eyes widened when she saw the magic light sets Yu-Zipping and the other players wore. Currently, she had numerous pieces of level 50 fine gold equipment on her, and the weakest piece she had was level 45 dark gold rank. In addition, she carried an epic weapon and a piece of epic equipment. Overall, her lineup was among the best in the game right now. Yet, Yu-Zipping and his companion's basic attributes seemed higher than hers. Her basic attributes ranked among the top in the secret pavilion. What kind of power was the secret pavilion? It was an organization which only a small number of super guilds could compare to, yet Zero Wing had just revealed 30 never-before-seen experts with even higher attributes. The situation was simply ridiculous. It's no wonder why Black Flame dared to lead a team here. It seems that he came prepared. Yuan Tiexin's mouth twitched slightly as he watched Shi Feng. Level 50 fine gold set equipment, huh? In his opinion, the only possible reason that Yu-Zipping's group had higher basic attributes than his and Purple Jade's was their level 50 fine gold set equipment. There was no other way that these players could surpass them. Level 50 fine gold set equipment? Purple Jade couldn't help her surprise. How is that possible? Even our guild has only collected 2 of such sets so far. How could Zero Wing possibly collect 30 sets? Level 50 equipment was already extremely difficult to gather, let alone level 50 fine gold set equipment. Even after investing tons of manpower and resources, the secret pavilion had only obtained 2 level 50 fine gold sets. What means did Zero Wing, a guild that was many times weaker than the secret pavilion, possibly employ to obtain 30 such sets? Don't forget that Black Flame is a master forger. It is very likely that he crafted the level 50 fine gold sets, Yuan Tiexin said, his expression turning somber. Truthfully, even he struggled to believe it. It wouldn't be surprising if Shi Feng were simply a master forger, but a master forger capable of mass-producing level 50 fine gold set equipment held an entirely different meaning. Just thinking about how Zero Wing could deploy expert teams in level 50 fine gold set equipment made Yuan Tiexin shudder. As players discussed the possible power behind Zero Wing, dense killing intent radiated from Heaven's Burial's team, which stood not far from Zero Wing's members. Zero Wing. They actually dare to show up here. Lei Jingyang frowned, a cold glint flashing in his eyes as he glared at the enemy players. Do they really think we'll just stand by and watch? Chapter 1649, Power of the Magic Light Set. Chapter 1649, Power of the Magic Light Set. Inside the tower, as Shi Feng's group approached the teleportation zone, which would teleport players into the Primordial Divine Ruin when it activated, the killing intent Heaven's Burial's members radiated grew more intense. In fact, Heaven's Burial's members weren't the only ones to react this way. Players from the various superpowers all warily eyed Shi Feng's group as they rested near the teleportation zone. This is going to be interesting. Zero Wing's members are trying to get themselves killed. Don't they know that the closer they get to the teleportation zone, the more likely it is that someone will target them? That might be the case. I remember that, during the previous struggle, several guilds had waited beside the teleportation zone, ignorant of the risk. As soon as the fight began, the various superpowers took those guilds out. Zero Wing can't possibly think that it will get into the Primordial Divine Ruin with less than 2,000 experts, right? The various major powers reacted with surprise and ridicule as they watched Zero Wing's team get closer to the teleportation zone. As the areas around the teleportation zone provided a terrain advantage during the struggle to enter the ruin, the 5 superpowers, which had fought for slots since the very beginning, monopolized it. Now that even more superpowers were getting involved, the competition had become more intense. The various superpowers might tolerate another superpower so close to the teleportation zone, but there was no way they'd allow anyone weaker to stand beside them. When the struggle for the entry slots began, Zero Wing would likely become their first target. If that happened, Zero Wing's outcome would be tragic. Every superpower involved had brought a minimum of 6,000 players, all of which were experts. Some of these teams were even led by several peak experts. Being targeted by just one of these teams would be enough to make a first-rate guild's situation precarious. If multiple superpowers targeted the same team, they could eliminate a first-rate guild from the competition instantly. Boss, should we take action? A level 50 assassin in silver leather armor asked Lei Jingyang as he nodded towards Shi Feng and the other players from Zero Wing. Although Zero Wing had only dispatched experts to the Primordial Divine Ruin, the team had less than 2,000 members. On the other hand, Heaven's Burial had dispatched 3,000 experts and 10,000 elites. It had even sent the entire Thunder Legion. Annihilating 1,000 or 2,000 experts would be a piece of cake for them. Furthermore, Blackwater had sent along 4,000 of its experts. With this, they had a combined force of 7,000 expert players and 10,000 elite players. Zero Wing's team had no chance of victory. Brother Fire, what is your opinion on the matter? Lei Jingyang asked as he turned towards the handsome man beside him. This handsome man was none other than Falling Fire, the vice commander of Blackwater's third main force. The man wielded a crimson staff and was enveloped in translucent flames. Just looking at him felt stifling. The fact that he was fully geared in level 50 equipment, 3 pieces of which were epic rank, only made him all the more eye-catching. However, Lei Jingyang knew that, compared to Falling Fire's level and equipment, this man's most impressive feat was his promotion to a Tier 2 Elementalist and the Tier 2 spells in his arsenal. That was also why Blackwater had assigned Falling Fire to lead the team that would assist Heaven's Burial in this endeavor. Of course, we have to exterminate these people from Zero Wing. However, it is too soon to strike. They'd have an easier time getting away if we did so now. It won't be too late to attack once the struggle begins. Even if Zero Wing's members try to flee, they'll never get away while entrenched in the chaotic battlefield. Falling Fire said as he gestured to the various major powers behind Zero Wing's team. The system didn't stop players from fighting with each other inside the tower. Players could start a fight whenever they wished, and the tower had only one exit. It was relatively easy to escape the tower before the battle for the Primordial Divine Ruins entry slots began, but once it did, chaos would ensue. If a team weren't careful, other teams could easily drag it into the fray. Because of this, players had a very difficult time leaving the tower once the fight began. I guess you're right. We'll strike once the struggle starts, then, Lei Jingyang said, nodding as he surveyed his surroundings. He then turned to his team and said, "When the time comes, leave none of Zero Wing's members alive, particularly those wearing level 50 fine gold set equipment. It'd be a massive waste to let them hold onto such precious items." Although he wanted nothing more than to slaughter Shifeng and his guildmates, Falling Fire's opinion was reasonable. Many powers had come to enter the Primordial Divine Ruin this time, and among them, plenty were top adventurer teams. Once the struggle to enter the ruin began, Zero Wing would have a challenging time trying to get out of the tower. They'd be able to kill far more Zero Wing players if they waited. Earlier, Shifeng had destroyed Ancient Rock City's defensive magic arrays, crippling the city. Now, the city couldn't generate nearly as much income. Lei Jingyang was no less angry than Singular Burial about the insult. Now that he'd encountered an opportunity to take care of Zero Wing, he couldn't let it get away. When he saw Yu Zipping and the others, who wore the magic light sets, he was particularly tempted. If he could get his hands on a few of those sets, he could help Heaven's Burial when the guild began to raid super large-scale team dungeons. Meanwhile, Zero Wing's members could feel an intense pressure bear down on them, the majority of which radiated from the various superpowers. The fight to claim the entry slots this time sure is intense. We're just camping out beside the teleportation zone, yet everyone's eyes are glued on us. Blackie was slightly astonished as he glanced at the nearby superpowers teams. The only other time he had seen so many superpowers in a single location was during the contest for Thunder Island. If he hadn't fought these superpowers in the past, he'd likely tremble with anxiety. Guild leader, Heaven's Burial and Blackwater's members are keeping a very close eye on us. Based on their killing intent, they'll definitely attack us as soon as the battle begins, Aqua Rose said, smiling at the players from Heaven's Burial and Blackwater, who stood a short distance away. "Let them come," Shifeng said, revealing a faint smile as he eyed Heaven's Burial's members. "It's about time we show these major powers Zero Wing's might. When the time comes, the Magic Light team will open a path while everyone gathers in the center of the teleportation zone." Although the number of entry slots has increased to 15,000 after the new expansion pack, the number of powers trying to enter the ruin has increased as well. Avoid fights whenever possible. Understood. Zero Wing's members nodded in response to Shifeng's command, their expressions hardening. This was especially true for Zero Wing's internal members and White Tiger Dojo's disciples, who were about to participate in such a high-intensity war for the first time. They even felt as if they were dreaming. Shortly after Shifeng fell silent, a circular, light blue barrier formed around the edge of the teleportation zone. At the same time, a gigantic magic array gradually manifested, encompassing the area and notifying players that the teleportation process had begun. Excellent. Everyone charge. Slaughter Zero Wings members. Upon seeing the barrier rise, Lei Jingyang turned his gaze towards Zero Wings members, flashing a sinister smile. Immediately, 7,000 level 48 plus expert players charged at Zero Wings team. The 10,000 elite players then split into two groups to surround the enemy players. As Heaven's Burial and Blackwater's experts got close to Zero Wings team, spells and arrows rained down on their heads. However, like lively monkeys, these experts nimbly dodged most of the attacks, preventing Zero Wings' ranged attacks from doing much harm. Just when both front lines were about to clash, Shi Feng switched his title to Disintegration User and endowed the 30 Magic Light Team's members with Disintegration power, increasing their basic attributes by 10% and damage by 20%. The buff also reduced the magic damage and physical damage they received by 30% and 15%, respectively. In the next moment, the two teams collided. Boom. The sounds of the collision resounded throughout the tower along with players' screams. Impossible! Shock gripped Lei Jingyang's heart when he saw the scene before him. He even wondered if his eyes were playing tricks. When the melee players slammed into each other, it seemed as if Heaven's Burial's members has crashed into an immovable wall. Meanwhile, Yu Zipping and his companions in the magic light sets moved like sharpened blades, unstoppable. The 30 players easily dove past Heaven's Burial's front line and into the enemy ranks without slowing in the slightest. Zero Wings' other MTs were just as frightening. Each one of Zero Wings' MTs shattered the blockades of 3 to 5 players, sending these players flying. The difference between both sides' basic attributes was like heaven and earth. Chapter 1650, Overwhelming Advantage. Chapter 1650, Overwhelming Advantage. The scene inside the tower had transformed into something akin to an ancient battlefield. Hundreds of thousands of players fought as screams and explosions echoed throughout the tower. Many adventurer team members, who participated in the struggle for the Primordial Divine Ruins entry slots for the first time, were dumbfounded by the view before them. They even found it hard to move their feet. Amazing! So, this is the struggle for the Primordial Divine Ruin? This battle is too fierce. Even expert players are no different than ants here. Many adventurer teams and normal guilds, which had planned to participate, watched the battle in a daze from the sidelines. None of them were bold enough to join the fray. They were all afraid of being devoured and annihilated in the blink of an eye. Even the expert players they normally thought were so powerful lasted less than 10 seconds on this battlefield. These experts were either overwhelmed by an uncountable number of spells or ganged up on by equally powerful experts. On this battlefield, expert players were fortunate enough to keep their lives, let alone accomplish anything significant. As for the elite players, they were pure cannon fodder. Most elite players usually died before any of the rear-line healers could get to them. Of the multitude of battles across the battlefield, those near the teleportation zone were the most intense. Zero Wings' 30-man Magic Light team moved like a pack of ferocious beasts that had just escaped their cages. Neither the attacks from Heaven's Burial's melee players nor those from the guild's ranged players could stop the mobile, iron wall the 15 Magic Light MTs had formed. Not only did the Magic Light MTs block every incoming melee attack, but they also sent their attackers flying with their weapons and shields. Zero Wings' rear-line DPS then followed up with an intense bombardment, turning its enemies into starlight instantly. Unfortunately, as Heaven's Burial had the numerical advantage, and not even the Magic Light MTs could block every incoming attack. From time to time, arrows and spells broke past their defenses. However, Heaven's Burial's members nearly despaired when they saw the damages above the Magic Light MTs' heads. Minus 3,057. Minus 2,371. Despite landing direct hits, none of their attacks dealt more than minus 4,000 damage. It was utterly inconceivable. Every Heaven's Burial expert present wore top-tier equipment, and even against top-tier MTs of the same level, their direct hits dealt at least minus 5,000 damage. Powerful spells could even deal over minus 10,000 damage, yet when a level 50 ranger struck one of the magic light MTs with a tier 1 heart-piercing arrow, the ranger had only dealt around minus 3,700 damage. These MTs took even less damage from spell attacks. Meanwhile, after receiving numerous buffs and the benefits from Shurfeng's Disintegration user title, the Magic Light MTs had over 70,000 HP each. Not even 10 of Heaven's Burial's attacks could force their HPs below 50%. Zero Wing's rear line healers could easily restore such little HP, making the Magic Light MTs practically invincible. In contrast to Heaven's Burial's DPS, Zero Wing's DPS was overwhelming. U-Zipping, for example, easily dealt over minus 3,000 damage to Heaven's Burial's MTs with his normal attacks alone. When he used skills like Cross Slash, he dealt over minus 10,000 damage. Unlike Zero Wing's MTs, Heaven's Burial's MTs only had around 50,000 HP. U-Zipping only needed a few attacks to devour most of an MT's HP by himself. Coupled with the ranged attacks from Zero Wing's rear line DPS, the enemy MTs were dead before their healers could cast any healing spells. In the short moments since the battle had begun, Heaven's Burial had suffered several hundred casualties, and every one of them had been an expert player. Damn it! Why is there such a huge difference in our basic attributes? Confusion tore at Lei Jingyang as he watched Zero Wing's Magic Light team move closer to Heaven's Burial's ranged classes and healers. He simply could not fathom how U-Zipping and the others had such high basic attributes. Heaven's Burial's expert members were all geared in top-tier equipment, and even if U-Zipping's team wore level 50 Feingold set equipment, the difference should be this massive. He even wondered if the Magic Light team's members had activated Berserk skills. However, he was certain that none of them had. He was confident that Zero Wing's members hadn't activated Berserk skills because all of the various major powers had silently agreed not to use such skills in this struggle for the entry slots. There were two reasons for this agreement. The first was that every power participating in this struggle doubtlessly had some members who could use Berserk skills. If everyone used these skills, nothing would change. Berserk skills' long cooldowns was the second reason. On the off chance that they'd encounter trouble in the Primordial Divine Ruin, they'd likely be annihilated if they couldn't use their Berserk skills. However, Lei Jingyang didn't know that, although U-Zipping and his companions appeared to be wearing level 50 Feingold set equipment, the Magic Light set's basic attributes could rival level 50 Dark Gold set equipment. This was the reason that the gap between their basic attributes was so vast. This fight was on par with a player in a full set of Secret Silver equipment trying to contend with a player in Dark Gold equipment. Such a massive gap was only natural when both sides had similar combat standards. Moreover, the Conqueror Party's performance was also impressive. Although the Conqueror Party's basic attributes weren't as high as the Magic Light team members, their combat standards were higher. When they worked together, they could exhibit even greater combat power. Hence, the destruction the Conqueror Parties caused on the battlefield was in no way inferior to the Magic Light teams. Even Lei Jingyang's prided Thunder Legion was forced back. Meanwhile, the various superpowers' upper echelons, who had kept a constant eye on Zero Wing, were astounded. Despite Zero Wing's less than 2,000 players, it actually overwhelmed and suppressed Heaven's Burial and Blackwater's combined army of 7,000 experts and 10,000 elite players. Boss, we can't hold on for much longer. At this rate, they'll chase us out of the teleportation zone. One of the Thunder Legion members on the front lines hurriedly shouted through the team chat. I know. All of you, get ready. Lei Jingyang said, grinding his teeth as he took 5 dark gray crystal balls from his bag. He had planned to save these as a trump card to surprise the other superpowers. He had never expected to need them so soon. Following which, he turned to Falling Fire beside him and said, Brother Fire, I'll have to rely on you for cover fire. Relax. Although they have superior basic attributes, they're all Tier 1 players. They're nothing compared to Tier 2 players. Falling Fire said, disdain flashing in his eyes as he watched the distant Zero Wing members. Good. Lei Jingyang then began to chant an incantation to activate the 5 crystal balls. Suddenly, the 5 gray crystal balls shattered, and 5 dark gray magic arrays appeared around Lei Jingyang. Shortly after, 5-meter-tall figures emerged from these arrays. They were humanoid creatures covered in sharp spikes and radiating dense evil energy. These 5 humanoid creatures were none other than Grand Lord-ranked evil demons. The frightening aura these Grand Lords radiated stunned everyone in the tower. Level 70 Grand Lords. Such monsters were on par with natural disasters to current players. So, this is Heaven's Burial's trump card? Yuan Tiexin's expression darkened upon seeing the evil demons. When Heaven's Burial's members saw the Grand Lord-ranked evil demons, however, excitement lit up their faces, and their morale skyrocketed. Although the combined force of Heaven's Burial and Blackwater's players appeared exceptionally powerful, it was nothing compared to the superpowers' forces. They had only dared to contend with the superpowers because of this trump card. However, Lei Jingyang wasn't a member of the Evil God's Temple. He couldn't summon evil demons directly and control them. He could only rely on flame blood, asking the cleric to spend the Evil God's Temple points he had struggled to accumulate on 5 evil demon crystal balls. Each evil demon crystal ball allowed players to store 1 evil demon within, and even non-Evil God's Temple players could use the crystal balls to summon and control the stored evil demon. However, the cost was painful. The evil demon crystal ball was a consumable item, and once the evil demons were stored inside, they would become so as well. Once the crystal ball's 3-hour duration ended, the summoned evil demons would be permanently destroyed. Lei Jingyang had wanted to avoid using this trump card unless absolutely necessary. Since you forced me to use the evil demon crystal balls, none of you from Zero Wing should even think of escape. Lei Jingyang revealed a sinister grin as he glared at Zero Wing's team. He then charged at Zero Wing's members alongside his 5 level 70 Grand Lord-ranked evil demons. Falling Fire followed the charge with his own team. Chapter 1651, Hidden Power. Chapter 1651, Hidden Power. The appearance of the 5 Grand Lord-ranked evil demons immediately attracted the attention of everyone on the battlefield. If the evil demons summoned were merely level 70 Great Lords, they still wouldn't pose much of a concern. After all, current players could defeat such existences, albeit after paying a considerable price. However, level 70 Grand Lords were a different story. Without berserk skills, level 50 peak MTs would not survive 2 hits from a level 70 Grand Lord. Moreover, evil demons possessed superior combat standards to monsters of the same rank. Even level 50 MTs with their berserk skills activated wouldn't last very long against such a monster. Meanwhile, 5 of such evil demons had actually appeared on the battlefield. How could anyone ignore and not feel worried over these monsters? Although the various major powers had already predicted that Heaven's Burial would make use of the evil beasts and evil demons it controlled, they hadn't anticipated that the guild could summon as many as 5 Grand Lord-ranked evil demons. Sure enough, they did bring along this trump card. Zero Wing is doomed now. Even a Tier 3 summoned creature won't be able to hold back a Grand Lord-ranked evil demon, much less 5 of them. The various major powers were delighted as they watched the 5 evil demons charging towards Zero Wing's team. With this, they would have 1 less competitor to worry about. At the same time, though, a somber expression also appeared on their faces. After all, once Heaven's Burial finished off the Zero Wing contingent, needless to say, Heaven's Burial would have no trouble securing a large number of entry slots with the help of the 5 Grand Lord-ranked evil demons, leaving other powers like them with fewer slots they could compete for. Just as everyone was thinking of how to go about competing for the entry slots, the 5 evil demons had already arrived at the front line of the battle between Zero Wing and Heaven's Burial under Lei Jingyang's lead. You people from Zero Wing should feel proud that you forced me to use my trump card so soon. However, now that I have, you are all going to become evil demon food. Lei Jingyang revealed a sadistic grin as he swept a glance at the Zero Wing members before him. He then stopped controlling the 5 evil demons and simply commanded them to slaughter Zero Wing's members. Roar! Once the evil demons were no longer under direct control, their eyes released a bloody glow as they bellowed angrily. The evil energy they radiated also intensified, so much so that it clouded the perception of nearby players slightly. Even the Zero Wing members standing somewhat far away from the evil demons could not help but shudder at the powerful auras the evil demons released. Grand Lord ranked evil demons? Shi Feng frowned slightly as he glanced at the roaring evil demons. Immediately, he commanded through the team chat, "Cola, Turtledove, Yiwumian, you 3 go keep those evil demons busy. Everyone else, focus on wiping out Heaven's Burial's members." Evil demons? That's not a bad opponent. Cola licked his lips in eagerness as he looked at the evil demons. It's a good opportunity to test my new equipment. Currently equipped with the Trembling Crown and Trembling Shield, Turtledove was also brimming with fighting spirit. Before coming to the Primordial Divine Ruin, Shi Feng had distributed the weapons, equipment, and skills he obtained from the Lost Town to Cola and the others. Among them, he had given the Trembling Crown and Trembling Shield to Turtledove, while Yiwumian received Cola's Dragon Scale Shield, which she had been using. Cola and the others promptly dashed towards the 5 evil demons. Keep on struggling. Lei Jingyang sneered when he saw Zero Wing's members trying to move out of the evil demon's way. At this moment, he could already foresee the annihilation of Zero Wing's Magic Light team. Just when the 5 evil demons arrived before some melee players of Zero Wing, Cola suddenly appeared in front of the 5 monsters and raised his shield. At the same time, he activated Justice Roar. The blinding light Cola's shield gave off instantly made him the center of attention on the battlefield. Meanwhile, the 5 evil demons involuntarily stopped their actions and turned to look at Cola. An taunt? What a suicidal bastard. Lei Jingyang's eyes gleamed with ridicule as he looked at the glow from Cola's shield. Even current peak MTs couldn't last very long against a level 70 Grand Lord ranked evil demon. Yet, now, Cola had used an AoE taunt on 5 of such evil demons. At this moment, Lei Jingyang could already foresee the scene of Cola being killed instantly. As if summoned, the 5 evil demons instantly appeared before Cola, with one evil demon already swiping its right claw at the male guardian knight. So fast! The evil demon's attack astonished the spectating crowd, which could just barely see the afterimage of the evil demon's claw. If it were up to these players, blocking or dodging the monster's attack would be impossible. Needless to say, if they were its target, they would no doubt be killed instantly. Ping! However, the scene that occurred a moment later was utterly different from everyone's expectations. Not only did Cola manage to block the first attack using the Titan Guard, but he actually retreated by only 2 steps after receiving the attack. Moreover, he only sustained a little over -10,000 damage from doing so. How is this possible? Could it be a skill? The nearby spectating crowd was stunned by this scene. Just as everyone was wondering what Cola did to take so little damage, another 2 evil demons launched attacks on Cola, their claws blurring. Ping! Another 2 crisp clangs rang out. Cola was forced to retreat by a total of 4 steps, and 2 damages above -10,000 also appeared above the Guardian Knight's head. However, even after receiving 3 attacks that dealt over -10,000 damage each, he still had over half his HP remaining. Not bad. Their strength should be roughly the same as a level 60 specialized Grand Lord. Cola revealed a faint smile at the faint numbness in his arms. To him, someone who possessed over 80,000 HP, attacks that dealt around -10,000 damage were entirely within his tolerance range. When Cola noticed the last 2 evil demons attacking him as well, he decided to activate Titan's Will, the skill reducing the damage he received by 90% and increasing his attack speed by 100%, movement speed by 30%, and starting movement speed by 80% for 20 seconds. When the two evil demons' claws collided with Kola's Titan guard, two dazzling flashes appeared. This time, however, not only did Kola not retreat by a single step, but even the damage he received from each attack was just a little more than -1000. That was practically a negligible amount. Following which, several healing lights fell on him, instantly replenishing his HP to full. So, this is Zero Wing's chief MT? He's so strong. Everyone's eyes nearly fell out of their sockets when they saw Kola actually going toe-to-toe with the 5 Grand Lord-ranked evil demons. If it were them, a single Grand Lord-ranked evil demon would be beyond their means. Yet, despite going up against 5 of such evil demons, Kola still seemed to have plenty of energy to spare. Right now, it looked as if these 5 evil demons were actually fake evil demons. However, they were fully aware that this result was not because the evil demons were weak. Instead, Kola was simply too strong. Just the shockwaves resulting from the clashes were enough to force the nearby players to retreat involuntarily. With this, one could imagine how much strength both sides possessed. However, before everyone could recover from their shock over Kola's performance, 2 more players joined him, each one of them pinning down one evil demon. These 2 players were none other than Turtledove and Yi Wumian. The moment these 2 MTs appeared, they immediately used a taunt skill and solidified their aggro on their respective targets. Very quickly, 2 evil demons peeled away from Kola. However, this was still not the most shocking part. The crucial point was that both Turtledove and Yi Wumian actually possessed defense that was in no way inferior to Kola's. In fact, when the female guardian knight Turtledove blocked an attack from her Grand Lord, she received only a little over -8000 damage, which was far less than the damage Kola received. This showed that her defense was above even Kola's. As for HP, due to the various team buffs, Yi Wumian had over 75,000 HP. Meanwhile, Turtledove, who was equipped with epic set equipment, possessed over 80,000 HP, just like Kola. Meanwhile, due to Kola, Turtledove, and Yi Wumian's appearance, the evil demons, whom everyone thought would be able to create a huge ruckus, were now thoroughly suppressed. Damn it! How can their defense be so high? Lei Jingyang was momentarily stupefied when he saw this scene. However, a possibility that made his entire body shudder came to mind soon after. Could they have been promoted to Tier 2 as well? Chapter 1652, Tier 2 vs Tier 2. Chapter 1652, Tier 2 vs Tier 2. Inside the teleportation zone, the 5 level 70 Grand Lord ranked evil demons furiously attacked the MT trio from Zero Wing, their speed extremely fast. Many expert players present inside the tower could not keep up with the monster's movements, yet Kola and the other MTs blocked every attack of the evil demons using their shields. Moreover, they did so very casually. Meanwhile, any expert player that accidentally came into proximity of their battle would get killed by the battle's shockwaves. They're able to stop even 5 Grand Lord ranked evil demons? Purple Jade wore an incredulous look on her face as she watched Kola, Turtledove, and Yi Wumian going up against the evil demons. Even the peak MTs of the secret pavilion would need to activate their berserk skills to go up against a level 70 Grand Lord. However, Kola and the other 2 MTs could actually hold back the evil demons without using any berserk skills. Moreover, they were even at a numerical disadvantage. Zero Wing is truly extraordinary. It's no wonder Rain is so adamant in working together with the guild. Quiet Melody, who was commanding the Sacred Temple's members in battle, could not help her surprise when she sent a glance at the distant evil demons. Now, she more or less understood why Phoenix Rain had decided to partner with Zero Wing early on in the game. Phoenix Rain's insight was indeed many times more acute than Nine Dragons' Emperor's. Meanwhile, Zero Wing's members also had their morale boosted further after seeing the MT Trio's performance. Brimming with fighting spirit, they started putting even more effort into suppressing Heaven's Burial's members. Damn it! How is this possible? Lei Jingyang was filled with envy as he looked at Kola and the other 2 MTs. Why does Zero Wing possess 3 Tier 2 MTs? Not only did Heaven's Burial receive financial support from major corporations, but it had also managed to recruit plenty of expert players. Despite all this, the entire guild had only 3 people that succeeded in their Tier 2 promotion even until now. The guild had invested everything it had to help these 3 players complete their promotion quests after they reached level 50. Moreover, unlike other classes, MT classes faced much more difficulty with their Tier 2 promotions. Although Heaven's Burial had attempted to help its MTs with their promotions, all of those MTs failed. On the other hand, Zero Wing actually possessed 3 Tier 2 MTs. The value of Tier 2 MTs was much greater than that of Tier 2 players of other classes. After all, the majority of a guild's weapons and equipment came from dungeons. If a guild possessed powerful MTs, it would have a much easier time raiding dungeons. Boss, what should we do? Those 5 Grand Lords are all pinned down right now. We're also still getting pushed back by Zero Wing. At this rate, we'll be chased out of the teleportation zone, the level 50 ranger commanding the battle asked worriedly. Although their side had an overwhelming advantage in numbers, Zero Wing's members were simply too powerful. Thus far, their side had already lost over 1,000 players. In contrast, Zero Wing's death toll amounted to only a little over 100. Most importantly, the 30-man Magic Light team had yet to suffer a single casualty. All ranged DPS, change targets, and focus fire on those 3 MTs of Zero Wing. I refuse to believe that Zero Wing will have another method to stop the evil demons once we get rid of the 3 of them. Lei Jingyang commanded through the team chat. After saying so, Lei Jingyang personally led a team of 20 experts, followed by Falling Fire's team, and charged at Cola, Turtledove, and Yiwumian. Although it was indeed surprising that Zero Wing possessed 3 Tier 2 MTs, both Falling Fire and he were Tier 2 players as well. If they went up against the MT trio, they would not necessarily be the one to lose. Not to mention, Cola and the other 2 still had to tank 5 evil demons. Very quickly, Lei Jingyang and the others arrived within 40 yards of the Mount Trio. Die! Like throwing a javelin, Lei Jingyang hurled the greatsword he carried at Cola, arcs of silver electricity appearing around the weapon as it left his hand. In mid-flight, the greatsword suddenly split into a dozen serpents made out of silver lightning. Meanwhile, unlike normal spells and arrows which could only move in a straight line, the serpents slithered nimbly through the air towards Cola, their movement patterns changing constantly. The boss is getting serious. Zero Wing's members are dead now. The eyes of the Thunder Legion members glowed when they saw this scene. The attack Lei Jingyang had just executed was a trademark move of his, a combination of his precision control and the additional skill of his greatsword, Electric Serpent Bites. Each Electric Serpent summoned possessed 120% of the user's strength. They also moved ridiculously fast, so much so that even top-tier experts would have trouble coping with just one of the serpents. Going up against a dozen electric serpents simultaneously would be a struggle even for peak experts of the same level, who would have no choice but to retreat temporarily. As for Falling Fire, who stood beside Lei Jingyang, he was not one to be outdone either. As he completed an incantation, 9 crimson magic arrays appeared on the ground around him. The ambient fire-type mana immediately began surging towards these 9 magic arrays frantically. Shortly after, Falling Fire tapped the butt of his staff on the ground. Tier 2 Curse, Spark Impact. In the next moment, the 9 magic arrays started launching small meteorites one after another into the air. After reaching a certain altitude, the meteorites then changed trajectories and flew straight towards Cola. The power pact within each meteorite was visibly stronger than that of Lei Jingyang's electric serpents. Their speed was on par with the electric serpents as well. They're working together to attack me? Despite seeing the electric serpents and small meteorites rapidly approaching him, Cola showed no sign of panic whatsoever. Instead, he gave the ground a mighty stomp, taking a defensive stance, and activated Titan's Heart. The instant Cola used Titan's Heart, a yellow, earthen barrier formed around him, shielding him from the electric serpents and small meteorites. Boom! Boom! Let's see how you people from Zero Wings stop the evil demons now. Lei Jingyang laughed in ridicule as he looked at Cola's position. Although Cola had activated a life-saving skill, Lei Jingyang's electric serpent bites possessed extraordinary attack power. It was not something that could be received head-on. Not to mention, the Tier 2 curse that Falling Fire used possessed even greater power. Falling Fire likewise laughed as he looked at the dust surrounding Cola's position. He then turned to look at Turtledove and Yi Wumian. However, as the dust settled, a figure emerged standing where the electric serpents and meteorites landed. Meanwhile, this figure was none other than Cola. At this moment, Cola's surroundings had already been charred black. However, Cola himself remained completely unharmed. In fact, not only had his HP not decreased by the slightest, but it had even increased quite significantly. He's not dead. Lei Jingyang and Falling Fire were stunned. Both of them had used their respective aces in the hole, each of which was easily capable of instant killing a player of the same level. Yet, Cola actually managed to survive both attacks without taking any damage. In fact, aside from blocking their attacks, Cola had also fended off the attacks of 3 evil demons. What powerful attacks! They actually managed to deplete half of my protective energy. Cola could not help being startled when he looked at the remaining energy of his barrier, as Titan's heart created an energy shield that had an HP equivalent to 10 times his own. Had he tried receiving all those attacks without Titan's heart, even if he activated Protection Blessing, he still would have gotten killed instantly. An invulnerability skill. Both Lei Jingyang and Falling Fire shared the same thought as they looked at Cola. In God's domain, although invulnerability skills were extremely rare, some still existed. Meanwhile, every one of them was extremely troublesome to deal with. However, after Lei Jingyang and Falling Fire exchanged glances, they sprang into action again, targeting Turtledove this time. No matter how strong an invulnerability skill was, once its duration was up, it would disappear. Hence, all they needed to do now was attack other MTs instead of Cola. They also refused to believe that all 3 MTs had learned invulnerability skills. However, when Lei Jingyang was within 30 yards of Turtledove, he suddenly felt a chill crawling down his spine. Immediately, he tightened his grip around his white bone greatsword and activated Whirlwind Slash. Dang! In the next moment, Lei Jingyang felt as if he had just struck an impenetrable wall as his greatsword stopped abruptly, sparks flying from the edge of his greatsword. Then, a lithe figure gradually appeared before him. Zero Wings Fire Dance? Lei Jingyang sneered as he looked at the lithe figure facing him. Are you here to get yourself killed? He sent a slash at the female assassin before him straight away. An assassin was most powerful when conducting an ambush. As long as the ambush failed and their body became exposed, their combat power would decrease drastically. In a frontal clash, an assassin was significantly inferior to a berserker. Ding, ding, dang! However, after exchanging several attacks with Fire Dance, Lei Jingyang started panicking. As a Tier 2 berserker, his strength should be overwhelmingly superior to most players at this stage of the game. Moreover, he was currently geared in 3 pieces of epic equipment. Despite that, not only did every one of the dozen or so attacks he had sent at Fire Dance get blocked, but his arms even started falling numb from the resulting impact. Could she be a Tier 2 player as well? Lei Jingyang could not help entertaining such a thought. However, even if Fire Dance was a Tier 2 assassin, it should be impossible for her to be superior to him, a Tier 2 berserker, in terms of strength. Lei Jingyang very quickly shook the thought out of his head and calmed himself. In terms of combat standards, he was no doubt superior to Fire Dance. Since he couldn't win using a forceful approach, he simply needed to target her weak points. He immediately activated the Tier 2 skill Battering Slash. Battering Slash allowed him to ignore his target's defense and block effects. Although the damage his attacks dealt would decrease significantly, it would be more than enough to kill an assassin, a class that had both low HP and defense. However, when his greatsword passed through Fire Dance's body, Lei Jingyang's complexion immediately darkened. The reason for this was the sensation he felt coming from his greatsword. It did not feel as if he had just cut through a physical entity at all. He tried using Blade Storm right away, but before he realized it, Fire Dance had already appeared behind him, the 1,000 transformations in her hands stabbing towards his back. Tier 2 skill, Shadow Raid. Fire Dance instantly transformed into numerous streaks of shadows that pierced through Lei Jingyang's body. Damages ranging between 10,000 and 20,000 appeared rapidly above the berserker's head one after another, depleting his HP to 0. Chapter 1653, Tier 2 Galore. Did Lei Jingyang die? An instant kill. For a time, the players watching the battle between Fire Dance and Lei Jingyang were stunned by the sudden development. The fight had been lightning quick, and many had failed to realize what had happened before it was over. In one moment, Lei Jingyang had been alive and kicking, and in the next, he was dead. The members of Lei Jingyang's Thunder Legion were particularly dumbstruck. They all knew how powerful their commander was. Not only did he wield 3 pieces of epic equipment, but he was also one of 3 Tier 2 players in Heaven's Burial. The Berserker had over 53,000 HP as well, which was in no way inferior to Tier 1 peak MTs of the same level. If Tier 1 experts like themselves had to face Lei Jingyang, they'd never be enough to take down the Berserker even with a 20-man team. Yet, an assassin had killed their commander with a single move. No matter how they looked at the situation, it felt unreal. Only Shifeng knew how possible the feat truly was. After all, Fire Dance wielded a fragmented legendary weapon, which no epic weapon could compare to. Moreover, the assassin class was famous for its explosive damage, dealing significant amounts in a very short time. Meanwhile, Shadow Raid was Fire Dance's strongest explosive skill. If she landed a hit with the skill, even a Tier 2 Guardian Knight or Shield Warrior of the same level would stand on the precipice of death, if not die instantly, let alone a Tier 2 Berserker. After Lei Jingyang died, Heaven's Burial's members fell into a panic, confused about what to do next. Along with Lei Jingyang's death, the 5 Grand Lord-ranked evil demons he had summoned had disappeared. This was like salt in an open wound to Heaven's Burial's members. Kola, Turtledove, and Yi Wumian had already embedded their strength into their enemies' minds. Lei Jingyang's followers doubted that they had the strength to surpass a Grand Lord-ranked evil demon. Useless trash. He actually died so quickly. A deep frown pulled at Falling Fire's face as he watched Lei Jingyang's corpse transform into particles of light. He had never expected Zero Wing to have a Tier 2 assassin and 3 Tier 2 MTs. Immediately he shouted through the team chat, "Everyone, retreat. Leave the teleportation zone for now. We'll re-enter from another side." At this stage of the game, it was extremely difficult for players to reach Tier 2. Even Blackwater, with its abundant resources, had only nurtured a few Tier 2 experts thus far. Yet, not only did Zero Wing have 3 Tier 2 MTs, but it had a Tier 2 assassin as well. This left him truly confused. Even if Fire Dance took part in the battle, Heaven's Burial and Blackwater should have been able to resist Zero Wing by relying on the 5 Grand Lord-ranked evil demons, but now, Lei Jingyang was dead and the evil demons had vanished. Even if they had the numeric advantage, they had lost any momentum against Zero Wing due to the loss. Their chances of victory were now slim, regardless of whether or not they continued to fight. The wisest decision now would be leaving the teleportation zone temporarily and trying to get back in from another side. With the limited number of entry slots, Zero Wing shouldn't bother chasing them. On the off chance that there were less than 15,000 players in the zone after Zero Wing left it, the guild would miss the opportunity to enter the Primordial Divine Ruin. The risk of giving chase simply outweighed the gains. However, as Falling Fire ushered his team out of the teleportation zone, a snowy white dagger appeared behind him, transforming into a streak of silver light as it thrust into the elementalist's back. Another assassin? Falling Fire panicked. But it was already too late to dodge or block the attack physically. Instinctively, Falling Fire activated Blink, vanishing from the dagger's attack trajectory in the most critical moment and reappearing 15 yards away. He then turned towards the player that had ambushed him with a grim expression. Unlike the lithe assassin that had ambushed Lei Jingyang, the assassin that had attacked Falling Fire was a physically fit youth. This youth was none other than Flying Shadow. What fast reactions! Flying Shadow was astonished when Falling Fire successfully evaded the ambush. He evaded my attack despite being caught off guard. Sure enough, I'm still not on the level of peak experts like him. He had been so close to killing Falling Fire just now. In his opinion, he had already concealed himself sufficiently, and his attack had been fast enough, yet Falling Fire had avoided his dagger. Zero Wings Flying Shadow? Falling Fire recognized Flying Shadow instantly, feeling no less shocked than the assassin. How is he so strong? He had detailed information on all of Zero Wing's top-ranked experts, and Flying Shadow wasn't wearing a black cloak. Even without an identification skill, he easily determined the youth's identity based on his appearance. Based on the report he had read, Flying Shadow wasn't nearly as strong as Fire Dance, Zero Wing's #1 assassin. Yet, just now, the youth had displayed far more power than the report had mentioned. After Falling Fire had been promoted to Tier 2, he hadn't encountered a Tier 1 assassin that could get within 10 yards of him undetected. Only the guild's Tier 2 assassins had been successful. Could he be a Tier 2 player as well? As Falling Fire looked at Flying Shadow, he felt the edges of his world beginning to crumble. Since when had reaching Tier 2 become so easy? The fact that Zero Wing had one Tier 2 assassin was surprising enough, but he had just encountered another. Had he not reacted quickly enough, he might have fallen to Flying Shadow's attack. Watching Flying Shadow approach again, Falling Fire began to double speed cast. Suddenly, stone spikes rose from the ground beneath the assassin's feet. At the same time, a large number of ice swords rained down on the youth. This forced Flying Shadow to focus on the attacks from above and below, which drastically slowed his advance. Moreover, he stiffened slightly each time he blocked an ice sword. Aside from Falling Fire's attacks, Flying Shadow had to deal with the nearby Heaven's Burial and Blackwater members. For a time, all of the incoming attacks forced Flying Shadow into a passive state. He couldn't close the distance between himself and his target. Your equipment is quite good, but it's a pity your combat standards are somewhat lacking, Falling Fire said, a condescending smile spreading across his face as he watched the assassin's HP slowly decrease. Flying Shadow might be considered a first-class expert in a first-rate guild, but he was still young and tender in Falling Fire's eyes. The assassin's focus on dodging and blocking was particularly poor and inefficient. Even without the support of other players, he could easily kill this player. Die! Falling Fire completed the final verse of his incantation and launched the Tier 2 spell, Detonating Flame Arrows, at Flying Shadow. However, before he could release the dozens of flaming arrows that had formed above him, a dark blue magic array had appeared in the sky, releasing a torrent of water that snuffed the arrows out. Reacting, Falling Fire used Blink again and avoided the descending water. By the time he reappeared, the force of the torrent had carved out a massive crater in his previous position, filling it with water. How is that possible? Someone actually crushed my detonating flame arrows? Confusion tore at Falling Fire as he eyes the man-made pond. He had cast a Tier 2 spell, which shouldn't have crumbled so easily even under another Tier 2 spell, yet not only had his detonating flame arrows been eliminated, but the torrent of water had contained enough destructive power to form a massive crater. But before Falling Fire could discover his attacker, over a dozen light blue water spears shot towards him. The spears had appeared in almost the same moment Falling Fire had reappeared after using Blink. The enemy caster's timing and aim were incredibly precise. Dazed, Falling Fire failed to protect himself in time with an ice barrier, and 4 water spears plowed into him, each dealing over -16,000 damage. Falling Fire, who only had 40,000 HP, died instantly. As the Elementalist's HP reached 0, he was barely able to turn his head in time towards the water spear's origin. Standing around 30 yards away was a lithe, graceful woman in a lilac robe and wielding a dark blue crystal staff. A light blue magic array gradually faded from beneath her feet while dense, water-type mana surrounded her. Another Tier 2 player. Although Falling Fire still wanted to speak, his vision had already darkened, and his body collapsed. Chapter 1654, Shocking All Sides. Chapter 1654, Shocking All Sides. As Falling Fire collapsed, silence descended on Zero Wing and Heaven's Burial's battlefield. Commander! The commander actually died. Do they also have a Tier 2 magical class expert? Blackwater's members gaped at Aqua Rose, who was responsible for Falling Fire's death. Falling Fire was both one of the scant few Tier 2 players and a top-ranked expert within Blackwater. Normally, the Elementalist killed them instantly when they sparred with him. However, they had just watched this man die after one hit. No matter how they looked at the situation, it was utterly unbelievable. The tier suppression Tier 2 players had over Tier 1 players was much greater than that of Tier 1 players over Tier 0 players. Moreover, as an Elementalist, Falling Fire had a few passive skills that increased his magic resistances, making him much tougher against spells. Yet, Aqua Rose had annihilated Falling Fire with a single spell. There were only two possibilities to explain the outcome. The first was that Aqua Rose had used a Berserk skill followed by a Tier 1 curse. The other possibility was that Aqua Rose was also a Tier 2 player. When players activated a Berserk skill, some kind of special effect would change their bodies. Only, not all Berserk skills generated visible indicators. Regardless, when a player activated a Berserk skill, the intensity of their aura would increase drastically, informing others that the player had activated such a skill. However, Aqua Rose displayed neither phenomena, so it was obvious that she hadn't activated a Berserk skill. There was also no way they'd miss the resulting changes. They all had keen senses as experts, and activating a Berserk skill was akin to turning on a light in a dark room. When Blackwater's members considered the possibility that Zero Wing also had a Tier 2 magical class, they couldn't help but shudder. Tier 2 MTs were only powerful when tanking monsters. Their DPS was lacking. However, it was a different story for Tier 2 magical classes. Magical classes already wielded extremely high DPS even at Tier 1, and they had more AoEs than other classes. After their promotion to Tier 2, magical classes' attacks would grow even stronger. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call Tier 2 magical classes mobile defense turrets. When solely comparing combat capabilities, Tier 2 magical classes were stronger than another class by far. While everyone struggled with their shock over Falling Fire's death, Aqua Rose used the opportunity to cast the Tier 2 spell, Aqua Precinct. With the female Cursemancer at its center, a water domain manifested, covering a 70-yard radius. Any of Heaven's Burial and Blackwater members caught within Aqua Precinct soon noticed the rapid drop in their basic attributes. In the blink of an eye, their basic attributes had fallen to 70% of their original values. Following which 12 8-meter-long water serpents rose from the pool of water, releasing enraged bellows that echoed throughout the tower. Every water serpent possessed the strength to rival a great lord of the same level. Under Aqua Rose's control, the water serpents jumped at the players from Heaven's Burial and Blackwater. Aqua Precinct wasn't like normal AoEs and was categorized as a domain skill. When using it to attack, Aqua Rose wouldn't harm her allies as normal AoE spells would as long as she controlled the spell properly. Tier 1 experts would have a very difficult time coping with a Great Lord's attacks. Only Tier 1 MTs of the same level could block such attacks without receiving much damage. However, unlike normal Great Lords, which had monotonous attack patterns, the water serpents were flexible since Aqua Rose controlled them. Any MT that failed to block the serpent's attacks instantly lost over 20,000 HP. Since Heaven's Burial and Blackwater's MTs had lost 30% of their basic attributes, the water serpents only needed 2 hits to finish off a level 50 MT. In the short moment since Aqua Rose had cast Aqua Precinct, she had killed 4 level 50 MTs. The rear-line healers had never even had a chance to heal their allies. Monster! She's a monster! Heaven's Burials and Blackwater's experts stared at the female Cursemancer in utter horror. Retreat! There's a monster! With Zero Wing's Magic Light team and Conqueror parties gaining the upper hand, followed by Aqua Rose's sudden massacre, Heaven's Burials and Blackwater's members panicked. Rather than a slow, organized retreat, they turned and fled like cowards. Not only would they lose a level if they died, but they'd also lose a piece of equipment. To expert players like them, the loss was unbearably painful. Hence, now that they knew that they were no match for Zero Wing, they wouldn't continue to throw themselves into the jaws of death. Furthermore, their commanders, Lei Jingyang and Falling Fire, had already died. Big Sis Aqua, you couldn't hold back a little? We've barely killed any enemies, yet you've already scared them all away. How are we supposed to earn extra income now? Shadow Sword and Zero Wing's other Tier 2 players sighed in frustration as they watched Heaven's Burial and Blackwater's members flee. They had previously held back because they were worried about scaring off their prey. It had actually taken quite a bit restraint to drag this battle out, yet their prey had run in fear of them before they could reap the benefits and slaughter them all. This frustrated Shadow Sword and the others. My bad. I'll be more careful next time, Aqua Rose said, sending her companions an apologetic glance. She hadn't expected Heaven's Burial and Blackwater's players to be so cowardly. Thus far, the battle between their guilds had been fairly even. In fact, Zero Wing wouldn't get off easily either if Heaven's Burial and Blackwater continued the fight. Yet, rather than stand their ground, the two guilds' members had turned and fled. This will work too. Just kill as many as you can, but be careful to stay near the team and in the teleportation zone, Shi Feng commanded. He was not particularly surprised by their enemy's response. Although Heaven's Burial and Blackwater's experts were no weaklings, the series of mental blows had thrown them into a panic. Fortunately, Heaven's Burial and Blackwater's reaction was a good thing for Zero Wing. At the very least, Zero Wing could now secure more entry slots for the Primordial Divine Ruin. Shadow Sword, Blackie, Violet Cloud, Rampant Blade, Alluring Summer, and Zero Wing's other Tier 2 players began to put all they had into their battles. With the overwhelming strength of Tier 2 classes, Shadow Sword and the others charged into Heaven's Burial and Blackwater's ranks like lions charging into a flock of sheep. The guild's magical class players, such as Blackie, Violet Cloud, and Alluring Summer, dominated the battlefield like humanoid defense turrets. Without anyone to hinder their progress, they each killed over a dozen players with every attack. This only encouraged Zero Wing's other members to fight with more fervor. By the time Heaven's Burial and Blackwater's members left the teleportation zone, they had littered their path with corpses and equipment. The two guilds had lost nearly 2,000 experts since the battle had begun. The outcome was startling. If these casualties were only ordinary or elite players, the loss wouldn't be as painful, but the players Zero Wing's members had killed were all experts. These two guilds had lost just as many experts as there were in an ordinary, first-rate guild. Amazing! So this is Zero Wing's strength? Didn't someone say that Zero Wing was no match for Heaven's Burial and Blackwater? Heaven's Burial sure is unlucky. Not only is it in danger of losing Ancient Rock City, but entering the Primordial Divine Ruin will also be a major challenge. The various major powers had been paying very close attention to the battle between Zero Wing and Heaven's Burial, and the superpowers present were no exception. However, none of them had ever imagined that this outcome was possible. Even Purple Jade, who had a high opinion of Zero Wing, had assumed that the guild would fight its enemies to a draw at best. Yet, Zero Wing had actually chased Heaven's Burial and Blackwater out of the teleportation zone while suffering minimal losses. This had completely exceeded her expectations. As for the various guilds and adventurer teams, which had planned to enter the teleportation zone near Zero Wing, shrank back in fear after seeing the guild's prowess in battle. "Commander, are we still going to charge in?" A level 50 shield warrior clad in black armor could not help but ask his commander. "Charge in? Are you suicidal? We're retreating. We'll go in from another side. Chapter 1655. 10 years too early. Chapter 1655. 10 years too early. After Zero Wing's victory over Heaven's Burial, the various superpowers in the teleportation zone couldn't help but re-evaluate their opinions of Zero Wing. Sure enough, Zero Wing can be quite capable. No wonder they dared to ignore our guild's warning. It might not be a bad idea to consider partnering with them for the Primordial Divine Ruin raid, a middle-aged man in black armor muttered as he looked at Zero Wing's members with an interested expression. He carried a great sword with runes that radiated a chilling aura. The Primordial Divine Ruin was akin to a dungeon. If one wished to progress inside the ruin, they needed a certain level of strength, whether it be basic attributes or combat standards. The difficulty also increased as one delved deeper into the ruin. After reaching the Primordial Divine Ruin's fourth underground floor, players faced extraordinarily strict requirements. In fact, it was so difficult to pass from the fourth floor to the fifth floor, where the gate to the Primordial City was located, that a single guild team could no longer clear the challenge. They would only have a higher chance of reaching the fifth underground floor by working together. The middle-aged man's words surprised the nearby players. The middle-aged man before them was none other than Broken City, an upper echelon from King's Return. He had been very famous in the virtual gaming world some years ago. Even King's Return's guild leader had to treat Broken City with respect. Broken City didn't praise players or powers very often. The last player Broken City had praised had become King's Return's present guild leader. Hence, King's Return's members found it truly surprising that Broken City would praise Zero Wing. Uncle Broken, aren't you thinking too highly of them? They've merely repelled upstarts like Heaven's Burial and Blackwater. Zero Wing is still 10 years too early to work alongside us, the handsome youth beside Broken City said, scoffing. The youth wore dark gray plate armor and wielded a one-handed axe engraved with beautiful runes in his right hand while holding a tower shield made of scales in his left. Ocean, Uncle Broken must have his reasons for saying that. While not all of Zero Wing's team members have monstrous basic attributes, the team's overall strength is considerable. After entering the Primordial Divine Ruin, Zero Wing would make a good choice as a partner. Praying Lotus, who was garbed in a set of white, sacred robes, said as she shook her head. She didn't particularly approve of Wild Ocean's opinion. Although Wild Ocean had recently received a promotion, becoming one of King's Return's adjudicators, and was one of the guild's few Tier 2 players, his thinking was shallow. Like Broken City, Praying Lotus felt they shouldn't underestimate Zero Wing's strength. Throughout the battle, she hadn't seen Sure Feng take action at all. This proved that Zero Wing was still holding back and was far from being as simple as everyone believed. Zero Wing is only good in PvP. We're going to face an endless number of monsters and various traps in the Primordial Divine Ruin. Just clearing the third floor would be a huge problem, let alone reaching the fifth floor. Aside from us superpowers, no team has cleared the ruin's third floor. You should also know that you can't rely on powerful attributes alone to clear the third floor. We'll talk about cooperation after they reach the fourth floor. Wild Ocean snorted, thinking that both Broken City and Praying Lotus's opinions of Zero Wing were too generous. Wild Ocean wasn't the only person with that opinion. King's Return's other experts agreed with Wild Ocean's thoughts. If they partnered with Zero Wing, they would have to share half their slots to enter the fifth floor. What kind of guild was Zero Wing? What kind of guild was King's Return? Did Zero Wing even qualify to share half of their slots? As time passed, the struggle in the teleportation zone intensified. More powers were also joining the fight in the teleportation zone. Now, even the various powers that had hesitated to provoke Zero Wing had decided to give it a try. The struggle for the entry slots lasted for over half an hour. This time, the struggle's intensity was unprecedented. Players' corpses littered the teleportation zone. In the end, the various superpowers still took the majority of the entry slots, while the alliance of first-rate guilds and the alliance of top adventurer teams only claimed a small portion. Among the various powers that had participated in the struggle, Zero Wing's performance was the most extraordinary. Despite Zero Wing starting the fight with less than 2,000 members, they still had over 1,200 members inside the teleportation zone by the time the struggle ended. The guild had claimed nearly 1/10 of the available entry slots, only slightly less than the various superpowers. Among the various superpowers, the Secret Pavilion had the best performance, securing exactly 2,000 slots. Although the Secret Pavilion was more than capable of gaining more than that, it had deliberately held back to avoid standing out. Every one of the other superpowers secured around 1,500 slots, which was slightly more than Zero Wing. This was also the reason why Zero Wing's performance shocked everyone. The various superpowers had started the fight with at least 6,000 members, yet Zero Wing had achieved a near-similar result with less than 2,000 members. This battle record was a little terrifying. Crap. I thought that with Heaven's Burial and Blackwater out of the picture, we would get more slots. Why did we end up getting fewer slots than in previous raids? That's right. If I had known something like this would happen, I would have preferred for Heaven's Burial or Blackwater to win. The various first-rate guilds and adventurer teams' upper echelons clicked their tongues in anger and jealousy as they looked at Zero Wing's members. It was common knowledge that teams would have a greater advantage in the ruin if they entered with more players. Now that Zero Wing could send over 1,200 members into the ruin, the guild might actually make it all the way to the 5th floor and enter the rumored Primordial city. While everyone else was shocked by Zero Wing's strength, Shi Feng was ecstatic. Zero Wing had earned over 5,000 pieces of the current top-tier equipment in the struggle for entry slots. Although the majority was level 45 fine gold equipment, they were still valuable. In comparison, Zero Wing had suffered practically insignificant losses. Zero Wing had suffered 600+ casualties in the battle, with the majority of them being the White Tiger Dojo disciples. The disciples were only geared in standard level 50 elite equipment. They had also recovered some of the lost weapons and equipment. Hence, Zero Wing had made a fortune in this battle. When there were fewer than 15,000 players in the teleportation zone, a blue glow enveloped the area. The players inside the zone disappeared a moment later, leaving an empty plot of land behind. The members of the various major powers that remained inside the tower quickly spread the news of the battle's outcome. With the teleportation array's help, Zero Wing's surviving members instantly arrived at Dark Canyon. There were 3 shining, silver moons hanging in the sky. The visibility within the canyon was also very poor. At best, they could see 200 yards around them, and they couldn't sense any other creatures, which instilled a deep fear and insecurity. So, this is the Primordial Divine Ruins' first floor? Aqua Rose muttered as she curiously surveyed her surroundings. With her physique as a Tier 2 player, she soon discovered the hidden threats around them. A group of skeleton undead hid at the top of the canyon, carrying heavy crossbows that could launch bolts with the power to rival Tier 2 skills. It was obvious that these skeletons had already locked onto their team and were ready to fire their crossbows at a moment's notice. Aside from the crossbow-wielding skeletons, Aqua Rose noticed a large number of ghosts flickering in and out of existence on the path ahead. The ghosts wandered around the bottom of the canyon, and even the weakest among them was a level 50 chieftain while the strongest were level 55 grand lords. If players accidentally provoked these monsters, the consequences would be unimaginable. As if they had long since familiarized themselves with this floor, the various superpowers teams quickly advanced on a predetermined path. As they advanced, the superpowers teams skillfully pushed away any ghosts they came across while dodging the heavy crossbow bolts. In comparison, the alliance formed by top adventurer teams quickly had their advance halted by powerful ghosts, their members peppered by the crossbow bolts from above the canyon. Damn it! Why is it so difficult? The various adventurer teams' upper echelons frowned at the first floor's difficulty. They were at a loss. Seeing this, The Superpowers members shook their heads disapprovingly. The Primordial Divine Ruin was an extremely dangerous place, yet the various adventurer teams had believed that getting into the ruin was the most difficult part. The struggle in the teleportation zone was simply a prelude for what was to come. Before the Adventurer Team Alliance could think of a plan, they noticed Zero Wings members taking large strides towards the gateway to the next floor. Have they lost their minds? The various adventurer teams' upper echelons gaped as they watched Zero Wing fearlessly advance. Chapter 1656, Dauntless Zero Wing. Chapter 1656, Dauntless Zero Wing. The Adventurer Team Alliance wasn't the only force confused by Zero Wing's sudden advance. The several superpowers upper echelons and the first-rate guilds alliance also flashed Zero Wing incredulous looks. What's Zero Wing trying to do? Zero Wing's behavior confused everyone. The Dark Canyon's terrain was complex. Although there appeared to be many paths that would lead to the top of the canyon, only a few were actually viable. Moreover, timing was very important when traversing the various paths. A single mistake could easily put an entire team in a dangerous situation. It wouldn't be surprising if the team were even eliminated. Although players would lose only 20% of their EXP and be sent back to the starting point when they died in the Primordial Divine Ruin, multiple deaths would significantly weaken a team and increase the raid's difficulty. For newcomers to the Primordial Divine Ruin, such as Zero Wing and the Adventurer Team Alliance, the safest way through the Dark Canyon was to follow the various superpowers who were already familiar with the first floor's trial. Of course, tagging along didn't necessarily mean safety. Even if two teams took the same path, their timing wouldn't be the same. In this case, it would depend on the commander's abilities. Although, for the two superpowers that raided the ruin for the first time, this wouldn't be a problem. The force's leadership had a perfect grasp of their team's positioning and could minimize their losses as they followed the other superpowers. The Adventurer Team Alliance's chain of command, however, was chaotic due to its multiple leaders. As a result, the Adventurer Team Alliance suffered many casualties as it attempted to follow after a superpower. But the Alliance still fared better than if it pioneered a path of its own. Yet, Zero Wing did not even understand such a basic principle and had made a beeline for the top of the canyon. Moreover, Zero Wing's members moved with large strides, paying no attention to the monsters in their way, unlike the other teams who carefully and steadily advanced. Suddenly, Cola, Turtledove, Yiwumien, and Violet Cloud rushed ahead of Zero Wing's team, charging onto the gravel path that contained a plethora of wandering ghosts. Meanwhile, the 15 MTs of the Magic Light Team's 15 MTs guarded the rear of the team, while the Conqueror parties split up and covered the sides. Ghost Knight, Undead, Chieftain. Level 50. HP 6, 000, 000/6, 000, 000. Ghost Berserker, Undead, Lord. Level 52. HP 17, 000, 000/17, 000, 000. Ghost General, Undead, Grand Lord. Level 55. HP 85, 000, 000/85, 000, 000. As Cola and the others moved through the canyon, the wandering Ghost Knights and Ghost Berserkers quickly discovered their presence. Like hungry wolves that had just discovered meat, the ghosts surged towards the MT trio. Are they trying to get themselves killed? Are they really trying to grind the ghosts as if they were common monsters? Everyone was stupefied as they watched Cola, Turtledove, and Yiwumien attract more and more Ghost Knights and Ghost Berserkers. The Primordial Divine Ruin had an endless supply of monsters, and even if players killed these monsters, the awarded EXP and loot was insignificant compared to monsters outside of the ruin. Grinding these monsters simply wasn't worth the effort. Though, to the various powers present, it did not really matter even if a large number of Ghost Knights and Ghost Berserkers ganged up on them, as they were more than capable of defeating these monsters. Instead, the canyon's true danger came from the numerous skeletons stationed at its top. The bolts they fired from their heavy crossbows were as powerful as Tier 2 attacks. Even level 50, Tier 1 MTs would be forced to retreat by several steps and lose around 4,000 HP if they blocked one of these bolts with their shields. If struck directly, they would be dead after 2 or 3 hits. Hence, it was important when selecting a path through the canyon to choose one with favorable terrain that could be used to block the crossbow attacks and lower the chances of encounter ghost generals. In the blink of an eye, over 500 ghost knights and dozens of ghost berserkers chased after Kola and the others. Moreover, the skeletons on both sides of the canyon had aimed and fired their crossbows at the MT trio. However, Kola and the others paid no attention to the countless incoming attacks and continued to advance mindlessly, attracting more monsters as they went. The commotion had even lured some of the wandering ghost generals. Could everyone charge? Follow Kola's group. Shi Feng revealed a smile when he saw the swarm of monsters charge at Kola and the others. At this stage of the game, nobody was more familiar with Primordial Divine Ruins than him. He knew that Primordial Divine Ruins were survival tests. Although it was the first time he had visited the Primordial Divine Ruin in the Orc Empire, every ruin had nearly the same tests. It had been common knowledge in his previous life that the Primordial Divine Ruins' first floor trial would become more dangerous as teams spent more time here. Take the various superpowers, for example. Although they had familiarized themselves with the paths to the top of the canyon and hence could limit the number of crossbow attacks that reached their teams, it was impossible to avoid casualties completely. In fact, the various superpowers teams were continuously lost members as they advanced right now. Moreover, as they approached closer to the top of the canyon, their casualty rates became more severe. To make matters worse, players that died and allowed the system to resurrect them would reappear at the starting point. Once they did, they'd have no way of catching up to their main force. As for having the team stop midway to resurrect the fallen, that would only end up causing the team to suffer even more casualties. Because of this, team members that died halfway through the canyon were as good as eliminated unless a team wipe occurred. The best way to challenge the first floor trial was to send a player in as bait and draw the enemy fire while the rest of the team followed behind. Doing so would greatly reduce the number of attacks the team received and was much safer than following one of the more protected routes. The only problem with this method was that the players acting as bait needed to be strong enough. The main force also had to maintain enough distance from the bait. If the main force got too close, they would pull the agitated monster's aggro. If the main force fell too far behind, the bait would have moved past the skeleton's attack range. Fortunately, this wasn't the first time Shi Feng had employed this strategy. His grasp of his team's positioning was incredibly accurate. With Violet Cloud in the center, Kola's group pushed forward. As they faced numerous attacks, their HPs steadily decreased. Fortunately, the Chieftain-ranked Ghost Knights and Lord-ranked Ghost Berserkers were not much of a threat. The true threat came from the Ghost Generals and the heavy crossbow attacks from both sides of the canyon, in particular. Currently, a swarm of Ghost Knights chased after Kola's group of 4, and although the situation looked dire, it worked in the group's favor as the Ghost Generals had a hard time reaching the players. Unfortunately, the same couldn't be said for the crossbow attacks. When Kola, Turtledove, and Yi Wumian used their shields to block the incoming crossbow bolts, they'd stiffen slightly and lose around 1,500 HP. When the other powers noticed the damage Kola and his team received, they couldn't help their jealousy. Unlike Kola and the others, their MTs received over -4,000 damage even when they blocked the crossbow bolts successfully. This meant that the MT trio from Zero Wing could endure 3 times the attacks that their MTs could. However, they still ridiculed Zero Wing for its foolish leadership. If Kola and his companions had the support of a large number of healers, they'd be practically unkillable. Yet, Zero Wing actually let these 3 powerful MTs charge ahead on their own. It was a reckless waste of resources. With how the team utilized Kola and the others, it wouldn't matter if they could endure 2 or 3 more hits than other MTs. Sure enough, Kola, Turtledove, and Yi Wumian's HPs began to decrease rapidly. In a short moment, they had lost more than 1/3 of their HPs. The various superpowers upper echelons lamented the loss. The MT trio only had a single healer to support them, and it simply wasn't enough to keep the 3 players alive. But after another moment, the superpowers noticed something strange. Despite Cola, Turtledove, and Yi Wumian's HPs having already fallen below the 25% mark, Violet Cloud hadn't prepared to cast any spells. What's going on? Isn't that girl a cleric? Or does she have some kind of grudge against those MTs? Everyone watched Violet Cloud in confusion. However, while the spectating crowd wondered about the young woman's hesitation, Cola took a look at his own HP bar. "Let's begin," Cola said. Rather than panicking, his voice contained a hint of excitement. Turtledove and the others then nodded in response. Following which, Cola shouted before releasing a blinding, golden glow. Suddenly, a golden pillar of light descended from the sky and enveloped Cola's group, illuminating the dark canyon. Suddenly, 4 golden barriers enveloped each member of the group. The move Cola just used was none other than the Tier 2 skill, Divine Shield, which Shifeng had obtained from the Boneless Land. When activated, the skill granted the Divine Shield buff, which lasted 30 seconds, to a maximum of 10 players. The buff decreased incoming damage from Tier 3 or below attacks by 50% and attacks above Tier 3 by 20%. The buff also increased attack speed and movement speed by 20% and healing effects received by 100%. Divine Shield was a very powerful skill, though it had a downside, a 1-hour cooldown. Violet Cloud also used the Tier 2 spell, Holy Prayer. The spell affected all allies within a 50-yard radius and granted them an hot buff that healed them based on Violet Cloud's mana. Moreover, players affected by Holy Prayer would receive a 20% damage reduction buff. The spell had a 1-minute duration and a 20-minute cooldown. Under the effects of these 2 skills, Cola's group members each recovered over 8,000 HP every second. The damage they received was reduced to a pitiful amount as well. This turn of events allowed Cola's group to advance with ease while the rest of Zero Wing's team followed behind. In less than a minute, Zero Wing's members had reached the top of the canyon. Chapter 1657, Continuous Clearance. Chapter 1657, Continuous Clearance. The sounds of battle had filled the dark canyon, but as Zero Wing's members reached the top, the various powers, which were still engaged in combat, fell silent. That's actually possible. For a moment, everyone was at a loss for words as they stared at Zero Wing's members. They had invested a ton of effort and made numerous sacrifices during their previous raids to locate the best route up the canyon, and they would still suffer before they reached the safe zone at its top. Yet, Zero Wing had run for the top of the canyon without sparing their surroundings a glance. Not only had the guild team succeeded, but they had only lost a few dozen players, which was practically negligible. Sure enough, Zero Wing is extraordinary, Praying Lotus muttered, her eyelashes fluttering as she watched Shifeng, the commander of Zero Wing's team. No other guild would dare to be so bold. The 2 skills Cola's group had used were particularly powerful. Although they were not invulnerability skills, the combined effect had nullified the threat from both the ghosts and the heavy crossbows. They only got through thanks to powerful attributes and skills, Wild Ocean said, clicking his tongue. The next floors will be even more difficult, and basic attributes will become less important. If they try to pull another stunt like that, they'll get themselves killed. Praying Lotus did not rebuke Wild Ocean's words this time. After all, what the Shield Warrior youth had said was true. As players delved deeper into the primordial divine ruin, the trials they faced would become more difficult. They would also encounter more and different traps. Rather than simply relying on raw power, players would have to rely on their technical abilities in the lower floors. The brute force method Zero Wing had used was only viable on the first floor. It wouldn't be possible to clear the following floors with the same method. Correspondingly, though, players would have higher chances of encountering opportunities and treasure the further they explored. There was practically nothing noteworthy in the ruins' first underground floor. One would be extremely lucky if they even came across a bronze treasure chest. Although players could also find combat techniques on the first underground floor, the chances of that were extremely slim. If one wanted better loot, they'd have to reach the Primordial Divine Ruins' third underground floor. Only the third floor and down offered level 50+ top-tier equipment. At the same time, the chances of finding combat techniques and other treasures also increased. Shifeng didn't hurry through the ruin after reaching the top of the canyon. Instead, he had everyone rest in the safe zone. Players' stamina and concentration consumption were far more severe in the Primordial Divine Ruin than outside of it. If they did not rest, they might fail trials that should be passable. Meanwhile, the only places in which players could rest in the Primordial Divine Ruin were the system-established safe zones. Traps and monsters were present everywhere else, and if they relaxed, even for a moment in these locations, they'd swiftly lose their lives. After Zero Wing's members had rested for some time, the various superpowers teams began to arrive in the safe zone, one after another. However, unlike Zero Wing, the various superpowers only had around 80% of the 1,500+ members they had entered the ruin with. The rest of their players had to wait for the system to resurrect them, forming teams with other players to search for opportunities and treasure on the first floor. After everyone rested, they proceeded towards the second underground floor. The second floor contained a primal forest. Visibility here was even worse than in the first floor's dark canyon. Even Tier 2 players could only see up to 80 yards away. As players traversed the forest, they were bombarded by all kinds of spell attacks from out of nowhere from time to time. These spells packed a punch, and even Tier 2 MTs only survived after 3 or 4 direct hits. Tier 1 MTs were lucky to survive even 2 hits. If players wished to reach the next safe zone alive, they would have to rely on their individual reaction speed and decision-making. They'd have to dodge or block an attack instantly when targeted. Only by doing so would the healers have a chance of healing them. All the heals in the world wouldn't save them if a spell struck them directly. The ruin's second floor was also much larger than the first, a testament to the Primordial Divine Ruin's unique nature. As teams progressed, they'd encounter larger maps, forcing players to travel greater distances and face more danger. Shifeng didn't have any special strategy to get through the second floor's trial. He could only send in the Magic Light team and Conqueror parties to tank as many hits as possible, limiting the number of casualties the team suffered. Overall, Zero Wing didn't fare nearly as well as the various superpowers. Upon reaching the third underground floor, the increased difficulty was particularly evident. The necessary method to clear the third floor wasn't like the first two. The various attacks and traps players had to face had also changed. Now, players had to collect a sufficient number of teleportation stones to proceed to the fourth floor. Each teleportation stone could only transport 100 players, and only the third floor's Grand Lord ranked monsters would drop them. One could just imagine how difficult it would be to kill a Grand Lord ranked boss in such a dangerous environment. It's no wonder why only the various superpowers have only gotten through the third floor thus far, leaving the first-rate guild's alliance behind. As Shifeng stood at the third floor's starting point and observed the barren wasteland before him, he could not help but frown. Thunderclouds covered the sky above the plain as far as he could see. Lightning frequently descended, decorating the ground with scorch marks. Not only did the lightning strikes contain a lot of power, but they were also extremely fast, significantly faster than normal spell attacks. When facing a normal spell attack, expert players could dodge or block as long as the spell was cast from a certain distance, but the lightning strikes from above were incredibly fast. This trial's difficulty increase was tremendous. Furthermore, players had to kill level 55 Grand Lords. However, the various superpowers teams, which had just arrived, reacted as if they didn't see the lightning bombarding the plane. They quickly split into 2 groups, leaving one behind in the safe zone while the other boldly strode into the barren wasteland in search of Grand Lord-ranked thunder beasts and thunder elementals. Lightning continued to descend from the sky, but the superpowers members swiftly maneuvered around the strikes. Aside from a few unlucky players who had been targeted by multiple lightning strikes, most were able to dodge the natural attacks. Even if they failed to dodge in time, their team's healers would quickly restore their lost HP. In contrast, the first-rate guilds and adventurer teams were unsure of how to continue. If they only had to dodge the lightning strikes, most of their members would be successful, but with the addition of monsters, chaos would ensue. They'd either fall to the lightning, or the monsters would slaughter them. So what if they got a lot of players this far? They still won't clear the third floor. Wild Ocean could not help but flash Zero Wing's team, which still occupied the starting point, a ridiculing smirk. Players' basic attributes were no longer the key to clearing the trial once they reached the third underground floor. Here, individual combat standards held greater importance. If a team couldn't defeat the Grand Lord-ranked bosses while being showered by lightning strikes, it would venture no further in the Primordial Divine Ruin. Guild Leader, the lightning strikes' attack rate and numbers are too high. I'm afraid that no more than 50 of our members will be able to fight while dodging the strikes. Should we grind the bosses for teleportation stones with just a 50-man team? Although it will slow us down, we shouldn't have a problem collecting the necessary teleportation stones, Aqua Rose suggested. If any other guild, excluding the superpowers, encountered such a situation, they'd likely be stuck here. Even Zero Wing only had a few experts who could fight in this lightning zone. Not even the Conqueror's Armor's battle arrays would be very effective. Meanwhile, trying to raid Grand Lords with so few experts was impossible. This was also why the various first-rate guilds, which had reached the ruin's third underground floor previously, had never cleared it. However, Zero Wing was different. Its team had over 10 Tier 2 players and shouldn't have a problem forming a 50-man raid team that could dodge the lightning while fighting the bosses. Unfortunately, raiding level 55 Grand Lords with only 50 members would take a lot of time, more time than the various superpowers raid teams, which had around 300 members each. No need, we'll all go together, Shifeng said, smiling as he shook his head. Everyone. For a moment, Aqua Rose thought she had misheard Shifeng. Relax. If this were any other trap, we might not have a way to deal with it, but if we only have to deal with lightning, we won't have to worry, Shifeng said. He then took a thick, ancient tome from his bag. This item was none other than the Ancient Weather Book. Chapter 1658, Might of the Ancient Book. Chapter 1658, Might of the Ancient Book. Across the vast wasteland, the various superpowers hunted bosses with organized precision. Meanwhile, the first-rate guilds and top adventurer teams could only watch from within the safe zone. Although these teams had a few experts who could dodge the lightning strikes, players who could dodge while fighting a Grand Lord were as rare as a phoenix's feather. A level 55 Grand Lord was already an extremely difficult foe, and teams lost players even during a normal raid. Hence, trying to raid one while severely handicapped would simply be suicidal. To compensate for their lack of numbers, the various first-rate guilds and top adventurer teams had tried to pool their experts to raid the bosses. However, despite multiple attempts, they had failed. Although the alliance of the various first-rate guilds and adventurer teams had formed allowed them to build a raid team with sufficient manpower, the environment favored the Grand Lord-ranked Thunder Elementals and Thunder Beasts. The third floor's environment enhanced all lightning-type skills and spells by 30%. Cloth armor classes, which had low HP and defense, would likely die instantly if they failed to dodge the Thunder Elementals or Thunder Beast skills. 0 mistakes were allowed in battle. However, players would be hard-pressed to avoid mistakes while constantly bombarded with lightning. In the end, the Alliance team wiped after losing so many members midway through the battle. As the first-rate guilds and top adventurer teams rested, Shifeng led his entire team into the lightning zone. It was as if he had missed their tragic downfall after fighting in the wasteland. They're going all together? Have Zero Wing's members lost their minds? What are they trying to do? Even if a single death only costs 20% EXP, do they have to be so reckless? When the members of the various first-rate guilds and adventurer teams saw Zero Wing head into the plains, they thought that Zero Wing's members had gone mad. In this lightning wasteland, a player's basic attributes didn't matter as much as on the previous floors. Here, combat standards were far more important. Even if a team charged into the lightning wasteland with 1,000 members, each member would suffer the same number of lightning strikes. In fact, the players would have a higher chance of being struck. This was because players would have less space to maneuver in a larger group. Moreover, if players were not careful when they dodged, they'd likely avoid their own lightning strike only to get hit by their neighbors. The various powers weren't the only ones confused by Shifeng's ludicrous decision. Even Zero Wing's members were confused. They had seen how the experts from the various first-rate guilds and top adventurer teams had ended up after fighting in the wasteland. They also knew that those expert standards were much stronger than theirs. If they rushed into the plains, they'd doubtlessly suffer a similar fate. As Zero Wing's members approached the safe zone's boundary and were about to enter the lightning zone, they couldn't help their growing nerves. Why are they here? Wild Ocean, who currently fought within the zone, was surprised to notice Zero Wing's team enter the lightning wasteland. Are they that tired of living? Zero Wing's team had over 1,000 members, and if it tried to enter the zone with so many players, the number of lightning strikes that would descend on the team would be staggering. Not even superpowers like King's Return would pull such a stunt. Could Zero Wing be experimenting and trying to see how many of its members can survive a battle in the lightning zone? Praying Lotus, who was casting a healing spell, was just as stunned to see Zero Wing's advance. As the various superpowers members wondered, one player from Zero Wing after another stepped into the zone. Watching 1,000+ players set foot into the lightning wasteland was extraordinarily eye-catching. Almost everyone kept a curious eye on Zero Wing's team, wondering how it planned to deal with the countless lightning strikes that would fall upon them. 3 seconds passed. 5 seconds passed. 10 seconds. However, not a single strike of lightning fell on Zero Wing's team. Every member on the team was alive and kicking, and they had an easy time defeating the multiple chieftain-ranked thunder elementals and thunder beasts that had charged at them. Where is the lightning? Why do those chieftain-ranked thunder elementals and thunder beasts seem weaker than the ones we're fighting? The watching players were stunned as they sent Zero Wing's team sidelong glances. They could not understand what was going on. Where were the lightning strikes that were supposed to descend? Could the lightning strikes have stopped because they have more people? Purple Jade was greatly confused as she watched Zero Wing's members. The lightning was the most troublesome aspect about the Primordial Divine Ruins' third underground floor. Without the lightning strikes, the third floor's trial would just be a simple series of Grand Lord raids. If that were the case, the various superpowers could easily clear the floor. That's not possible. Other teams have dispatched even more players than Zero Wing in past raids, but this has never happened, Yuan Tiexin said, shaking his head. He too wore a confused look. Even Zero Wing's players were confused. Only Aqua Rose knew that this was Shifeng's doing. It seems this thing is quite effective. Shifeng smiled at the ancient weather book in his hands. The ancient weather book could change the weather in a 2,000-yard radius for 2 hours. Removing the thunderclouds in a specific area was a small task for the item. Without the lightning strikes, the third floor's trial posed no threat to his team members. Very quickly, Zero Wing's team located a level 55 Grand Lord ranked Thunder Beast. Great Thunder Wolf, Thunder Beast, Grand Lord. Level 55. HP 88, 000, 000/88, 000, 000. Now, the boss, which had given the various superpowers painful headaches, was an ordinary Grand Lord to Zero Wing. With Cola, Turtledove, and Yiwumian taking the lead, and the Magic Light Team's MTs tanking the nearby mobs, the rest of the team could focus on dealing damage. Moreover, without the lightning environment's boost, the Great Thunderwolf's attacks were little more than tickles to Cola and his fellow MTs. The Grand Lord's normal attacks only dealt around minus 8,000 damage, while its skill attacks only dealt around minus 20,000. Even without Turtledove and Yi Wumian's assistance, Cola could easily tank the Great Thunderwolf. The other players launched frenzied attacks at the Great Thunderwolf, each dealing several thousand damage. As the team fought, the Grand Lord's HP visibly decreased. Naturally, this made the various superpowers jealous. The Primordial Divine Ruins bosses weren't like field bosses. Their attributes wouldn't change, regardless of how many players raided them at one time. This meant that the more members a raid team possessed, the greater the team's advantage would be. Zero Wings' team had over 1,000 members, which was more than triple what the other teams possessed. Moreover, Zero Wings members did not have to worry about avoiding lightning strikes. In less than 5 minutes, the Great Thunderwolf fell before Zero Wings members. Everyone on the team also gained a significant amount of EXP. Moreover, the Great Thunderwolf had dropped 8 items in total thanks to Shifeng's divine providence. Although this didn't seem like much, it was above average for Grand Lords above level 50. When the various superpowers had killed their respective Grand Lords, they only got 5 items. Meanwhile, upon seeing the Great Thunderwolf's loot, Shifeng had to admit that the Primordial Divine Ruins bosses were far more generous than the bosses in Team Dungeons. Out of the 8 items dropped, 1 was a teleportation stone, and 5 were level 50 weapons and pieces of equipment, 3 of which were fine gold rank and 2 were secret silver rank. The last 2 items were pages of incomplete combat techniques. An advanced combat technique? Shifeng was ecstatic the moment he saw the 2 sheets of lambskin parchment. Basic combat techniques would drop as complete items in the Primordial Divine Ruin, but advanced combat techniques and above would appear as pages. Players would have to gather every page to learn the combat technique. Excited, Shifeng immediately inspected the 2 parchment sheets. Chapter 1659, Top-Tier Advanced Combat Technique. Chapter 1659, Top-Tier Advanced Combat Technique. As Shifeng inspected the incomplete pages, his eyes shone with excitement. Lightning Flash. This dilapidated page belongs to a book that depicts a secret attack technique, which has been passed down since ancient times. Only after gathering all incomplete pages can you read the complete book's content. There are a total of 13 pages. This leaflet is the 3rd page. Lightning Flash. This dilapidated page belongs to a book that depicts a secret attack technique, which has been passed down since ancient times. Only after gathering all incomplete pages can you read the complete book's content. There are a total of 13 pages. This leaflet is the 6th page. Most of the combat techniques that dropped in the Primordial Divine Ruin were basic combat techniques, and most of them dropped as the complete versions. Although some basic combat techniques dropped as incomplete pages, those were the extreme minority. Normally, only advanced rank or higher combat techniques would drop as individual pages. However, there were differences between advanced combat techniques and those of other ranks. Not only could players in God's domain improve their foundations by learning combat techniques, but they could also learn ways to exhibit their strength more efficiently, thereby raising their overall combat power. Some combat techniques even granted players the power to challenge foes of higher levels. A basic combat technique might not help half-step Refinement Realm experts fight Refinement Realm experts, but an ordinary advanced combat technique could. This was also why the various super guilds and super first-rate guilds were so desperate to compete for slots to enter the Primordial Divine Ruin. Meanwhile, an advanced combat technique's strength could be determined by the number of pages it possessed. An ordinary advanced combat technique would only include 6 to 8 pages, a first-rate advanced combat technique would possess 9 to 12 pages, and a top-tier advanced combat technique would possess 13 to 15 pages. An ordinary advanced combat technique could only help a half-step Refinement Realm expert qualify to fight a Refinement Realm expert. Meanwhile, a first-rate advanced combat technique allowed Refinement Realm experts to face Flowing Water Realm experts. As for top-tier advanced combat techniques, If Flowing Water Realm experts learned one, they could even pose as a threat to Void Realm experts. Even throughout God's domain, Void Realm experts were extremely rare. Yet, with a top-tier advanced combat technique, a Flowing Water Realm expert could stand against Void Realm experts. One could just imagine how valuable such a combat technique was. There was no doubt that Lightning Flash was a top-tier advanced combat technique. Shi Feng had never expected to get lucky enough to find a top-tier advanced combat techniques pages, and moreover, it was an attack-type technique. Zero Wing didn't actually have any of these. If it were possible to collect the complete Lightning Flash secret technique, it would certainly help the guild's experts. Learning the technique would likely offer more benefits than the Conqueror's armor. The Conqueror's armor only gave its wearer the power to face Refinement Realm experts temporarily, and after all was said and done, it was only a piece of level 50 equipment. Once players leveled up, the equipment would be useless. It could not truly become part of a player's strength. An advanced combat technique was different. Once players learned it, they could put it to good use regardless of their level. It would also offer significant help when players challenged their promotion quests. Moreover, a complete advanced combat technique was different from secret technique tablets. Although the combat techniques one could learn from a secret technique were more powerful than advanced combat techniques, very few players could learn them. It was impossible to share those techniques with a significant number of players. However, a complete advanced combat technique took the form of a book. He could store the book in the guild warehouse, and guild members could read it as they wished. Setting aside whether or not players could actually learn the technique successfully, at the very least, everyone would have the opportunity to learn. In the past, the reason that experts from the various superpowers had an easier time with their promotion quests, rising through the tiers, than experts from first-rate guilds and below wasn't just better weapons and equipment. Rather, it was because their access to combat techniques was superior in both quantity and quality. Thinking up to this point, Shi Feng led his team in search of another boss rather than resting. The Ancient Weather Book only had a 2-hour duration, whereas it had a 10-hour cooldown. He might be able to wait for such a long time, but the Primordial City would not wait for him. Who knew if the Primordial City had an entry limit? If there wasn't one, they might be alright, but if there were, he and Zero Wings members would lose their chance to enter the legendary city if they were too late. Hence, he had to cherish every second and minute of these 2 hours. Zero Wings members continued to hunt one Grand Lord ranked Thunder Elemental or Beast after another. When the team encountered a Grand Lord in the barren wasteland, they'd pounce like a pack of hungry wolves. They behaved nothing like the players from the various superpowers, who returned to rest in the starting area after slaying 1 or 2 bosses. The various superpowers grew envious at seeing this. Without the threat from the lightning strikes, Zero Wing could casually slaughter these ready-made Grand Lords. Not only were the team members able to earn an abundance of EXP, but they also secured plenty of top-tier equipment. The Primordial Divine Ruins' 3rd underground floor had practically become a sacred leveling spot for Zero Wing. How is this possible? King's Return's Wild Ocean was at a loss as he watched the scene before him. He had assumed that Zero Wing would be stuck on the 3rd floor, yet based its pace, it'd likely be the first team to reach the 4th underground floor. Uncle Broken, should we contact them? Praying Lotus whispered to Broken City, who stood beside her. Thus far, the various superpowers had only reached the 4th floor. Not one of their teams had made it to the 5th yet. The 4th floor was simply too difficult, and there was no comparing it with the 3rd floor. With the current strength of King's Return's team, it could not clear the 4th floor alone. If King's Return wished to reach the 5th floor, it would have to ally with another team. However, doing so would leave the team fewer entry slots to the 5th floor. No. It is too soon. We'll send them an invite once they experience the 4th floor's wall, Broken City said, smiling as he shook his head. The 3rd floor's trial was child's play compared to the 4th floor. Not only did players have to face all sorts of attacks, but the Guardian boss was also a bona fide level 58 Grand Lord ranked archaic species. Even now, Not a single superpower had dealt any damage to the Guardian boss. Although King's Return had prepared thoroughly this time, they had no more than a 30% chance of defeating the Grand Lord. Needless to say, Zero Wing's chances were even lower. While the various powers grinded bosses on the Primordial Divine Ruins' third underground floor, news of Zero Wing's team completing the third floor's trial quickly spread among the participating teams. The various large guilds and top adventurer teams from the kingdoms and empire neighboring the Orc Empire, in particular, had to re-evaluate their opinions of the guild. The various superpowers had, thus far, monopolized the Primordial Divine Ruins' fourth floor. The fact that Zero Wing had reached that floor proved that it could nearly rival those superpowers in terms of top-tier experts. At the very least, Zero Wing was definitely superior to first-rate guilds and top adventurer teams in this regard. However, a deathly silence had fallen over the meeting room within Heaven's Burial's ancient Rock City residence due to this latest information. Nobody could have imagined that, in one short day, Heaven's Burial would lose the massive advantage it had cultivated. And it was all due to Zero Wing. First, Zero Wing had shattered ancient Rock City's defensive magic arrays. Then, the guild had plundered their entry slots for the Primordial Divine Ruin. Now, Zero Wing was about to set foot on the ruin's fourth underground floor. Zero Wing! Singular Burial's expression twisted as he read the latest report. Heaven's Burial's reputation was in tatters. If they did not figure out a way to deal with this problem now, the guild would likely have a rocky path ahead even if they held on to ancient Rock City. Singular Burial spun towards Flame Blood, who sat beside him wrapped in bandages, and growled, "Flame, didn't you say that Beast Emperor needs the souls of 400,000 elite players to display his full strength in Star Moon Kingdom? Go, tell him that I will fulfill that request." Guild leader, are you planning on giving up on Star Moon Kingdom entirely? Flame Blood could not help his surprise. Beast Emperor's request was no laughing matter. It was both the last and worst option Heaven's Burial had. That's right. Since we can't have Star Moon Kingdom, what's the point in leaving it alive? Singular Burial nodded, a hint of madness flashing in his eyes. Although he did not want to admit it, he had to acknowledge the fact that Heaven's Burial had lost the struggle for Star Moon Kingdom. Regardless of whether or not they defended ancient Rock City, the necessary funds to repair it was still a problem. They also had to pay plenty in bounty claims each day. If they continued the battle with Zero Wing, it would only be a matter of time before the guild was finished, even if Heaven's Burial had the support of major corporations. If he wanted Heaven's Burial to survive, he had to give up on Star Moon Kingdom. I understand. I'll contact Beast Emperor right away. Seeing how serious Singular Burial was, Flame Blood inwardly lamented the fact that the man had become like this. He never thought that a guild like Zero Wing could actually corner Singular Burial, a genius, to this extent. Of the many years he had followed Singular Burial, this was the first time something like this had ever happened. Chapter 1660, Lightning Flash Secret Technique. Chapter 1660, Lightning Flash Secret Technique. In a certain mountain range covered with dense forests, countless powerful monsters roamed about the area. Every monster here was above level 100, and quite a few were mythic rank. However, none of these monsters dared to approach the forest in the mountain range's inner regions. Suddenly, a figure appeared at the forest's entrance. It was none other than Flame Blood. When Flame Blood appeared, several massive, humanoid creatures appeared around him, each radiating the terrifying aura only Tier 4 mythic monsters had. Amazing! After not seeing him for some time, he's already developed to this point? Flame Blood was stunned when he noticed the 6 mythic-ranked evil demons around him. Mythic-ranked evil demons. Evil demons were far more difficult to nurture than evil beasts. Previously, Beast Emperor had only been able to nurture a Grand Lord-ranked evil demon. Although Grand Lord-ranked evil demons were very powerful, they were not invincible. If numerous experts worked together, they'd still be able to kill one. However, it was a different story for mythic-ranked evil demons. At this stage of the game, mythic monsters were insurmountable even to the various superpowers. Otherwise, the level 50 super large-scale team dungeon in God's domain would not stand empty. Moreover, evil demons commanded superior intellect and could exhibit greater combat power than evil beasts. Most importantly, they could be summoned at any time, unlike evil beasts, which could only move from location to location of their own power. Now that Beast Emperor commanded mythic-ranked evil demons, he had the equivalent of mythic-ranked bodyguards at all times. Having mythic-ranked evil demons would undoubtedly increase the safety and survivability of controllers like Beast Emperor by a significant margin. He would no longer have to hide when attacking and could control his armies more efficiently. After seeing these mythic-ranked evil demons, Flame Blood's desire to obtain his own grew. Being a member of the Evil God's Temple, every race on the continent of God's domain hunted him constantly. Surviving in the game had become exceedingly difficult. Moreover, if players or NPCs captured him and sent him to the War God's Temple, his character would be sentenced to death in the truest sense, and he'd be forced to start all over again. Hence, he needed to be careful when he moved about and rarely approach a peer before other players. If he had his own mythic-ranked evil demons, though, he wouldn't have to worry about capture unless he encountered a Tier 5 NPC. Fortunately, Tier 5 NPCs were apex powerhouses in God's domain, and they weren't so easy to encounter. Normally, the strongest NPCs players would meet were Tier 4. After the evil demons had a chance to observe Flame Blood for a moment, they retreated back into the forest. Flame Blood then strode into the forest himself. There was a massive crater within the heart of the forest. The crater radiated an evil energy so dense that even an evil god apostle like him gasped as it washed over him. If an ordinary player bathed in this dense evil energy, it would likely corrupt them instantly. This crater was none other than the home of Starmoon Kingdom's Evil God's Temple. As long as players were within range of the temple, its energy would cut off their communication with the outside world. They would not be able to send or receive messages. Flame Blood. A middle-aged man covered in pitch-black ruins sat in the severely dilapidated temple. When he noticed Flame Blood enter the temple, he sent the cleric a glance and asked, "Why are you here? Weren't you controlling your evil demon army to protect ancient Rock City?" Although the man before Flame Blood hadn't expressed any emotion, speaking only in a calm tone, Flame Blood's heart palpitated in fear. This wasn't just because Beast Emperor was one of the Evil God's Temple's evil god envoys, but also because of the horrific evil energy that lingered around him. The man was far more frightening than the last time Flame Blood had seen Beast Emperor. The evil energy Beast Emperor radiated was no weaker than the evil energy the temple itself radiated. This man's evil energy would likely kill ordinary players before they could approach him. Moreover, as Flame Blood looked at Beast Emperor, he could not help but feel as if he stared at a ferocious beast that had just woken from a long slumber. "My guild leader sent me," Flame Blood said after stealing his mind. "Didn't you say that you needed 400,000 souls from elite players? My guild leader says he can give them to you." "He's finally made up his mind?" Beast Emperor asked, chuckling. "Then return and tell him this. The day he has the players ready will be the day Zero Wing perishes." Although he was quite powerful and could easily hunt down players for their souls, the immortal souls he needed had to come from willing players. Unfortunately, he was still short 400,000 elite players even after exhausting his means. Otherwise, he would have handed Starmoon Kingdom to the Evil God's Temple a while ago. Flame Blood nodded in response. He had no doubt regarding Beast Emperor's claim. Others might not know the power Beast Emperor wielded after the Evil God's Temple had activated, but as a member, Flame Blood knew it very well. Meanwhile, back in the Primordial Divine Ruins' third underground floor, quite some time had passed since the various superpowers had departed for the fourth floor. Only the first-rate guilds and top adventurer teams, which couldn't defeat the bosses, and Zero Wing's team, which still hunted Grand Lord-ranked thunder beasts and elementals, remained on the third floor. Crap. Just how many Grand Lords must Zero Wings members kill before they are satisfied? They might be grinding for level 50 top-tier equipment on this floor. After all, opportunities like this don't come often. With how many Grand Lords they've already killed, they should have more than enough teleportation stones. I wonder if they'd be willing to share some with us? Don't even think about it. First, the Primordial City will definitely have an entry limit. It's only natural to let as few players as possible reach the 4th and 5th floors. Moreover, the teleportation stones are bound to players of the same team and can only be passed around between players on the same team. The stones can also only be used on team members. If the team's member count suddenly increases, the teleportation stones they've collected thus far will become useless. That makes it even less likely that they'd be willing to help us. The various first-rate guilds and top adventurer teams couldn't help but envy Zero Wings battling members as they searched for treasures on the 3rd floor. When they saw the teleportation stones scattered across the ground, their eyes became bloodshot. Despite all of their effort, they hadn't obtained a single teleportation stone, yet Zero Wings' team didn't even bother to pick up the stones that had dropped. Meanwhile, Shifeng activated Divine Providence as they killed another level 55 Grand Lord ranked Thunder Beast. After he collected the loot and inspected it, his brows lifted in joyful surprise. Wonderful! With this, I finally have everything I need. Shifeng could not help his excitement as he gazed at the last page of Lightning Flash. They had raided bosses for nearly 2 hours now. They had even begun to lure 2 or 3 Grand Lords, raiding them at once, midway through their journey. Fortunately, they had collected all 13 unique pages for the Lightning Flash secret technique before the ancient weather book's weather control ran out. System, you have collected all pages for Lightning Flash. Do you wish to synthesize the complete version of it? Synthesizing the complete version will require 1,000 magic crystals. 1,000 crystals? Why so many? Shifeng was confused after reading the system notification. Normally, synthesizing an advanced combat technique only required between 50 and 100 magic crystals, depending on the number of pages the technique possessed. Yet, the combat technique in his hands required 1,000 magic crystals. The system was clearly trying to swindle him. I want to see what kind of combat technique you're going to give me. Shifeng couldn't care less about the cost, however, paying the 1,000 magic crystals without hesitation. After all the trouble he had gone through to collect the pages, he wasn't going to leave them to rot just because the system wanted to rob him. Fortunately, there wasn't much of a difference between 100 magic crystals and 1,000 to Shifeng. Suddenly, with Shifeng at its center, a pitch-black magic array appeared beneath his feet. A powerful stream of mana surged upward from the array, and ignoring the ancient weather book's effects, thunderclouds gathered above, blocking out the sun above Shifeng. Massive lightning bolts then descended from the clouds, striking the 13 incomplete pages that hovered above Shifeng's head. After hundreds of thundering booms echoed throughout the 3rd floor, a thick, ancient tome hovered before Shifeng. Faint arcs of blue electricity danced around the tome. Chapter 1661, Bronze Combat Technique. Chapter 1661, Bronze Combat Technique. The hundreds of lightning bolts suddenly flashing in the vast wasteland immediately drew the attention of every player on the Primordial Divine Ruins' 3rd underground floor. Compared to the normal lightning strikes, not only were the ones just now much more powerful, but the number and rate at which they appeared were also much higher than before. The resulting thunder also echoed throughout the entire wasteland, hurting everyone's eardrums. What's going on over there? Why did so many lightning bolts suddenly strike Zero Wing? Everyone on the 3rd floor turned towards Zero Wing's location at practically the same time, their hearts bursting with curiosity. Previously, none of the lightning strikes had hit anywhere near Zero Wing. Yet, now, Zero Wing received a violent bombardment. Most likely, Even a great lord of the same level would be reduced to ashes after eating so many powerful lightning bolts. What's that? A book? Could some kind of treasure have dropped? Some of the players nearby quickly noticed the ancient tome hovering before Shifeng. Although they could not make out what kind of item the ancient tome was, judging by the huge commotion that heralded its appearance, they could easily guess that it was something extraordinary. The various first-rate guilds and top adventurer teams present revealed looks of envy and greed. As far as they knew, no fine gold or dark gold item would create such a huge commotion when it appeared. Hence, the tome should be epic rank at the very least. An epic item. At this stage of the game, although powerful guilds like first-rate guilds would already have around a dozen or so epic items in their possession, to the masses, epic items were still exceedingly rare. However, everyone also understood that stealing the tome from Zero Wing was impossible. Setting aside how powerful Zero Wing's team was, even reaching Zero Wing's location would be a massive challenge for them. What a powerful aura! Shifeng was indescribably shocked as he looked at the ancient tome in the air before him. He had seen the synthesis of many advanced combat technique tomes before. However, none of them had ever caused such a huge commotion. Moreover, even after the Lightning Flash tome completed its synthesis, it still radiated a faint aura that attracted mana to it, a situation that Shifeng had never encountered before. For a moment, he found it somewhat incredible that the book before him was a combat technique tome. Guild leader, what is that item? Is it an epic tool? Aqua Rose could not help but ask curiously. The other members of the team also held great curiosity about the Lightning Flash secret technique. Immediately, they pricked their ears up in hopes of catching wind of the tome's identity. As for the item's attribute panel, they held no expectations of catching a glimpse of it. Nowadays, Zero Wing was rife with spies of other guilds. Meanwhile, in regard to the epic items the guild possessed, they were generally considered a secret. After all, epic items served as the foundation of a guild. If used at a critical moment, they could achieve miraculous effects. Naturally, the guild wouldn't reveal such an important secret unless necessary. Hence, the members of the team did not hope to find out the exact details of the tome. They only wished to know what kind of item it was. No. Shifeng shook his head. Smiling, he said, "This is a combat technique." A combat technique? Aqua Rose could not help but narrow her eyes at Shifeng skeptically. She suspected that Shifeng was simply messing around with her. What kind of combat technique could cause such a huge commotion? Even a secret technique tablet would not create such a commotion when it dropped. Shifeng's words stunned everyone. Although they refused to believe Shifeng, they all knew what kind of personality he had. He would never lie about something like this. Moreover, if he did not wish for them to know what the tome was, he could simply say that it was a guild secret. In that case, they naturally would not pursue the matter. Yet, everyone also found it unbelievable that a combat technique could cause such a huge commotion. Of course. Moreover, it isn't just any ordinary combat technique, Shifeng said, a hint of excitement in his voice. This is a bronze combat technique with a complete legacy. Advanced combat techniques was something that countless expert players wished to learn. Even the various superpowers only possessed a few. In the past, advanced combat techniques had also been the strongest combat techniques Shifeng knew of. However, after finding out about secret technique tablets, in addition to the relevant information Phoenix Rain had provided him, he discovered the existence of combat techniques that were even stronger than advanced combat techniques, bronze combat techniques. Normally, secret technique tablets were the only source of bronze combat techniques. Meanwhile, the power one could exhibit using such a technique was beyond imagination. Even Void Realm experts would have difficulty coping against a bronze combat technique. Shifeng had never expected to obtain a bronze combat technique on the third floor of the Primordial Divine Ruin. Compared to a bronze tablet, a tome that recorded a complete bronze legacy technique was undoubtedly much better. Although a bronze tablet contained numerous bronze combat techniques, Only 10 players could enter a bronze tablet each month, which meant that the guild could use it to nurture a mere handful of players. However, a combat technique tome did not possess such a restriction. As long as he willed it, he could let however many players learn from it as he wished. A bronze combat technique? Most of the Zero Wing members present revealed looks of confusion when they heard Shifeng's words. They did not understand what a bronze combat technique was at all. As for Aqua Rose and the others who had previously entered the legacy space for the secret spellcasting technique, they could not help but gape in shock. They knew what exactly a bronze combat technique represented, something much more powerful than an advanced combat technique. Only players like them, who had entered the bronze temple of a secret technique space, would know about bronze combat techniques. However, back then, they received only one learning opportunity for each floor they ascended in the Bronze Temple. Moreover, each floor became increasingly difficult to clear as they reached higher floors, which severely limited the number of learning opportunities they had. Now, however, they had a complete bronze combat technique tome. This meant that they could learn the combat technique recorded on it at any time and without limit. Now that we have achieved our goal here, it's about time we headed down to the 4th floor, Shifeng said, chuckling. He then used the teleportation stones to send everyone to the 4th underground floor of the Primordial Divine Ruin. Zero Wing's team of 1,000+ players vanished from the lightning wasteland. Primordial Divine Ruin's 4th underground floor. The setting here was a quiet valley abounding with lush vegetation. A towering set of doors could be seen situated at the heart of the valley. Even if one stood at the summit of the mountains that formed the valley, one could still see this towering set of doors very clearly. Not only were the doors 100 meters in height, but they also sported plenty of divine runes carved on them. The doors radiated a powerful aura that would probably deter ordinary players from approaching them. At this moment, however, a flashy light show could be seen taking place before the massive stone doors. At the same time, sounds of explosions kept echoing throughout the entire valley. In the next moment, a 2-headed, 3-tailed earth dragon, which stood before the stone doors, could be seen letting out a deafening roar. Meanwhile, encircling this earth dragon was a team of 1,000+ experts. Currently, these expert players were attacking the monster in a frenzy, bombarding the 50-meter-tall earth dragon with one attack after another. However, despite the spectacular phenomena accompanying their attacks, the attacks themselves dealt only around -400 damage. From beginning to end, not a single attack inflicted over -1,000 damage to the monster. What a powerful monster! An archaic species? Or is it a ferocious beast? Zero Wing's members could not help but stare wide-eyed at the monster guarding the massive stone doors, their hearts filled with shock. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.